Rise of the Crusader. Chapter 1, Era of the Supernatural. They called this the Era of the Supernatural, after the acid rainfall which killed about a quarter of the world's population in the year 2105, mankind was still recovering from that horrible event when superpowers gave rise to the society. With about 60% of mankind possessing various abilities from manipulation of elements, invulnerability, shape-shifting, acid generation, etc. The world soon stepped into the era of the supernatural. However, it was very chaotic during that period, as the rise of individuals with superpowers broke all sorts of laws and morals in the societies. The governments who were tasked with the responsibilities of bringing peace and stability to the economy were nowhere to be found. Every metahuman in the world acted freely, using their newly gained powers for whatever it is they wanted. Weeks soon passed with the government still not taking any necessary action, and the societies became even more terrible. It was then that a group of metahuman who couldn't bear to watch as the world crumbled bit by bit decided to take matters into their hands. They created an organization, recruiting other metahumans with the same motive as them. The group was called the Heroes League. The Heroes League was comprised with metahumans who were dedicated and willing to go to any length to fight crimes and injustice, along with bringing peace and stability into the world. They deemed themselves as the guardians of society. It was after the Hero League came to be that the governments who had vanished when the world needed them the most emerged from hiding. Then, with the government and the Heroes League working together, the world soon returned to its usual condition. Of course, with the condition being that the world had stepped into a new era, and the so-called dream of May had turned into reality. The year 2205, Dale City. The night is deep, the pale crescent moon shone like a silvery claw at the night sky, and the sky was aglow with bright city light. In one of the houses in the city, a teenage boy in a black and white striped pajamas stood in front of a table with a deep frown on his face. He was putting on safety glass, and accompanied by the glass was a thick pair of black gloves. As the teenage boy continued to stare at the table, the deeper the frown on his face became. "What am I missing out this time round?" Raphael mumbled as he scratched his head. He wasn't the only one who was baffled, as the blue owl who was on the table was also in the same situation. The owl took light steps, walking around the table, only stopping after a minute and staring at Raphael. "I have checked it out, the energy meter is well adjusted, it shouldn't be of any problem," said Raphael. Every time the owl stopped moving and stared at Raphael, it would get an explanation from Raphael and would then continue to walk about the table. This was how the cycle went on between Raphael and Gus. On the table was all sorts of equipment: a Dremel, a chipping hammer, a flathead screwdriver, a power drill, etc. However, those were the tools. What the owl and teenager had eyes fixed on was the gun that was laying on the table. This was no ordinary gun. This gun in particular generates a blast of absolute zero cold. It shoots a bluish flame which was so powerful that it was able to freeze anything and anyone on impact. And this gun was handed over to Raphael by a client to help rectify the weakness of the legendary ice gun. Raphael had been working on the ice gun for about 3 days now. He had to disassemble the gun, to access the energy meter, because only that way would he be able to improve the limited charging capacity which was the main weakness of the gun. It wasn't as easy as it seemed. Maybe if Raphael had a lot of time on his hand, then he would have been able to gather more knowledge about the gun. But with only a day left, and the money he had spent on this project, if he didn't buckle things up, he would become broke. "Wait a minute." Suddenly, Raphael's eyes twitched. He raised an eyebrow, as he stared at Gus. "I'm at least 25% confident that it should work." While he spoke to Gus, Raphael had already grabbed the screwdriver and began to disassemble the ice gun again. In this sort of field work there was no such thing as 100%. Even the 25%, which Raphael mentioned, suggested that he was quite confident in his success. Raphael had disassembled the ice gun so many times that he now knew the layout of the ice gun like the back of his hand. He only needed a few minutes, and the ice gun was now pieced on the table. Heaving a deep breath, He removed the pair of black gloves he was putting on, then took the ice gun energy chip. Here goes nothing. Raphael clenched his hand around the energy chip. During the last 3 days, Raphael had tried almost every move he was aware of, and still, he wasn't able to increase the ice gun capacity. He had even modified the energy meter and the energy chip, but still, it wasn't enough. This was his last resort and hopefully, it was going to be a success because if it didn't, not only would he end up being broke, but he would also have to build a new energy chip for the ice gun. As Raphael began to use his powers on the chip, he could feel the chip trembling violently, even trying to break free from his grasp. Sometimes one has to destroy something to build something better. This was the theory that Raphael was going with. By using his decay powers, he wants to drain the chip of all its energy, then once the chip was completely depleted, he would revitalize it back. Raphael, it's past midnight already. I hope you are not working on another gadget in your room. Raphael was solely focused on the chip in his hand when he heard his mother's voice. His mouth opened slightly. She must have seen the room light still on. However, this was a very crucial moment for Raphael. He couldn't simply let go of the chip in his hand, and neither could he let his mother walk into the room while he was working on the ice gun. Mother had a strict policy in the house that once it was 10 p.m., all his work should be postponed to the morning. There was to be no building in the house after that time, and if he were to disobey those rules, there was a punishment set in place for that. Oh shit, Raphael's heart began to race as he could hear the footstep of his mother getting closer and closer. He could already tell that in less than a minute she would make her way to the room, and just when Raphael thought he would be having all his equipment locked up for a week, he suddenly felt a change in the chip. A smile immediately appeared on his face. Finally, the instant he said those words, the door to the room opened instantly. Raphael's room has always been divided into 2 parts. One part was where his bed, bookshelves, and wardrobe were, and on the other side of his room was where his machines, gadgets, and other working equipment were placed. When Yvonne walked into the room, the first place her eyes went to was his working space. However, she was surprised to find no one there. She then turned towards the other side of the room, and a smile couldn't help but appear on her face. He must have forgotten to turn off the light, Yvonne muttered. Raphael was laying on the bed with the duvet wrapped around his body, seemingly fast asleep. Even Gus was standing on the perch with its eyes shut closed. Suddenly, Yvonne began to approach the bed. Thank goodness, the nightmares are over, and you can finally have a good night's sleep, she said with her eyes fixed on her son. The look which was on her face as she stared at Raphael was simply full of love. She then leaned forward, planting a kiss on his forehead, before making her way out of the room. The instant Yvonne walked out of the room, Raphael's eyes opened, a smile could be seen on his face. The only person in his life was his mother. His father was said to have left him and his mother after he was born, so Raphael had no idea who his father was, and neither did he intend to know. He turned to the desk beside his bed, turned the light switch on, then pulled out the drawer and brought a book out. With his back then resting on the bed, Raphael began reading the book. Time soon passed, and the fiery red sun broke through the entanglement of the white clouds, revealing half a smile. A few small white clouds in the sky rushed out of the clouds, and as the first ray of sunlight lit up the room, Raphael stood from the bed. He placed the book he had been reading the whole time back into the drawer, then after stretching his body for a few seconds, he went to the window of his room. Raphael pushed the window open and fresh, fragrant air rushed over. Taking a deep breath, a smile appeared on his face. He was able to drain the energy chip of all its energy, and when he connected the chip to the mega battery in his room, he felt a substantial increase in the chip capacity. Raphael, I hope you have gotten ready. Breakfast is almost done. You don't want to be late for the Hero Academy entrance exam. Even though your uncle is a teacher in the academy, I don't want you to depend too much on him. An expression full of disdain appeared on Raphael's face when he heard his uncle brought into the conversation. Mom, I really don't see the point in going to this academy, said Raphael. After Raphael said those words, There was complete silence in the whole house. He was surprisingly staring at the door of his room, and a minute later, the door was pushed open. "What did you say?" Staring at his mother, who had a deep frown on her face, Raphael heaved a deep breath. "I don't want to go to the Hero Academy or an academy in fact," Raphael stated. Yvonne began walking towards Raphael, who was standing close to the window. "Young man, I want you to look into my eyes and repeat those words." Yvonne glared at Raphael, who had lowered his head when she stood in front of him. He bit his lips, and before he even got the chance to lift his head, Yvonne had raised it by herself. "Now, I want you to say those words again." Yvonne folded her hands across her chest as she spoke in a cold voice. Raphael's eyes twitched as he stared at his mother. He found it difficult to repeat those words, and the longer he stared at his mother, the more his heart ached. Having lost a quarter of her hair, and her skin becoming paler every single day, it was no longer a secret that Yvonne was very ill. It hadn't always been like this, but after giving birth to Raphael, Yvonne suffered a very serious injury during his birth. The doctors had warned her about the consequences and advised her that it was safer to abort the child, but Yvonne was persistent, and so young Raphael was birthed. Yvonne, of course, didn't inform Raphael about this, and it was only until his mother's sister cursed him for being a disaster that he learned about it, and ever since then, he blamed himself for the situation his mother was in, because if he hadn't been born, then she would have been perfectly okay. Unlike the rest of his family, his mother had never for once blamed him for what happened to her, and she instead loved him with all her heart. "I will go get ready." Yvonne nodded her head, then walked out of the room once she heard her son's words. Raphael clenched his hand into a tight fist when his mother left the room. "What are you smiling at?" He turned towards the right corner of his room, and seeing the blue owl smiling as it hung on the bird perch, Raphael shook his head. Throughout the entire time, the owl had remained quiet, only staring at Raphael in its usual expression. But Raphael, who had been with this owl since he was 3 years old, knew that the owl was mocking him. He might be able to win any argument against his mother, but once she stared at him that way, his loss was inevitable. After about 15 minutes, Raphael stepped out of the bathroom. He was about to head towards his wardrobe when he saw his clothes already laid out for him on the bed. Shaking his head a little, he went towards his bed and slipped into the clothes which were picked out for him by his mother. "Not bad," Raphael exclaimed as he stared at the standing mirror in his room. He was currently putting on white sneakers, with black pants, and a blue turtleneck sweater. Then, worn over his sweater was a navy blue robe that was wrapped around his shoulder, and most important, he had a glove on. As he continued to stare at the mirror, a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. Even if his mother told him he was the most handsome person in the world, Raphael didn't consider himself as one. He wasn't all that attractive, but neither was he ugly. His looks were simply average. Raphael has a slim, somewhat lanky build with a peach skin tone, brown scruffy hair that covered half of his face, and glittering blue eyes. "Let's go," Raphael said. With that said, the blue owl that was on the bird perch flew towards him. Standing on his left shoulder, the owl shut its eyes closed. Raphael heaved a deep breath before walking out of the room. "There is my handsome boy." As he headed towards the living room, it didn't come much as a surprise to Raphael when he saw his mother on the staircase. "Good morning to you, Gus." With a smile on Yvonne's face, she greeted the owl who was on Raphael's shoulder, and in response to her, Gus nodded his head. "Come, breakfast is already served," said Yvonne. She then began walking towards the dining room. When Raphael got to the dining, his mouth couldn't help but open slightly. "Mom, are you expecting visitors?" Raphael asked as he saw the food which was on the table. "Of course not. Look at how skinny you're. Shouldn't you eat more?" Yvonne said. "I have also prepared your favorite meal." Yvonne pulled out the chair, then waved her hand at Raphael. Raphael, who understood that gesture immediately, went toward his mother and sat on the chair. "Aren't you going to join me? I can't finish all this," Raphael said. Yvonne, however, shook her head. "I have eaten already." As if knowing that Raphael wasn't going to let her be, she pointed towards the kitchen base, and there was indeed a plate that had just been used. She then took the food plate which was at the center of the table and brought it to Raphael's front. He ha ha he. Raphael grinned once he saw the buffalo wings were brought in front of him. He didn't even waste any time, and as soon as he saw the wings, he launched at them right away. The delicious combo of butter, hot sauce, and red pepper made his eyes twitch. Even the owl opened its eyes when it caught the smell of the buffalo wings. Raphael took one of the wings and passed it to Gus on his shoulder, and in a few minutes, the two of them finished the whole buffalo wings on the table. Once they were done with the wings, the duo moved to the rest of the meal on the table. Throughout the whole time, Yvonne stared at Raphael and a smile could be seen on her face, and when he was done with the dishes, she wiped the oil stains which were on the corner of his mouth. As Raphael stood from the chair, he was met by his mother, who already had a hairbrush in her hand. "Mom, really?" Raphael chucked, seeing the brush. Yes, while his height was average, Raphael was still taller than Yvonne, so to arrange his hair, she had to stand on her toes. Raphael just stood still as his mother brushed his hair, and when she had arranged it to her liking, she moved away from him. "You're going to become a great superhero," Yvonne exclaimed. "Superhero? That is for millionaires, egomaniacs, and adult orphans." For some reason, with a smile on his face, Raphael said, "Hero is just nice. You know it has always been my ambition to save the world." Yvonne nodded her head when she heard her son's words. "Yes, ever since you were a little boy, and I know with someone like you around, the world will surely be a better place," said Yvonne. The blue owl which was on Raphael's shoulder stared at the mother and son duo, and it couldn't help but shake its head. Gus was certain that Yvonne misunderstood what her son really meant when he said, it had always been his ambition to save the world. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the loud horn of a car sounded, and the mother and son duo stared deep at one another. "I believe that's my ride." Raphael had given up on the idea of arguing with his mother about the academy. Since she wanted him to go, he could as well go. Yvonne nodded her head. "I know you think the best thing to do is to stay here with me, but you would only be missing a lot of things out there. The world is a very beautiful place, and even if you are unable to become a hero, I want you to have the power to protect yourself," said Yvonne. Then giving Raphael a big hug, and also patting Gus on the head, Yvonne opened the front door. "Don't forget to use your pills, Mum." Raphael had a very stern expression on his face as he spoke about the medication. "And if you ever need anything, Mum, just say the word, someone will come to you." "Okay, son," Yvonne said. Then with a slight nod, Raphael stepped out of the house. "We wish you good luck on the academy entrance exam." "Best of luck." Raphael had merely taken a step out of the house when he was met by the entire neighborhood, all standing in front of his house. Surprisingly, they all seemed unhappy that he was leaving the city. Raphael's eyebrows furrowed when he saw them all. "Enough pretending. I know you don't like me at all, so don't bother," he said. The people outside broke into sweats when they heard Raphael. His words were indeed true, but while they didn't like him, they didn't dislike him either. "I have stayed in this town for more than 10 years, and you have all learned how to behave like a decent person. It would be a pity when I leave, and you return to your previous ways, because while I'm not here, I have eyes watching each one of you." As humans without powers, the people in Dale City weren't foreign to being bullied and discriminated against, but what Raphael did to them during these past years was different, both in a good and also a bad way. "Ha ha ha ha, how can we forget all that you have done for us?" Among the people standing in front of Raphael's house, the trembling voice of a middle-aged man sounded. Raphael nodded his head when he heard the man. "That's good. Don't also forget to pay your taxes. Even if I'm not around, I still want to receive those credit alerts," he said. "Why you?" They all stared at one another and panic could be seen all over their faces when they learned about Raphael leaving town. They were all excited because that would mean that they wouldn't have to pay any more taxes to him anymore. It would increase their chances of finally getting out of debt. While Raphael hadn't laid a single hand on any of them, they knew he wasn't someone to be messed with. This was why when he imposed the taxes rules on them, they had no choice but to abide by them. In the era of the supernatural, it was horrible for those without powers, because most jobs were often given to those with powers, and despite how rough it was, the government still collected taxes from them, claiming it was to make their living condition favorable. But of course, that was a lie. Their condition continued to become even more terrible every single day as the governments didn't even care about their well-being in the slightest. It was, however, different with Raphael. While he collected 3 times of what the government demanded for, they felt a huge difference in their living condition. It was why they didn't loathe him. He had repaired the city transformer, the city plantation was terrific because of him, and many other helpful materials that made the city develop. Raphael, the exam will start by 10 and this is already past 8, you should be there already. Yvonne's voice put an end to the awkwardness in the surrounding. Raphael stared at the city members for a few seconds, before he then walked into the vehicle. Okay, Mom, take good care of yourself, and don't forget what I told you. If you ever need anything, just say it, Raphael yelled at the top of his voice, as once he stepped into the vehicle, it immediately took off, with a nod and also a smile on her face. Yvonne waved her hand at Raphael, who was leaving the city. Her eyes continued to follow the vehicle, till it vanished out of sight, and thereafter a stream of tears dripped out of her eyes. Yvonne flashed a smile at the people who were staring at her before she then walked back inside her house. The distance between Dale City and the Hero Academy was quite far. It would take at least 1 hour and 30 minutes to get there, and that was if the transportation was fast. It could as well take up to 3 hours just to get there. As he stepped into the city in which the academy resided in, a sneer couldn't help but appear on Raphael's face. Unlike Dale City, the city which he just entered was different and better in every aspect, whether it was the building, the roads, or even the economy. Dale City couldn't compare to half of what this possessed. While the people in both cities paid the same taxes, the government gave no attention to the well-being of the people in Dale City, and instead, they chose to invest heavily in Taurus City and other meta-human places. Apart from Taurus City being filled with meta-humans, it also accommodated one of the biggest and brightest hero academies around the globe. What the hell, Gus, are you also seeing all this? Raphael couldn't hide the shock on his face as he moved about the city. Even Gus, who was on his shoulder, was stunned at the beauty of Taurus City, as this was the first time both of them were stepping out of Dale City, and a city like this was akin to paradise in their eyes. The beautiful lights in the parks, buildings, and even monuments were indeed glamorous. Beep. A few minutes passed by, and Raphael arrived at the gate of the academy. He was still admiring the city when the loud horn of the vehicle brought him out of his dazed state. With a smile on his face, Raphael got down from the vehicle. He brought out 5 Noxus bills from his wallet and then handed them over to the driver. Once the money was paid, the driver took off immediately. Raphael wasn't the only person in the surrounding. There were a lot of people who were coming down from vehicles and walking into the academy, with a rather excited yet tensed expression on their faces. Today was after all the entrance exam of one of the biggest hero academies in the world, so it affected a lot of people. Let's get this over with, Raphael said as he walked into the academy. Holy Savior Academy. After the rise of superpowers in society, the governments had taken it upon themselves to teach humans with powers how to use their abilities. That was the least they could do. After all, when the world was a mess, they vanished and only returned after the Heroes League had taken care of almost everything. While the government had taken the responsibility of educating meta-humans on how to use their abilities, the Heroes League took it upon themselves to train and guide meta-humans who wanted to become the guardian of society. And one of the academies that came into existence from the Heroes League was the Holy Savior Academy. Apart from being one of the biggest and brightest hero academies, it was also the most sought-after academy. As Raphael walked into the academy, he couldn't help but be fascinated by the buildings in the academy. However, what caught his attention the most were the gadgets roaming around the academy. He was certain that these gadgets were part of the security measures taken by the Academy after they opened their doors to all sorts of meta-humans for the entrance exams. What made the Holy Savior Academy more sought after than the others was because of the fame the Academy had. It was well renowned for training and producing world-class superheroes, and an example of such was the Ultraman, the strongest superhero and meta-human in the world. And also Holy Savior Academy entrance exam was much easier than that of the other Hero Academy. Aren't we there yet? Raphael couldn't help but exclaim, as 45 minutes had passed since he entered the Academy, and he still hadn't gotten to where the entrance exam was holding. It wasn't like Raphael didn't know where he was going to, but it was just that the venue of the entrance exam was really far, and with more than 1,000 people heading there, Raphael decided not to bring any gadgets out. His reasons were simple. Any of the gadgets he brought would stun all these people who were in the surroundings, and it would then make him the center of attention, which was something he didn't want. Another 45 minutes passed, with Raphael and the others still on their journey to the entrance exam venue. Raphael was exhausted. He was about to go sit on one of the benches nearby when he suddenly saw a stage filled with people ahead of him. The last badge has finally arrived. Since you have gotten here, I should also let you know that you have 2 more minutes to get here, or else you can as well leave the Academy. On the stage was a bulky middle-aged man with dark shiny hair. He stood tall with an impressive height of 6'5" and was wearing a black shirt and black trousers. Whether it was Raphael or the others, the instant they heard the man's words, they rushed over quickly. The previous exhausted looks which were on their face disappeared, and it was instead replaced by energetic one. Even Raphael mustered all his strength and rushed to the stage. While he was hesitant to come to the Academy, once he arrived here, he was determined to pass this exam. Failure isn't an option, and in less than a minute everyone had gathered around the stage. Congratulations on passing the first tests of the Academy. One of the crucial qualities a hero must have is perseverance, and by walking all that way here without seeking for a shortcut, or even taking a break, it means you indeed possess some of that quality. I might as well congratulate you all for becoming our students, but there are still 2 more tests, one of which will determine your power ranking, and the other will determine which class you would be assigned to. When the people around the stage heard the man's words, they couldn't help but break into a deep smile. Though they were still oblivious to what power ranking was, they had heard about the classes in the Academy, and it was something to be delighted and also scared about, because this was what was going to determine the part they would play in being the guardian of the society. In Holy Savior Academy, the students were assigned to different classes and departments based on their abilities and powers. Class T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Before we begin, allow me to explain what this exam will be about. The first test was the perseverance test. The next 2 tests will be the power gauge tests and the ability display. I believe we all know what the ability display means, so there won't be any need to explain that. And as for the power gauge, we will be using this, the man on the stage said, then walked towards the heavy bag a few meters from him. Unlike other heavy bags, this was much more steadier, and it also had a meter at its top, which made it appear more distinguished. Suddenly, the man clenched his hand into a tight fist and sent out a full-force punch at the punching bag. Bang! The sound of the man's fist colliding with the heavy bag reverberated in the surrounding. His punch had the bag swinging back and forth at a fast pace. However, none of that seemed to matter, as it was the number on the heavy bag meter that everyone was starting at. 10,000 points. 15,000 points. 40,000 points. The numbers kept skyrocketing forward, only stopping until they arrived at 70,000 points. A look of awe could be seen on everyone's face as they stared at the meter on the heavy bag. The man's voice rang out. As he then brought their attention back to him, he began to speak. Some of you might be aware of the World Power Ranking, but for those who are not, I will enlighten you on it. After the supernatural came into existence, the governments, the Heroes League, and a few other organizations came up with a power ranking for the meta-humans. F rank A0 to 3000. E rank A 3001 to 6000. D rank A 6001 to 9000. C rank A 9001 to 30,000. B rank A 30,001 to 60,000. A rank A 60,001 to 200,000. S rank A 200,001 to 500,000. SS rank A 500,001 to 10 million. Of course, it isn't only the strength test that would determine your power ranking, there are also other tests, but for this exam, only 2 of them are needed. Once you all become students of the academy, a watch would be handed over to you. In that watch, you would be able to know your power ranking without doing any of these tests. With a neutral expression on his face, the man on the stage gave the people around him a few minutes to assimilate what he had just said before his voice sounded, "So, any question?" The surrounding was completely quiet, and it was only about a minute later did someone raise his hand. "Yes, what question do you have?" the man said, staring at the blonde figure that just raised her hand. "You have yet to introduce yourself." The question of which was asked certainly brought the interest of everyone in the surrounding. Even Raphael was waiting for the man to answer. It was no secret that the teachers of the Holy Savior Academy were guardians of the society, so when the girl gave her question, she meant for the man to display his power. A grin suddenly appeared on the man's face. He then cracked his knuckles and the magic occurred. The change first occurred in his lower body, and soon enough his entire body transformed into a hardened metal-like substance. No way. Whether it was the blonde girl who spoke earlier or the people around the stage, everyone had their mouths wide open while some even had their hands on their heads. "You're Metal Man," the trembling voice of one of the applicants rang out. The man nodded his head slightly, then after a few seconds, he dispersed the metals around his body. He, "I didn't realize I was that popular," he said with a smile on his face. "If there won't be any other question, then let's begin. Michelle Michelson, come forward." Without any delay, once the first person was called out, she climbed onto the stage. Michelle was wearing a strapless blue top, which had the emblem of a phoenix at its center. It was then accompanied by a red skirt and black knee-high boots. She had an elegant face, and a figure almost shaped to perfection. Her breasts and buttocks weren't so large and neither were they small, both of them were of moderate size. As she stood in front of the heavy bag, Michelle heaved a deep breath, then clenched her hands into a fist. The instant she did so, flames immediately wrapped themselves around her hand, and taking a fighting stance, she punched the heavy bag. 3,000 points, 10,000 points, 13,000 points, 20,000 points. Michelle had a smile on her face when the meter on the heavy bag stopped moving. She ignored the stunned expression which was on everyone's face and walked close to the man. Bringing both hands forwards, she shut her eyes closed, and unlike last time in which flames were wrapped around her hand, this time around, it was only her left hand that contained flames. Her right hand was now wrapped around with ice. "Fire and ice manipulation," Michelle said. The man on the stage had a smile on his face, as he stared at her. Possessing this sort of power and the family she was from, Michelle didn't even need to participate in any of these entrance exams. The only reason why she was even here was that the academy wanted her to display their expectation. And judging by the expression on the people's faces, the academy was getting what it wanted. Class 1Z. As the man announced the class to which Michelle would be assigned to, she nodded her head, then left the stage. Whether it was Michelle's power or attitude when she heard about the class she would be going to, it left the people around deeply shaken. There were 7 classes in the academy, and while it was everyone's dream to be in any of the classes, they preferred one class to the rest. The Class Z, unlike other classes that were taken by heroes of different ranks, only the best of the best heroes tutored Class Z. After Michelle left the stage, the exam moved on quickly. However, everyone had a very competitive expression on their faces as they displayed their abilities and the strength they possessed. A few minutes had passed and over 30 metahumans had done their tests. Among them, only 2 people were assigned to Class Z, and the others, They were selected for other classes. I hope you can all put more effort into it for those who are interested in Class Z because there are only 2 slots left, and for others who are unable to enter the class, that is not the end of the world. I wasn't a student of the class, and look how that turned out. Metal Man was a renowned superhero in the world. He had saved countless lives and was one of the heroes who made the world a better place. The man could see the gloomy expression the examinees were having when they saw the look of things, so he decided to cheer them up. Though the advantage which the Class Z had over the rest was huge, that did mean that the other class should be underestimated. An hour passed briefly and the number of remaining people was down to a quarter. Among them, only one person gained access to Class Z, with the others shifting others to the other classes. Now that there was only one more slot left, everyone was glaring at the man on the stage. Whoever he called and got the highest score would be assigned to the class. Raphael Queen, 15. Raphael, Queen, please come forward. Everyone was left disappointed when it wasn't their name that was called, but when it was seen that the person whom the man was calling out didn't respond, a different kind of glow could be seen on their face. Raphael Queen, I'm coming. It was after the third call that Raphael's voice rang out. He then started walking towards the stage slowly, ignoring the stares he was getting from the people around him. After spending days and nights working on the ice gun, Raphael was exhausted. Most times he would have taken a deep sleep after that kind of work, but instead, he had to walk for more than an hour, all in the name of perseverance. Even Gus was fast asleep on his shoulder. As Raphael climbed onto the stage, he didn't even glance at the man there, and he headed directly to the heavy bag. He didn't even take any fighting stance, and a few seconds after he punched the bag, bang, the heavy bag shook violently, and the numbers on the meter began to increase. It only stopped after a minute, and once everyone saw the number which was on the meter, they felt their eyes twitching and hands shaking. Meanwhile, Raphael stood lazily on the stage. He rubbed his eyes a few times and yawned at a given pace. He didn't even notice that everyone, including Metal Man, was staring at him with shock evident in their eyes. 29,999 points. Even as Metal Man announced the tests, he was still startled by it. He checked the file in his hand, over and over again, and there was nothing extraordinary in it. There wasn't even a mention of the powers he possessed. All that was written in it was his background and a letter of recommendation from one of the teachers in the academy. Absolute decay, Raphael muttered. They were all staring at Raphael as though he were an alien because he was just 15 years old, and he already possessed that strength. They couldn't help but imagine how strong he would become in a few years. The most excited person was Metal Man. With this kind of student joining the academy, they might be able to produce another Ultraman. Raphael Queen, I welcome you to Class Z. While I am not your classroom teacher, if you ever need anything, please feel free to come to me, Metal Man said. Raphael barely heard anything the man said, but he still nodded his head. He then stood in the same area where the other 3 students assigned to the Class Z were. That is that, about that. Let's continue with the exam. Metal Man smiled as he stared at the people around. This year's freshmen were indeed more astounding than the last. A few minutes soon passed, and the exam was finally over. It wasn't much of a surprise that no one could attain Raphael's score, as it was simply too far away. After Raphael, the person whose score came next was a crimson-haired teenage boy. If it wasn't for Raphael's brilliance, he would have been the one assigned to the Class Z as he scored 15,000 points. The crimson-haired boy was displeased, as he believed that the only reason Raphael's strength surpassed his was because of the 1-year age gap between the both of them. If not, there was no way Raphael was stronger than him. With that taken care of, I hereby welcome you all to Holy Savior Academy, Metal Man said. The Academy. His words were, however, put on pause as a bulky man appeared. The bulky man bypassed all the students and climbed onto the stage. He then moved closer to Metal Man and whispered into his ears. A second later, and a deep frown could be seen on Metal Man's face. He and the bulky man kept exchanging words at a low volume. However, Judging from the expression on his face, he disliked what they were talking about. Meanwhile, the instant the bulky man appeared on the stage, Raphael's hands were clenched into tight fists and his eyes shimmered with killing intent. The others might not be aware of whom this man is when he wasn't in his costume, but Raphael knew him. The person standing on the stage, along with Metal Man, was his uncle, William Queen, and otherwise known as Ximic. If the student in the academy knew that the person standing in front of them was the world-famous Ximic, then they would have all rushed towards him, pleading for an autograph, pictures, or even begging to be his disciple. Being able to seat comfortably as the fourth most powerful meta-human in the world, William was incredibly powerful. He had a photographic reflex that allowed him to watch anyone's physical movements and duplicate them without practice, no matter how unique or complex these movements might be. "Get it done this instant," William's loud voice suddenly rang out, and with that said, he walked away. He didn't even glance at his nephew, who was in the area, and instead kept a straight face as he left the arena. Everyone kept staring at the man who was able to put a deep frown on Metal Man's face till he finally disappeared, and once that happened they turned their eyes towards Metal Man. A minute soon passed, with the frown on Metal Man's face still present. He had his hands clenched tightly, showing just how furious he was. The student knew better than to say a word, and so they just continued to stare at him. After the long silence, Metal Man suddenly spoke. "I'm afraid there was an error in the reading of the heavy bag. Raphael Queen, you're going to be put in Class Y instead. Jacob Archibald, you will now be assigned into Class Z," he announced. "Someone else would handle things from here. Goodbye." With that said, Metal Man left the arena. Everyone was deeply dumbfounded by what had just happened. Even a fool would realize that the bulky man who had appeared earlier would have one or two things to do with it. There was no such error in the heavy bag, and this must have been some power play behind the scene, because there was simply no way that Jacob, who scored 15,000 points, would have been selected to the Class Z, and Raphael, who had double that score, was placed to the Class Y. It was no wonder why Metal Man was upset. The bulky man must have told him to make the change. Jacob is the crimson-haired teenager whose score came second after Raphael, and when he saw Class Z given to the rightful owner, a sneer appeared on his face. It didn't matter how talented one was, there was always going to be a difference between those who came from high-ranking families, and middle-class families. Fools. Jacob had an expression full of pride on his face, as the students were all staring at him. They were all wondering what sort of connection he could possess in the academy to make a change that huge. Raphael, however, shook his head. "I must say, William completely exceeded my expectations," he muttered, then walked out of the entrance exam arena. He didn't even wait for the next instructor to appear on the stage before he left, and unlike last time when Raphael didn't bring out any gadgets, this time around he brought out a skateboard. The skateboard was what he needed the most at the moment. It allowed him to interact with urban space, feel the sense of speed as well as balance, and most especially, it was a way for him to express himself. Raphael didn't even realize it, but he soon left the academy and was now on the street of Taurus City. He wandered around the city for a few minutes and only then stopped when he got to a coffee shop. "Order for two." As Raphael walked into the coffee shop, he made his order right away, and when he got a nod from the man behind the counter, he went to sit on one of the chairs in the shop. The coffee soon arrived at the table, but it wasn't the man behind the counter who brought it. "You're late." Followed by the coffee placed in front of Raphael, a female voice sounded. Raphael slowly raised his head, and seeing the woman in front of him, a smile appeared on his face. "Ain't I here already?" he said. "Where is it?" The woman who was in front of Raphael was wearing white and brown coffee attendant clothes. Even though she had a frown on her face, that wasn't able to cover the beauty which was possessed by this woman. She had a face that was able to put both the sun and moon to shame, a black long glittering hair that stopped at her waist, and adding to her already gorgeous face was a remarkable figure. Raphael pointed at the seat in front of him, and when she sat, he brought a suitcase out of his interspatial ring. "I have already modified the gun's weakness. Now where is my pay?" Raphael said. After reading several fantasy novels, Raphael became interested in the so-called legendary interspatial ring, just like anyone else, but unlike others who lacked the knowledge and skills necessary, he possessed it, and all that was needed was the items that would be used. He had to gather all the items required, and as once that was arranged, he began creating the ring. The interspatial ring wasn't easy to create, but after spending 3 months on the ring, Raphael's hard work finally paid off. When the woman heard Raphael, a smile immediately appeared on her face. "I have it prepared already." She then waved her hand, and the man behind the counter brought a huge black suitcase to the table. As soon as the man dropped the suitcase on the table, he went back to his position. 1 million noxus, the woman said. Both parties trusted each other when it came to business because they had been working together for quite a long time. It wasn't like their relationship was deep, but after creating and modifying all sorts of equipment, the trust was bound to form at some point. Raphael pushed the suitcase to the woman, and she likewise did the same thing. When both of them got their hands on the suitcase, a different kind of glow appeared on them, most especially Raphael. With this money, he would be able to purchase more tools, and it was only a matter of time before he would be able to add another gadget to his collection. Meanwhile, the woman had now kept her suitcase aside. She was now staring at Raphael. "Are you really going to be attending Holy Savior Academy, after they handed over your spot to someone else?" she said. "You know, that's how they all are. They call themselves guardians of the society, but the truth is they are all hypocrites, who use their powers to oppress others. This isn't the first time that someone with lower background would have his position taken away by those with a higher power. No offense there, Raphael, but it is the truth." Jacob only had to phone his father, and the teachers of the academy immediately acted on it. Raphael didn't even bother asking Serena how she knew about what happened in the academy because he already knew this woman wasn't that plain. Just based on the weapons and gadgets she brought to him, he was certain that she was some high-ranking official or something. For someone who was able to hand over the imprint of a nuclear bomb for him to access, how hard could it be to figure out what was going on in Holy Savior Academy? "It's fine, Lady Serena, if there's nothing else, I would be taking my leave." Raphael was about to stand from the chair he was sitting when Serena suddenly placed her hand on his. He quickly pulled his hand back and glared at her. "Ha ha ha, it's not like I'm going to eat you," Serena jested when she saw how Raphael had reacted to her touch. "Why don't you come work for me full-time?" And in response to Serena, Raphael shook his head. "Lady Serena, I believe this is the 78th time you would be asking me this, but my answer still remains no," Raphael said. A woman like this was nothing but trouble to Raphael. He didn't want to further any relationship with her, and the reason he worked for her was because of the gadgets she brought were always exciting to deal with, and also the money she offered him. Once he was able to find a way to make money without having to sell his gadgets, it would be the day he stopped working for this woman. Serena didn't seem to be discouraged after hearing Raphael's response, and instead, she appeared even more enthusiastic. "Come on, Raphael, you can't really be thinking of going to the academy," she said. Then, getting a nod from Raphael, her soft voice rang out. "Okay, I don't want you to think of it like you will be working for me, but instead, take it for an academy." When Serena saw Raphael's eyebrows furrow, she continued, "And it is much better than this hellhole here." "My answer remains no." Raphael folded his hand across his chest. This could go all day, and his answer would remain number. Serena bit her lips hard. It was going to be really painful if Raphael joins Holy Savior Academy. A stern expression immediately appeared on her face. "How about I have the academy pay you?" she said. 3 million noxus. Before Raphael even spoke, she called out the amount. "Okay, 5 million noxus." Unlike Holy Savior Academy, Serena knew what Raphael was worth, and even if it meant taking the money out of her account, she was more than willing to do it. As long as she can have Raphael, nothing else mattered. However, Raphael still kept a straight face when he heard Serena, but that expression only lasted for a few seconds as Serena made an offer that made his eyes twitch. "Don't you want to save your mother? If you join my academy, Not only will we be providing you with any equipment and tools you need to create any gadget, we will help treat your mum," said Serena. And judging from the look he had on his face when he heard her words, Serena knew that she had him where she wanted. Raphael clenched his hand into a tight fist. There was absolutely no way he could reject something like that. He could see the victorious smile Serena had on her face, and a second after, he spoke, "Fine, I will join the academy." Raphael didn't doubt Serena because of what he had seen her pull off during the past years that they have been working together. "But, I also want a monthly payment of 10 million noxus, consider it done." "Wait, what?" Serena was overly excited when Raphael accepted to join the academy. She immediately agreed to his demand without thinking about it, so when it occurred to her that he wanted that amount, and she agreed to it, her body shook. Raphael, however, smiled. "We have to get going then, as 2 weeks have passed since the academy resumed." With a sneer on her face, Serena spoke, "Not yet, there's something I must take care of." Raphael looked outside out of the window as he spoke to Serena. "I will be back." After gently placing Gus on the table, he walked out of the coffee shop. Standing a few meters away from him was Jacob, along with 2 middle-aged men donned in all black suits. They maintained a distance with him, not too far and not too near either, but they still gave the impression that Jacob was under their protection. Raphael stared at Jacob, who was talking to a brunette lady, with a neutral expression on his face. He then took off the black gloves he had on and began walking toward Jacob. With only a few seconds left for Raphael to appear before Jacob, his loud voice rang out, "Everyone, look, it's the Ultraman." It was barely even up to a minute after Raphael's voice sounded, and the city was surging out with people. Those who were indoors came rushing out of their houses, and the people in the street gathered around. The city was completely crowded as everyone wanted to see the greatest hero and the strongest meta-human in the world. Even Jacob and his bodyguards were staring at the sky. It was during that brief moment that Raphael appeared in front of him. With a demonic smile on his face, he slammed his palm at Jacob's chest. The impact of the attack had Jacob stumbling several steps backward. He raised his head, trying to figure out who had just attacked him, but there were just so many people around. Soon after, his hands and legs began to tremble. He was about to call out to his bodyguard, when he found himself unable to speak, as his heart began to beat at a disorganized pace. Pfffftttt. Jacob spat out a mouthful amount of blood. He stumbled to the ground with his hand gripping his chest tightly, as blood oozed from his eyes, nose, and mouth. "There is no Ultraman here. Someone must have pranked us all." After staring at the sky for a few seconds and not seeing anyone, the people on the street figured that Ultraman wasn't around. With a disappointed look on their faces, they left the area. Meanwhile, it was also during the moment when the area cleared up that the guards saw Jacob on the ground. His clothes were dyed in blood, and his breathing had become very rough. "Young master." Panic and fear were written all over their faces as they saw the state which Jacob was in, and without any delay, they picked him up from the ground and ran right away. If anything was to happen to Jacob, his father would stop at nothing and ensure that he unleashes his fury onto the world. In the street of Taurus City, a lanky-built teenager with a blue owl on his shoulder could be seen walking side by side with a dark-haired woman. Throughout the whole time, the woman kept staring at him with a rather confused look on her face. After not being able to hold the silence in anymore, Serena suddenly spoke. "I completely underestimated you. Your power is something else. There's no way the kid would survive that," she said. "But why do I get the feeling that this is not the first time you are killing someone?" "Because it's not," Raphael replied. "I only kill when it's necessary," and he had it coming. With people like that around, the world can never become a better place, Raphael muttered. There was a minute of silence after he spoke, as Serena's eyes twitched when she heard him. "You do know that the leaf is of insignificance. What matters is getting rid of the root," Serena said. This time around, Raphael said nothing, but that same demonic grin that appeared on his face earlier could be seen on him again. Serena kept staring at him, until they reached a turning in the city. "The academy is this way," she said, and before Raphael could even react, she immediately held his hand and made a turn, which had both of them vanish from the city. "We are here." Raphael raised an eyebrow as he stared at the surrounding which he was in. When he lowered his head, his body shook in fear, and he couldn't help but glare at the woman who was beside him. "The academy has a lot of portals around the cities, so whenever a student leaves, we can always return instantly, without having to travel miles to get there." "Impressive, right?" Serena had a smile on her face as she spoke to Raphael. Raphael, however, wasn't in the mood to listen to what Serena was saying to him. "Which academy are you talking about? We are in the middle of an ocean," he exclaimed as his legs trembled in fear. He and Serena were hovering in midair, right in the middle of an ocean. Though Raphael was balanced up there, he had an intense fear of height, and as such he was scared. Serena giggled when she saw Raphael in this state. "You really can't see anything. Why don't you close your eyes, and open them again then?" she said. The expression which Raphael had on his face when he heard Serena was priceless. "I won't do something like that." He shook his head as he spoke. The only reason why he hadn't even started screaming yet was because of his pride. If not, his voice would have reverberated the whole area. "Come on, trust me." Serena stared at Raphael who was beside her, and seeing that same look on his face again, she placed her hand on her face. "Would I bring you all the way here to harm you?" she said. Raphael shrugged his shoulders in response to Serena's words. He, however, soon heaved a deep breath and closed his eyes. "Now where is Raphael paused, his mouth then opened slightly. What the hell? In front of him was an 800,000 square meters of land. This place was so massive, that it made Raphael startled about how something this huge could vanish out of sight. With his legs of course still shaking, he kept staring at the area with disbelief written all over his face. Serena had an expression full of pride when she saw the dazed look Raphael had on his face. "This is the tip of the iceberg. Wait until you step into the academy, it would really blow your mind away." She spoke with complete confidence. "Let's go," and before Raphael could even react, he felt himself advancing towards the area. There seemed to be abundant air at his feet, and when he moved, the air propelled his body forward crazily. Raphael shut his eyes closed, as his heart raced in panic. The breeze threw both his hair and cloth into a disheveled state, and Raphael kept laying curses on Serena, who seemed to be having fun while he was freaking scared. A few minutes later, and the duo landed right in the middle of the land. Serena had a smile on her face, while Raphael glared at her as though he wanted to shred her into pieces. "It wasn't so bad, don't worry, you will get used to it after a few more times," Serena chuckled. "Let me show you around the academy before I take you to your dormitory," she said. With that said, she soon began to walk toward one of the buildings ahead, completely ignoring the stares which she was getting from the student who was in the surrounding. Raphael and Gus, however, had their eyes staring at the people who were on the campus, as they walked behind Serena. "This really is an academy," Raphael couldn't help but exclaim after seeing the uniforms which they were all putting in. The male students were putting on a white shirt, then worn over the shirt was a blue button-up blazer, paired with blue pants, black shoes, and a blue long tie. As for the female students, they were putting on a similar uniform, consisting of a white shirt, a blue button-up blazer along with a white miniskirt, then black socks that differ from calf length to thigh length, black shoes, and finally a blue long tie. Raphael hadn't really believed that Serena was really taking him to an academy when she spoke. He had assumed that it was going to be the organization for which she worked for, and was only using the academy as a cover to get his interest. But now that he was in the academy, with the facilities he was seeing, Raphael couldn't help but be excited. Even Gus was delighted. Suddenly, when Raphael and Serena arrived in front of one of the buildings, she paused, then stared at him. "This is the administrative block. If you ever encounter any problem in the academy, you can either come to this place or come to me directly. It would, of course, be much better if you come to me instead. I have already sent your measurement to the people there, so by tomorrow morning you should have your uniform delivered to your doorstep." Serena was all smiles the whole time she spoke to Raphael. It was like bringing Raphael to the academy was her biggest accomplishment. Walk faster, there are still a lot of places I have to show you. After showing Raphael the administrative block, Serena moved away from the building and soon made her way towards another one. We have the cafeteria over there, the library, the gymnasium, the clubs, the student council room, the classrooms, the dormitories, and most especially the malls. Serena was unable to keep up with Raphael's movement, and she soon had both of them hover in the air once again. She then flew towards each of the buildings in the academy and explained in detail what it was for. While Raphael was scared of height, Serena had flown at a height that he was able to handle, and to be honest, he was amused by what he was learning about the academy. Time soon passed, and before the duo realized it, 2 hours had passed since Raphael came to this place. Despite the hours, Serena had yet to even touch some of the buildings in the academy when a loud bell rang on the campus. We will go over to the rest of the building some other time. Now I have to take you to your dormitory, Serena said. Raphael nodded his head when he heard Serena, and without any delay, she flew him straight to the male dormitory she had come across earlier. By the way, Serena, what is the name of this academy? Along the way, Raphael couldn't help but inquire. There's really no name, but most people call it the Villain Academy, Serena replied. Most people would have reacted in some way when they heard Serena. But all Raphael did was mumble the name of the academy, before he soon began staring at his surrounding. I was expecting a little bit of reaction from you when you heard the name. Serena stared at Raphael as they advanced towards the dormitory, but all she got in response to her word was a straight face from him. It's pointless, whether hero or villain, I really don't care all that much. The both of you pursue the same goal, which is to rebuild the world. One believes their method is the right way, and the other believes theirs is better, but the truth is regardless of what you both do, the world will still be full of hate. You all seem to forget that, just by existing, people hurt others without even realizing it. So long as humanity exists, hate will also exist. There won't be peace in the doomed world as long as hate exists. Between us, Serena's mouth opened slightly, as she stared at Raphael. It was startling to see the person who was saying all these words is a 15-year-old boy. You're a weird one, Raphael, Serena muttered. Knock, knock, knock. Serena and Raphael arrived in front of one of the rooms in the dormitory. Her first 2 knocks at the door gave no response. It was only after the third one sounded that someone pushed the door open. Most dormitory rooms in academies were usually a single rooms, but the place Serena selected for Raphael was a 2-bedroom apartment. The person who opened the door was a teenage boy with very distinctive features. He had gray hair, delicate eyebrows, and smooth skin that would make anyone mistake him for a woman immediately. As he opened the door, he was about to question who was banging the door that hard. When he saw Serena in front of him, he closed his lips right away and soon ran back inside his room. Serena shook her head, before then walking into the room. Well, that goes your weird roommate, she said, staring at the door, which had just been slammed shut. But I can't find any other person to pair you up with apart from him in the academy. Since you are both freaks, Serena said, I will leave you to tidy up. I have to go attend to someone else. Serena, are you one of the instructors in the academy? Raphael couldn't help but ask. He had seen the look of adoration that everyone had on their faces when they saw Serena. Though she was very beautiful, there wasn't any look of lust on their faces, and instead, it was one filled with respect instead. Dumbass, I'm also a student just like you. He. You should address me as senior sister because I'm 2 classes ahead of you. A proud smile could be seen on Serena's face as she spoke. I see, so there isn't an age requirement. Anyone can attend the academy. In most academies, only meta-humans who are between the age of 13 to 18 can be enrolled in the school. The smile which was on Serena's face vanished immediately. How old do you think I am? Gus flapped his wings as if telling Raphael to keep his mouth shut when Serena asked him that question, but Raphael spoke regardless. 23, 24, 25. He soon placed his hand on his chin. If those are wrong, Then you should be in your late 20s or early 30, Raphael said with a voice filled with certainty. Why you? If looks could kill, Raphael would have died over and over again as Serena glared at him. Screw you, I'm not even 20 yet, she said, and without a second look at Raphael, Serena left the room with a deep frown on her face. Raphael's eyes twitched when he saw Serena leave the room. I wonder why she is so angry. It is not like I called her fat or something. A day had passed since Raphael arrived at Villain Academy, and after arranging his room exactly how he liked it, Raphael was getting ready for the first day of school. He was sitting near the bed when he heard his roommate's voice from the living room. Raphael, the academy has delivered your uniform, Devon yelled out. Devon was the teenage boy with delicate eyebrows and skin, and a few minutes after Serena left the room, he walked into Raphael's room. In the moment of arranging the room, the two boys properly introduced themselves and bonded quickly. It was surprising to see the two of them had a lot in common. Devon was also 15 years old, but unlike Raphael, he had been in the academy right from the moment he was born. I'm coming. Raphael placed the book that he was reading on the bed and rushed out of his room. His uniform was already on the table. All that was needed was a couple of signatures, and the person who delivered it could be on his way. And once that was taken care of, Raphael took the uniform on the table. Hurry up, go change, the first class will soon begin, Devon said, staring at Raphael. Raphael nodded his head. He was about to go get changed when he suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. What are you still doing here? I heard Miss Emily is already on her way to class. You know we can't afford to be late for her class. And who are you? The person who had walked inside the room was a dark-haired teenage boy. He had amber eyes with a chiseled face and a sharp jawline. He was putting on the academy uniform and stood 5 foot 10 inches tall, while Raphael and Devon were 5'9". The boy had his eyes fixed on Raphael, and so did he. It was only until Devon's rang out, that the both of them stopped glaring at one another. Meet my new roommate, Raphael. Raphael, this is my friend, Aiden. The only reason you don't want to be late for Miss Emily's class is that you want a seat at the front. Devon shook his head, as he spoke to his best friend. So, I would be able to listen more to her lecture, Aiden exclaimed. His eyes, however, moved to the clothes which Raphael was holding on to. Elite Division? I thought the academy declared that they won't be accepting any more students in the Elite Division. He was brought here by Lady Serena, so I guess he must be the son of one of the directors in the academy, Devon answered. Hold on, Serena was here. Why didn't you call me? Aiden frowned at Devon, who, however, shook his head at him. What are you so angry about? I thought you said you have set your eyes on someone else after Serena rejected your 100 love confession. Aiden's eyes twitched when he heard Devon. He then shook his head, with a pleading look on his face. He will eventually learn about it. The whole campus knows about it, after all, Devon said. Then I guess he would also figure how that you can't talk to beautiful women and those who smell nice. Aiden had a grin on his face when he said those words. Why you? At least I still have a better shot at them than you do. Oh, yeah, how is that possible? They all see you as creepy, but as for me, I'm a hotcake to the ladies. Meanwhile, Raphael stared at the duo who were in the living room, and he couldn't help but scratch his words. The two were going about arguing which of them had the chance of being in a relationship first, but the truth was it was neither of them. I will go change. Without wasting any time more, he went into his room. It only took a few minutes and Raphael was back in the living room. He was now putting on the academy uniform. The white shirt, blue pants, blue tie, and the terrific blue blazer made him look stunning. Raphael was a little surprised to see that Devon and Aiden weren't arguing about who had a better chance with women, and were now playing a video game in the living room. I thought you said we were already late, he said. Yes, let's go. When we are back, I'm going to kick your ass. Devon dropped the gamepad on the table and stood. Raphael was already heading to the door when he was called by Devon. He turned around and was greeted by the sight of a dark spiraling portal in the room. Come on, Raphael, Devon said, walking inside the portal. Raphael raised an eyebrow as he stared at Aiden, who was standing in front of the portal. Aiden's left eye was now characterized by red sclera and irids, with a 4-point pinwheel on his eyeball. Even Gus, who had shut his eyes closed, opened it when he felt a portal in the room. Raphael slowly approached the portal, and before he could even take that one more step, Aiden pushed him inside quickly. "Good day, everyone." In one of the Year 1 classes on campus, a fair-skinned slender woman with brown eyes, and straight brown hair that part above her forehead could be seen standing in front of the classroom. She was putting on a white shirt, a black suit jacket, and a pencil skirt suit. The woman's height was naturally 5'5", but with the high black heel she was putting on she stood at a height of 5'7". "I hope you all had a lovely weekend. We will be continuing from where we stopped during our last class." There were 17 students in the classroom, 9 males and 8 females, and whenever the woman in front of them spoke, a grin would appear on the male student, whereas the female would shake their head in disgust. The slender woman in the class was the famous Miss Emily, a woman with a curvaceous frame, blessed with both breasts and buttocks, but the breasts were huge. Emily was well aware that the male student was staring at her breasts, but after complaining about it over and over again, she just let them be. They much more behaved in her class than the others, and they seemed to grasp what she taught them. Suddenly, a dark portal appeared in the classroom for about 2 seconds, and after that, it disappeared like it was never there in the first place. A deep frown, however, surfaced on Emily's face. "Aiden, how many times do I have to tell you not to appear in my class like that?" Emily raised her voice at the teenager who had just appeared in the classroom. He, I apologize for my mistake. I was walking to school today, and I saw this flower that somehow reminded me of how enchanting you are, so I brought it for you." Aiden brought a red rose out, and was about to hand it over to Emily when her loud voice rang out. "Go to your seat." Aiden vanished and appeared in his seat right away, ignoring the mocking look he was getting from the other classmate. His seat was the 9th seat in the classroom. A few seconds after Aiden's shenanigans, Devon and Raphael walked into the class. "Good morning to you too, Devon, and you must be the new student joining the elite division," Emily said. Devon returned to his mute self once he entered the classroom. Even when Emily spoke to him, he simply nodded his head and went to his seat, which was surprisingly in front of Aiden. "Why don't you introduce yourself to your classmate?" Emily had a lovely smile on her face as she spoke to Raphael. Raphael moved a little closer to Emily. "I'm Raphael Queen, 15. Emily was staring at Raphael, wondering if he would say anything, but after a few seconds passes, and he didn't seem to have any intention, she quickly moved on. "Well, Raphael, I welcome you to the elite division." The class was about to begin when a student voice rang out. But, Miss Emily, the academy said there won't be any more students joining the elite division." There were a lot of students lining up, and the academy rejected all of them. "How come they accepted him?" The person who spoke was a dark-haired boy. He was also wearing the academy uniform, but unlike the rest, he decided to include a red headband to his. "If you have any problem, you can head to the student council room and report this, Jackson, but I'm certain that the academy wouldn't have brought him to the class if there wasn't anything extraordinary about him," Emily said with a smile on her face, though even she was quite shocked when she received the message that a new student would be joining her classroom because the academy had turned down multiple candidates the past week for the elite division. So, how could they now possibly go back on their words and accept someone into the elite division? That would surely cause an uproar among the students who were rejected into the elite division and assigned to another division. Jackson stood from his seat. "This is absurd, Miss Emily. Each one of us in this class fought our way to get to this place. We earned it. Don't you think it ridiculous that someone appears out of nowhere, and he's allowed to enter the elite division right away, whereas we had to go through life-threatening tests? The academy boasts of being different, but I'm beginning to think that this place is just like those other hypocrite organizations where anyone can buy their way into," Jackson exclaimed. The class was in complete silence after Jackson's voice rang out. They, however, had their eyes staring at Emily, wondering what she was going to do about it. Suddenly, a frown appeared on Emily's face. "You seem to have something in mind, Jackson. What do you suggest?" she inquired. "A battle with me," Jackson replied. "If he can defeat me, then I say he does have some potential, but if not, I want him to pack his bags and get the hell out of this place." Emily turned towards Raphael, who had a neutral expression on his face the whole time. "Do you have any problem with what Jackson has said?" she said, and receiving a head shake from Raphael, she clapped her hand. "Then it's settled. After the break, we would head to the stage," as Emily declared. A smile could be seen on the other students' faces, though they had said nothing. The truth was each one of them was really curious about why the academy accepted someone into the division, while they rejected the others. With Raphael going over to the empty chair in the classroom, Emily began her lecture. Emily was the strategist teacher for the elite division, and her classes were based on battle strategy, war strategy, life strategy, etc. Whatever it was that had to do with planning, then Emily was the mastermind. Every time Emily explained the field of strategy making to the students, she would pause and ask the students a question, especially the male who had eyes fixed on her breasts. If they were to get the answer, she would let them be. But if the answer ends up being wrong, it was a points deduction. However, Emily's teaching was so terrific that when she asked a question, the male students were always eager to answer. Time passed very quickly, and when the bell rang on the campus, Emily walked out of the classroom with a smile on her face. "Damn, Miss Emily, class is always so fun. I can't wait for the next class." Once Emily's class ended, some male students gathered around and began to discuss among themselves. Their attitude towards Raphael was as though he weren't part of them yet. Meanwhile, Devon and Aidan approached Raphael, who was staring at the window. "Raphael, are you sure about this? If you don't want to fight with that sucker, you can just say the word. I would have him bedridden right this instant," Aidan said. Raphael, however, shook his head. "It's fine. I'm looking forward to the battle." "You're joking, right? There are 7 divisions in the academy, but among the 7, the elite division is the strongest. The students in this division are all outstanding, that even the assassin and murderers division don't dare mess with us." It was Devon's voice that rang out, and when Raphael heard Devon, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "I thought you can't speak when women are around." "Oh number. If they are part of a crowd, then he can." Raphael was about to speak when a middle-aged man walked into the classroom. The man was putting on a fitted black suit, and the instant he stepped into the class, he began his lecture right away. The students all had stern expressions on their faces when they saw the man, and without any delay, they sat in their seats. The class continued for a while, and when the bell rang, the man placed the marker on the desk and walked out of the class. Throughout the whole class, the students didn't say a word except what they were told to, and when the man left, everyone heaved a deep breath. Finally, "It's break, come on, let's go." "This is really amazing," Raphael exclaimed as he stared at the wristwatch in his hand. The ability to discern one's overall ability from merely being put on, and even health and growth status. "This is incredible. I need to see whoever invented this watch. I have a couple of questions I would like to ask them." There was a different kind of glow on Raphael's face when he spoke about the watch that it made Devon and Aidan stare at him as though he was some weirdo. "Better luck with that. The person who created the M-Watch is probably dead by now. It's been a long time after all," Aidan said. "Yes, Raphael, there's no way the person who invented it would still be alive. The academy was only able to get the watch imprint the person made, and that's why they can create it." After leaving the class, the trio went to the school cafeteria. It was there that Raphael was handed his watch, and ever since then he kept on staring at it like it was the most incredible thing he had ever set his eyes on. Raphael was so mesmerized by the M-Watch, that he seemed to have forgotten that he had an interspatial ring on his finger. "But, if you are really that interested in the M-Watch, then you should head to the Academy Tech Lab." It was Devon, Raphael's roommate, that spoke. A bright smile appeared on Raphael's face the instant he heard Devon, and without any delay, he stood from his seat. He was about to begin walking out of the cafeteria, when Aiden's loud voice rang out, "Why you, the tech lab only opens during the weekend." Oh, Raphael's mouth opened slightly. He couldn't help but appear disappointed. He, however, sat back on the seat and continued to stare at the M-Watch. "Damn, it's no wonder why you were so confident. You're edging close to B rank. There's no way Jackson would be able to defeat you," Aiden said as he stared at the number which was shown on the watch in Raphael's hand. When Devon heard Aiden, his eyes couldn't help but twitch. He then leaned, and seeing the number on the watch, he gulped. 25,450. He mumbled the number out. Raphael was about to stare at the number on Devon's watch when he quickly double-tapped the watch screen. "Ha ha ha ha, what is there to be embarrassed about? Devon is an E-rank meta-human, while I'm a B-rank," Aiden said with a smile on his face. "As for Jackson, he is a C-rank." The tropics soon changed among the trio, and they all began to discuss their lives. Raphael didn't have much to say apart from the city he came from, and his mother, and even though he didn't say it out loud, Aiden and Devon could sense his love for gadgets. As it turns out, unlike Devon who had spent his entire life in the academy, Aiden had only just arrived in the academy 3 years ago, and the two of them had hit it off after an oddly first encounter. Aiden was a genius among meta-humans, having the ability to manipulate both space and time. The academy brought him the moment they saw him, and Devon was even more terrific. His enhanced intelligence was so incredible that it made up for his other flaws. Both of them had a strong love for video games and reading comics book that it made Raphael want to experience what is it that they really enjoyed about those two activities. When asked about family, Aiden refused to say anything and they decided not to dwell on the topic, and it was obvious that Aiden didn't want to talk about it, so the topic was changed quickly. "What about Gus? How did you guys meet?" It was Devon that asked the question. Raphael stared at the owl who was on his shoulder, and a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. "When I was 3, I had just finished my first book on material science when I stepped out of my house and saw him standing in front of my porch. He was so little back then." The expression which was on Raphael's face as he told the story of how he met Gus was simply priceless. Meanwhile, Devon and Aiden couldn't help but stare at one another when they heard Raphael. "Was there a time when he wasn't little?" Aiden jested. "What are you all laughing about?" Exclamation mark. The trio's conversation was put on pause, as they were surrounded by a group of people. They were all wearing the school uniform, implying that they were students of the academy, but the smirk which was on their faces suggested that they were here to cause trouble. It was a teenager with orange spiky hair that spoke, and when Aiden stared at him, he stood from his seat, and walked in front of the teenager. "How is it any of your concern?" Aiden said in a spiteful voice. The instant the 5 students surrounded Raphael's table, everyone in the cafeteria had eyes fixed on them. In the academy, words spread so fast, and without Raphael even realizing it, a lot of people on the campus knew him already, and when they all saw those students walk into the cafeteria, they knew a battle was about to go down. "Aiden, are you sure you want to mess with me after what happened last time?" the spiky-haired teenager said with a mocking expression on his face. "Of course, I would. Then maybe this time round I would shred those arms of yours completely." Aiden took a step closer till he was standing very close to the teenager. The atmosphere in the cafeteria became tense as everyone stopped whatever it is they were doing and were all staring at the fight which was about to unfold with great interest present in their eyes. Whenever a battle was to occur in the academy, it was bound to be bloody because apart from the rules which forbid students from leaving the campus or making contact with any outsiders including family members, there were no other rules in the academy. Human slaughter and any other activities were well allowed in this place. "In due time I will have your blood covered in my hand, Aiden, but today is not the day. I am here for him instead." The teenager's eyes moved away from Aiden and he stared at Raphael who was still sitting on the chair. Aiden, however, shook his head when he heard the teenager. "That's the problem, Richard. He is with me," Aiden declared without even a glimpse of fear or panic in his eyes. Richard was the teenager with orange spiky hair. He clenched his hand into a tight fist and was about to speak when a voice suddenly rang out in the cafeteria. Oh really, it was merely the voice that Aiden heard, and he took a step back. A deep frown appeared on his face sooner after. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Aiden. It seems to me like you have forgotten who runs this place, Aiden. Aiden's body shook when he felt a hand touching his shoulder. The figure who had just appeared was also putting on a school uniform like the rest of the students in the cafeteria. His hair was spiky just like Richard's, and apart from his height which was 6,1, he had a similar appearance to Richard's. This student who had come into the cafeteria was, in fact, Richard's elder brother. Raphael, who hadn't taken Richard and the others seriously, stood from his seat when he saw the student who had just appeared. His acute sense made me perceive a threat coming from this person that had just arrived. Devon, now, as Aiden's loud voice rang out, Devon, who was standing close to Raphael, held him and rushed into the dark portal which had just been created in the cafeteria. This clearly didn't seem to be the first time that both Aiden and Devon would be encountering this sort of situation, and with much luck on their end, the three of them were able to enter the portal. However, before the portal could close, a hand from the cafeteria suddenly stretched inside it. He, not so fast. It was Richard's elder brother, Adrian, that made a move. A purple mist wrapped itself around Adrian's left hand which went into the portal, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. It was barely up to a minute when a loud scream rang out from inside the portal, and soon after, 3 teenagers were thrown out of the portal. It was Raphael, Devon, and Aiden. They stood from the ground, and glared at Adrian. "Do you want to die?" Exclamation mark. The voice of Raphael, who had remained quiet the entire time, suddenly sounded. His words caused Devon and Aiden, who was standing beside him, to stare at him with panic written all over their face. "SHHH, we are the ones who are going to die this way. Adrian is a year 2 student, he's far stronger than you can imagine," Devon mumbled. Aiden's eyes twitched when he heard Raphael. If it was Richard, then he had no problem facing him, but it was his elder brother. Call him a coward if you want, but he would choose to flee rather than face this daredevil. But now that Raphael had said those words, that it was impossible to do now, Adrian took a step, and appeared in front of Raphael. "What did you say?" He spoke in a voice that seemed to have come from the depth of purgatory. Everyone in the cafeteria felt a pressure placed on them when Adrian's voice rang out. "Do you want to die?" Raphael took a step closer to Adrian as he uttered those words. Despite learning that Adrian was a year 2 student, there wasn't even a bit of concern on his face, as he stood in front of him. "This is my first time seeing a year 1 student standing against a year 2 student in the academy. I don't know if I should find your action courageous or foolish. I don't like being intimidated. If a fight is what you seek, I'm more than willing to give you the beating of your life. If not, get the fuck out of my front," Raphael said. Whether it was Devon, Aiden, or the rest of the people in the cafeteria, everyone had their mouths wide open when they heard what Raphael had just said. Though they were not aware of his power rank, it was with the certainty that he was no match for Adrian. "I'm going to kill you." Raphael took a battle stance as Adrian's eyes shimmered with killing intent, and when Adrian struck a fist at him, he replied it with a punch of his own. But before both fists could collide with one another, something strange occurred. Raphael and Adrian were back a few seconds before they both sent a punch at one another. A dazed look appeared on Raphael's face. He was about to turn towards Devon, when a loud hand clap suddenly sounded in the cafeteria. "It's no wonder why Serena never stopped praising you. You do have some balls after all." A white-haired youth with Achilles' gold hair appeared before Raphael, staring at the youth who was wearing the academy uniform, but without the blue blazer. The word imperfect didn't seem to exist to him. The females in the cafeteria were blushing when this youth appeared. Their faces turned, and they soon began to show their redeeming qualities. However, when Adrian saw the youth, he gasped. "What are you doing here?" he said in a trembling tone. "I should be the one asking you that, because it seems to me like the murderer division wants to start a war with my elite division." In the academy, there were 7 different divisions between both the students and teachers. The elite division, Murderers Division, Assassins Division, Bandits Division, Research and Support Division, Tech Division, and lastly the Norms Division. It was these 7 divisions that made up the Villain Academy. When Adrian heard the youth, his eyes twitched and beads of sweat could soon be seen on his forehead. "No, no, no, I dare not," he couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the look on his face. His words, however, didn't seem to have any effect on this person who was in front of him, as he had a sneer on his face. "Then what do you think meddling in the Elite Division affairs is? Even though we have remained quiet all this while and allowed you suckers from the Murderer Division to act as you wish in the Academy, I do hope that you haven't forgotten which division calls the shot around here," he said. Whether it was the youth's stance or the air which he had around him, everyone in the cafeteria stared at him with the utmost respect in their eyes. Even Richard, who had once been full of pride, was now trembling in fear. This had to be the biggest mistake of his life, as if he hadn't approached Raphael, then he wouldn't have to cross paths with one of the top students in the year too. Adrian stammered uncontrollably. "Come on, Brian, let the kids have some fun." This was really going to be a showdown, as another figure walked into the cafeteria, and this was someone who brought an expression of panic to everyone's faces when the figure stepped in. Brian was the Achilles' gold-haired youth, and when even he saw that figure, his eyebrows furrowed. "So, I was right, the Murderers Division is looking for a war. It is about time that the divisions in the Academy became 6. He. The person who had just walked into the cafeteria was also putting on the Academy uniform, but his however were dyed in blood. His hands were also covered in blood, and every step he took left a trail of blood behind him. "I have had that same thought a long time ago. The Academy would be able to reach its full potential once we get rid of that shitty division of yours." With his blood-stained hand placed on his chin, he spoke. Aiden, who was standing a few meters from Brian, suddenly clenched his hand into a tight fist and launched himself at Brian. "Why you?" He was, however, greeted by a wave of the hand that put him back into the position he once was. "Really?" Brian raised an eyebrow as he spoke to the student who was dyed in blood. "Just as I expected, you have become even stronger and your ability to rewind time temporality has also increased." A sneer could be seen on his face as he said those words. "I guess that makes the 2 of us. You have also made huge progress in blood manipulation. If not, I would have killed you the moment you chose to walk into this cafeteria," Brian said. Among the 7 divisions in the Academy, there existed a generation of conflicts between the Elite Division and the Murderer Division. No one could vividly recall how the conflict started, but once it began, there was no way to put an end to it, and it soon became a dispute which was passed on through generations. Brian and the other student who was standing in front of him with his uniform dyed in blood was also a year 2 in the Academy, but unlike Brian, who belonged to the Elite Division, Hector was a student of the Murderer Division. Both of them were among the strongest students in their respective divisions, and their hatred toward one another was endless. Earlier, Hector had used his blood manipulation powers to control Aiden, by manipulating the blood in both his veins and brains, and he had him sneak an attack at Brian. But when dealing with someone like Hector, if there was one thing that Brian was, then it was to be prepared for anything. With his ability to rewind time, all he had to do was make a gesture, and he could rewind everything back. Hector suddenly broke into a demonic smile. "You know, it is really unreasonable that the Academy accepted a student to the Elite Division after publicly rejecting others and even stating that they won't be receiving any more students to the division. What were the Elite Division offered that made them go back on their words?" "Hector, if you have any problem with the decision of the Academy, then you should have gone over to them and complained," Brian said. "I knew you would say that, but you see, once the students heard that the Elite Division welcomed in a new student, they rushed to the Student Council right away. They were informed that they could bring justice to the unfairness which the Academy brought to them." Once the Student Council was brought into the conversation, Brian's eyes twitched, and he couldn't help but clench his hand into a fist. While the teachers, instructors, and directors of the Academy didn't interfere in most of the school affairs, they assigned a group of people who represented them, and this group was the student councilors. We are both aware of how many students wanted to be in that shitty division of yours, but instead, they were all rejected. Now what the student wants to know is why he was accepted, and why they were all rejected. The frown which was on Brian's face got deeper and deeper when he continued to listen to Hector. He had been with Hector for quite some time, and he knew that once Hector behaved like this, he already had something malicious planned. The elite division has always deemed itself as the strongest division in the academy, then why not show us what it takes to be a student in the elite division? We all want to see what is so extraordinary about this boy that the academy went against their word and brought him. With that said, Hector placed his bloody hand on Adrian, who was close to him. A 20-minute fight with this loser over here, if he can last that long, then he isn't so bad after all. Brian shook his head. The elite division doesn't need to prove anything to you all. You all were mediocre. There's no way any of you could have joined the division, so move on. He couldn't help but raised his voice. His words, however, brought a mocking expression to appear on Hector's face. Sigh, who knew the elite division could be this petty? I'm certain that the murderer division would have never done something like this. Devon, who was standing close to Brian, rolled his eyes when he heard Hector. Of course, you would. The only thing that excites you all is the scent of blood, he mumbled. Meanwhile, Brian had a not-so-friendly smile on his face. He knew what Hector was plotting, and judging from the disappointed look which the people in the cafeteria had, it was really working out for him. I will fight with him. When that voice rang out, Aiden and Devon stared at one another, seemingly startled at what they had just heard. They then stared at Raphael, who had taken a step forward, and their mouth opened slightly. It wasn't only Aiden and Devon who were shocked. Whether it was Richard or even Adrian himself, the two brothers were left dumbfounded. But Adrian soon had a smile on their faces. In a few minutes, he would have the blood of an elite division student on his hand. Are you sure about this? You really don't have to, Raphael. Yes, this madness won't end if I don't. Besides, I was going to deal with him sooner or later. I can as well take care of him now. Raphael cracked his knuckles as he spoke. Hector was a little baffled when he saw how Raphael reacted, but after seeing the number which was on Raphael's watch, he began to wonder what bolts got loose in his head. Then it's settled. Ladies and gentlemen, let's head to the arena. With a smile on his face, Hector walked out of the cafeteria. In each of the buildings on campus, there was always an arena very close by, and when everyone got out of the cafeteria, they headed right there. It was lunchtime, so most of the students in the academy were roaming about the campus, and when they saw people coming out of the cafeteria and heading toward the arena, their curiosity made them approach the arena. Have you heard the news? There's a new student in the Year 1 Elite Division. Why would the division do something like that after stating that they won't be accepting any more students in the academy? That him over there, why envy someone who is going to die very soon? There's no way he can defeat Adrian, who is a Year 2 student. The students in the surroundings began to discuss among themselves, and from their conversation, everyone seemed to have concluded that Raphael was going to die. They were only here to watch how inhumane Adrian would choose to end his life. Meanwhile, after giving both Devon and Aiden a reassuring smile, Raphael climbed onto the stage. You know what to do, kill him, Hector muttered as he pushed Adrian to the arena. He then walked over to Brian, who was standing a few meters from him. I'm not even done yet, and you already have that look on your face. Wait until they arrive. Hector had just uttered those words when about 4 students rushed in. The instant the 4 of them appeared, they quickly surrounded the arena and brought a metallic sphere out. The sphere began to rotate, and after a few seconds, the magic happened. What the hell? Aiden exclaimed when he saw what had just transpired. The battle arena in which Raphael and Adrian were standing on was suddenly enveloped in a barrier, and from the look of things, except if the people who had created the barrier were to cancel it, there was no way anyone could go in or out of the arena. Brian glared at Hector, who had a sadistic grin on his face. What is the meaning of this? He said in a voice that was filled with rage. I'm just taking precautions to prevent you from using your rewind powers. Hector took satisfaction in Brian's state. Now, let the battle begin. There are no rules and regulations in this battle, everything goes. You can as well as kill each other in there. I should also inform you that the barrier can withstand any attack whatsoever, so the both of you shouldn't hold anything back," Hector said with a smile on his face. Adrian had a demonic smile on his face as he stared at Raphael. He, "I'm going to destroy you," he exclaimed, and the moment he heard a start he launched himself at Raphael. With his hand already clenched into fists, Adrian sent out a full-force punch at Raphael's face the instant he got to him. Raphael took several steps backward once he felt the punch that had just been thrown at him. Considering the strength gap between the both of them, it would quite a foolish thing if he were to respond to that fist with one of his own. He moved back and eluded Adrian's punch. Right about when he dodged that punch, Adrian struck another one at him, but the situation was just like the first one, as Raphael swiftly moved away. While Raphael couldn't match up with Adrian in terms of strength, his terrific reflexes made it so that despite how powerful Adrian was, he wasn't able to land a punch on his body. However, the situation changed very quickly, as Adrian's excited voice rang out, "Got you." Adrian might be hot-headed, but he was observant, and after every punch of his being eluded, he began to discern Raphael's movement. He continued to feed himself the knowledge, and when the right chance, as well as opening, Adrian immediately made a move. By executing a fake right kick, Raphael moved his body to the left, only for him to see Adrian appear beside him. The pace at which Adrian took increased the chances of his punching landing on Raphael's face successfully this time around, and a few seconds for that to happen, the mocking voice of Raphael suddenly sounded. "Oh really?" Adrian saw the smirk which had just appeared on Raphael's face, and before he even realized what was going on, his fist bypassed Raphael, who lowered his upper body. Then with his left leg raised slightly, he sent a fierce kick at Adrian's smug face with his right foot. Oh, my God! The people around the arena were appalled when they saw Adrian stagger several steps backward after Raphael's kick. If it wasn't because he quickly covered his face with his right hand, he would have even moved a couple more steps backward. Everyone, including Hector, was still stunned by how the situation had changed when a loud explosion blast suddenly rang out. Boom! The instant Raphael landed on both feet, he didn't even wait for Adrian to stabilize himself. He brought a small cylindrical weapon out of his ring, and threw it at him. It was just as Hector had said, the barrier was able to withstand any attack. The arena shook violently, but the barrier had contained the damage so well that the explosion didn't affect those outside. Damn, he has let the Academy know our secret. We have been keeping a low profile, so you all wouldn't feel intimidated. Sigh. Now, the good days are over. Aiden spoke in a decisive voice. His words made the students who were around him stare at him with perplexed expressions on their faces. The female student was already staring at him with adoration in their eyes. Who didn't want to have a powerful partner, especially when it was in a place where even the vilest and evil deeds were permitted? As for Devon, he rolled his eyes when he heard Aiden. Intimidated my ass, Devon mumbled. He, however, couldn't deny that he didn't like the way everyone was staring at him and Aiden. I will kill you. Once the smoke on the arena cleared, a furious voice rang out, and a second after a figure was revealed. It was Adrian, but his appearance took a huge change, whether it was his face which had now turned black or his uniform which was torn apart. He had come unrecognizable. If it wasn't because they had seen him go to the arena, then they would have assumed that it was someone else. Raphael suddenly broke into a smile. I threw just one toy, and you want to kill me? What will you do when I do this then? As Raphael spoke, a small sack appeared in his hand. Adrian's eyes twitched when he saw the sack that had just appeared. Why you? His body shook, and a look of dismay appeared on him when Raphael brought out of a similar cylindrical weapon that he threw at him earlier. Boom, boom, boom. The loud explosion sound soon reverberated the surrounding, as once Raphael took out the weapon from the sack, he launched it at Adrian, and a few seconds after, he brought another one out, also throwing it at him. The cycle continued until there was nothing more left in the sack. Throughout the entire moment, A smile hung on Raphael's face as he threw the weapon. What the hell? He has to be the devil incarnate. Among the student who was around the arena, one of them said with a stunned expression on his face, "Jackson, are you still going to face him when this is over?" The fight between Raphael and Adrian had spread around the Year 1 and Year 2, and when the Year 1 Elite Division heard of it, they rushed to the arena right away. Jackson raised an eyebrow when he heard his classmate teasing, "There won't be a need for that anymore, he is good," Jackson said. He was then met by the laughter of the Elite Division students. The fact that Raphael was dominating a battle with a Year 2 student showed just how capable he was. Meanwhile, Hector's hands were clenched into a tight fist, and a deep frown could be seen on his face. "I bet you didn't see any of this coming. You see, this is the reason." The elite Brian suddenly paused when the surrounding became enveloped in a cold aura. "I admit, I underestimated that student of yours, but you shouldn't forget the family which Adrian is from." Hector had just spoken when dark particles filled the arena, and Adrian appeared in front of everyone. The last time they saw him, he was being bombarded with explosions, but now Adrian's body was wrapped around by an unusual particle. The dark particle seemed to have become a part of his body, as they moved about him, but the only area of his body that they didn't advance to was his face. Along the dark particle that had just emerged was also an intense killing intent brimming out of Adrian's eyes as he glared at Raphael. "You will wish you were never born," he uttered in a cold voice. Everyone around the arena had become quiet, as they watched Adrian's transformation unfold, and when he dashed towards Raphael, they were startled by every one of his movements. "We are dead," Aiden muttered. Raphael was having to face multiple attacks not only from Adrian himself but also from the dark particles around him. The particles stretched themselves like a web and began to attack him from different directions. Raphael was in a very difficult position, as he had to run around the arena, dodging both the dark particle attacks and Adrian, who was also coming at him. It was already problematic enough, and when about 5 different more webs materialized from Adrian, Raphael suffered an attack from one of them. Ugh! He bit his lips, as the particles penetrated into his right shoulder. The others were now approaching Raphael at a quicker pace, as the hit he suffered immobilized him for a few seconds, and that was the moment they needed to deliver an even more fatal attack. However, before they got to Raphael, a figure had appeared in front of him. It was Adrian, with his hand wrapped around with that dark particles, that he struck a punch at Raphael's face. Adrian's punch didn't stop at just one. After delivering the first one, he began sending out more, and even involved both of his hands. Pfffftttt. Raphael spat out a mouthful amount of blood, as his body was bombarded with different attacks. Bang! As Adrian leapt, he struck a kick that had Raphael staggering several steps backward. Ugh! Raphael blurted as Adrian sent him towards the particles. They pierced right through his body, and it was only because Raphael was able to adjust his body that one of them didn't puncture through his heart. Brian's mouth opened slightly, as the table had switched sides, and with the barrier in place, there was no way he could pull Raphael out of this mess. All he could do was hope Raphael could survive the remaining 7 minutes. "Devon, I thought you said he had a high chance of coming out of this alive." "There are still 7 more minutes, and look what's happening," Aiden mumbled as he stared at Raphael, who was bleeding all over. Devon's eyebrows furrowed. "My calculation was wrong. I didn't expect Adrian to have gotten better at controlling his powers," he muttered. Just like his father and brothers, Adrian possessed the power to manipulate dark powers. He could create, shape, and manipulate darkness and shadows. He was from a household where darkness was a friend, an ally. As Devon and Aiden stared at Raphael, who found it difficult to stand properly, fear and panic swept over them. Even Brian was worried, as if anything were to happen to Raphael, he would have to answer to Serena. The only person who was familiar with Raphael, and wasn't concerned about him, was Gus. Gus stood on top of Devon's head, with its eyes shut closed. "If you think you can survive the remaining 7 minutes, then you're terribly wrong, because I will shred you into pieces before then." There was no remorse or pity in Adrian's eyes as he stared at Raphael, whose clothes were covered in his blood. He pointed his index finger at Raphael and a beam of darkness materialized. Adrian was about to release the beam of darkness which he had just formed when he suddenly heard a roar of laughter coming from the person who was in front of him. Ha 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 ha. Raphael broke into a demonic smile. "You're right, there's no way you're going to get out of this place alive," Raphael uttered, then removed the gloves which he had on. The instant the gloves come off his hand, it was as though Raphael was a different person. The aura which was brimming out of his body was entirely different, and his eyes shimmered with killing intent. Boom! Adrian didn't wait for Raphael to move before he released the dark beam. The loud sound of the blast rang out in the surrounding, and the area in which the beam struck was distorted. The beam was very powerful, and there was no doubt if it were to come in contact with Raphael, what would be left of him would be pieces of his bone. How come? Adrian had been waiting to see the sight of Raphael's scattered bones, but instead, he was surprised to find no one or even bones in the area. With the injuries which Raphael had suffered, Adrian found it impossible that Raphael was about to move away from the attack, but he did. Adrian then gathered dark particles around him because he knew that Raphael could appear out of nowhere. However, he was surprised to find Raphael in front of him. Die. A second after and Raphael struck a fist at him. With the disparity in strength between the two of them, there was no way Adrian would choose to evade this punch, and he immediately sent out a punch of his own. Adrian was a B-rank meta-human, with an overall of 35,855 whereas Raphael was a C-rank. Apart from his reflexes being far better than Adrian, and his speed close to his, there was no other aspect which Raphael could match up to Adrian. It was predestined that once Adrian's fist came in contact with Raphael, Raphael would have his whole arms crushed from the impact, but just when the first was to collide, Raphael loosens his grip and held Adrian's hands. The ground shook violently, and Raphael felt his whole body quiver when he decided to hold that punch. He would have been swept away by the impact, but he steadied himself and stood in position. If Raphael had struck a fist of his own, then the collision would have only destroyed his arm, but by grabbing it, he allowed his body to deal with the damage. "Fool!" It was Adrian's voice that rang out. As Raphael vomited another blood from his head, he lowered his head, but when he raised it, a sinister smile could be seen on his face. "You have lost," Raphael declared, then tightened his grip on Adrian's hand. Adrian's eyebrows furrowed when he heard Raphael. His eyes soon twitched, and his body trembled when he saw his right hand begin to rot. One finger crumbled first, and before he even knew what was happening, he had lost his 5 fingers. Once the fingers were gone, the decaying process of his hand advanced and his right palm was no more. "Why you?" Before Adrian could even get the rest of the words out of his mouth, Raphael slammed his palm on his right chest. Adrian staggered backward. His eyes widened right away as he could feel the same thing that happened to his right hand begin to occur all over. The bones and cells in his right chest began to rot rapidly. "Help me." With much difficulty, he turned toward the people outside and mumbled out those words. A few seconds after he had spoken, Raphael clenched his right hand into a fist, and struck an uppercut at Adrian. Ugh! With blood splattering all over the arena, the uppercut raised Adrian in the air, and right when he was going to hit the ground, Raphael delivered a fierce kick that sent him flying. Raphael then wiped the blood which was oozing out of his mouth, as he had overexerted himself to pull those off. He took steady steps, till he got to Adrian, who was on the ground, despite the severe state in which he was, and his breathing coming erratically. Raphael wanted to finish the job. However, as he raised his foot wanting to smash it on Adrian's face, he felt a stab in the neck. Raphael stretched his hand towards his neck, and as he took out the needle that had just stabbed him, a frown appeared on his face. He soon began to feel dizzy, and a second later he fell to the ground. "I think he's awake." In one of the rooms in the male dormitory, 4 students stood with fear written all over their faces as they stared at the person who was laying on a bed. The students who were in the room were Devon, Aiden, Brian, and Serena. Serena didn't hear about the fight between Raphael and Adrian, but when she was informed, she rushed instantly towards the arena immediately. However, When she got there, the battle was already over, and those who were watching were already leaving. She asked around and got to know that the new student was carried out of here by one of his friends. The description she got was Aiden and Devon, and without any delay, she hurried to their dormitory right away. It had been 4 hours since she got to his room, and yet Raphael hadn't woken up. They had even called one of the support division teachers to come to check him, and even after rearranging his bones and treating his other injuries, Raphael still didn't wake. It was speculated that he was going to be awake after 2 hours, but that didn't seem to be the case. It was only until 4 hours passed by did Raphael twitch. Raphael, slowly, Raphael's eyelids started to lift open and his vision started to return. When he opened his eyes completely, he was greeted by the sight of the 4 students around him. Seeing that he recognized the 4 of them, he heaved a deep breath. Raphael was about to lift himself from the bed, when a soft hand suddenly held him, gently. It was Serena. With Serena's help, he was able to seat properly on the bed. He stared at Gus, who was standing on its perch, and a light smile couldn't help but appear on his face. Sigh, I didn't get to kill him, Raphael muttered. He then stared at the students who were in the room. I really appreciate your help, and if there's anything you ever need, I'm willing to repay the favor. Ha 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 ha, we didn't do much, you don't have to worry about repaying us back, Brian said with a face full of smiles. He was, however, surprised to see Serena shaking her head at him. Meanwhile, Devon nodded his head when he heard Raphael, because if Serena was here, he wasn't able to speak, and as for Aiden, he stood with his head raised high and hands placed behind his back. It's fine, Raphael, I don't think of much of those Year 2 students. They are simply insects who can be destroyed anytime. Aiden had been looking to show off a little since Serena was present, but all he instead got was an expression of mockery from her. Lady Seer, he was about to speak when Devon quickly pinched him on the thigh. Oh! Serena raised an eyebrow when she saw the 2 of them acting all weird. Does your head hurt? Serena asked as Raphael began touching his head. Number, he said. Are you sure? The concern in Serena's voice was evident when she spoke, and even the way she stared at him displayed how worried she was about him. And responding to her, Raphael nodded his head. I'm fine, thank you, Serena. Brian's voice rang out. I will be taking my leave now. Raphael, do take care of yourself. Goodbye, he said, and without wasting any time, he walked out of the room. The instant Brian walked out of the room, he heaved a deep breath. He had always assumed he and Serena were close, but when he saw how she acted when she saw Raphael laying on the bed, he realized that their level of closeness was on a different level. The way Serena had even yelled at him, the moment she walked into the room, frightened him a lot because he didn't see it coming. After Brian left the room, the atmosphere became a little tense for Devon and Aiden as Serena glared at them. She didn't say the word directly, but Devon could tell that she wanted him and Aiden to leave the room. It was only surprising that Aiden didn't seem to figure it out, and instead, he kept on gloating about stunts that he had pulled off. Do you know, I once had a conversation with Ultraman. Damn, that dude, he is something else. Devon had already left the room when he couldn't drag Aiden out with him. Leave the room, there's something I need to discuss with Raphael. And when Serena was unable to bear it anymore, she raised her voice at him. Aiden was stunned at first. He was about to speak when he saw that bone-chilling smile that she had on her face. I leave you, kids, to have fun. And Raphael, when this is over, I would like to hear how this happened. With that said, he walked out of the room. What were you thinking? Did you consider what would have happened if you had died instead? What about your mother? Did you think about her? A few seconds after Aiden left, Serena's loud voice rang out. Raphael's eyebrows furrowed when he heard Serena. Surprisingly, he didn't say a word and simply continued to listen to Serena as she yelled at him. I didn't bring you here to fight with someone, or prove yourself to any damn person. If I had known all this would have happened, then I would have assigned you to the tech division instead. Ring. The yelling was, however, put on hold, as a phone suddenly rang in the room. Raphael picked up the phone which was on the desk. Hello Mum, he said. Serena shook her head. What are the odds? She muttered. She had just been talking to him about his mother, and the next moment Yvonne actually called. 5:20, Raphael muttered when he heard Serena. He and his mother had spoken this morning. He told her that he would be going to class, and would be returning in the evening, so he had assumed that she would call him around this time. "No, Mum, I haven't made any female friends, it's just Serena," Raphael said. He shrugged his shoulder when he saw the dazed expression Serena had on her face. "Serena, she wants to talk to you." Raphael handed the phone over to Serena when his mother asked of her, "I'm fine, Yvonne, I hope you're also doing well?" With a smile on her face, Serena spoke to Raphael's mother. "Yes, we attend the same academy. It's a very decent one, you don't have to worry about it, I will take good care of him," she said. A few more seconds and Serena passed the phone to Raphael. "Goodbye, Mom, love you too." "What?" Raphael exclaimed, seeing how Serena was staring at him with a smile on her face. "Is something on my face?" He then began to touch his face, but when he saw Serena shaking her head at him, he stopped. "It's just Yvonne is a really good woman, I envy you for having someone like her. My mother doesn't even want to have anything to do with me." For someone who was expressing herself this way, it was surprising that Serena could still have a smile hanging on her face. "Dumbo, don't stare at me that way, I would start to think you're already falling for my charm," she said. "No, no, 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 no." Raphael didn't even think twice about it, and he quickly addressed her. "Shhh, I knew you would do this." Serena brought out one of the books in the drawer and then sat on the bed. "If you don't want me to sit on you, then move to the other side." Without any delay, Raphael moved, and Serena sat on the bed. "Go, cook something, I'm hungry." As she spoke, she rested her back on the bed, tucked herself in the duvet, and then began to read the book in her hand. Raphael stared at Serena with a sneer on his face. If possible, he would have flung her away, but he couldn't, so he could only glare at her. She had been acting all caring the whole time, and now look at how quickly her attitude changed. Her action had him wondering if it were her who had just fought that battle. Raphael grumbled, but he stood from the bed. He was about to open the room door, when he heard Serena, "And make it spicy. You know how much I love spicy food," she said. "Why you? Come on, please, I haven't eaten yet." Raphael shook his head as he walked out of the room. It had been 8 hours since Raphael woke after that battle between him and Adrian. After Brian left the room, a couple of hours later and Aidan left as well, he had been waiting for Serena to leave the room, so he could barge into Raphael's place and ask him how he knew Serena so well, but even after 4 hours went by, Serena didn't leave his room. Aidan was considering staying over till Serena walked out of the room, but he was chased outside by Devon once it was midnight. "Ugh, this is really upsetting. Isn't she supposed to go to her dormitory? Why does she have to stay here and inconvenience me?" Raphael grumbled as he stared at Serena, who was sleeping on his bed with a smile on her face. There was no way he was going to be sleeping on the same bed with her, so he had to move to another side of the room. Raphael had set up his room similar to how his room was at home. There were 2 sides, one where his bed, bookshelves, wardrobe, and Gus's perch were, and the other was his working area, where all his gadgets and instruments were placed. The food is really delicious." As he stared at Serena, who was now sleep-talking, a sneer couldn't help but appear on Raphael's face. "That's the mistake I made. I should have made it salty, then maybe you wouldn't have decided to sleep here," Raphael exclaimed. He then sat in front of his construction table, with a book and pen in his hand, the power to transform into a physical body made of metal. Raphael put down the first words in the book with a stern look on his face. "It's kind of awesome, don't you think? It would grant you good defense and a good offense," he said. Raphael was speaking to Gus. Calls a few seconds after he sat on the chair. Gus came to the table right away. "Well, it has flaws all over it. Since the possessor transformed himself into a solid piece of metal with everything that comes with it, his speed is going to be below average. Also, he has a high vulnerability to electricity." Gus shook his head when he heard Raphael. "I know, it is not worth it. Besides, electricity, I only need to touch that scrap he transforms into, and I would wreak him," said Raphael. "Metal Man? What a joke," Raphael jested, as he opened the next page. The actual truth was, even if Serena didn't sleep on his bed, he would still not have gone to bed early and would have spent his time jotting down the powers which he came across in the past few days. Raphael wasn't only outstanding in the skill of development, but he also dedicated his time studying and learning about superpowers. He, however, focused more on learning about their disadvantage and weaknesses. So, whenever he saw a superpower, he would make his research on it, and write them down in his book. In the last few days he had encountered a few powers, and now it was time to write about them. Enhanced intelligence. I actually envy Devon. A little because his intellect is far above others, but I can pick a few flaws from his powers, despite how amazing it is. Since his intelligence is just at the peak of a human level, he is still prone to mistakes. There is also a certainty that his intellect would affect how he thinks, and that might cause several emotional and psychological problems, Raphael said. As he spoke, he kept writing it down. In Devon's case, he's unable to talk to women. It's quite strange though, but who knows, I guess it would have to do with his powers, and I also doubt if he has any other friend besides Aiden. Raphael suddenly paused. Not that I think of it. There are actually high chances he becomes insane because of the information he has gathered all this while. Gus and Raphael turned towards Serena when they heard her voice. I will have to be more quiet, Raphael whispered to Gus, who nodded its head as though it understood what Raphael had just said. If I had made more preparation, then I would have killed that dude. Though his power makes him unpredictable and dangerous, his defense is complete shit. The power in writing was Adrian's so-called ability to control dark powers. Raphael, however, didn't dwell on the power too much because he knew that the reason why Adrian was even able to land those hits on him was that he failed to grasp his powers quickly, which was why the instant he realized that his defense was horrible, he gave the piece of crap a beat down. You know, if I had the chance to choose any other power, it would be one of this three. A smile then appeared on Raphael's face. I would have chosen either blood manipulation, temporal rewind, or space-time manipulation, said Raphael. There's just so many things I can do with any of those powers. Did you also notice how Hector had made Aiden make a move on Brian without even laying hands? That's the kind of thing blood manipulation is capable of. I wouldn't even have to move, and I would be able to control so many people. The power is really astounding, especially if he should be able to drive himself into the bloodless state, while Hector might have arranged the match between him and Adrian. Raphael didn't loathe him. Instead, he was a big fan. As long as Hector didn't cross his path, then he would still remain an admirer of the power. Raphael had a lot of reasons for taking interest in powers, but the most important one of them was for security reasons. Whether stranger, friend, or foe, he always liked to be on a safer end. As for Brian's power, come on, that has to be incredible. Who wouldn't want to be able to rewind time back? I wonder how far he can take it back to, seconds, minutes, or even days. Ha 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 ha. With that kind of power, I don't think anyone would need protection in that area. Ha 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 ha. Raphael laughed hard at the words he had just said. After a few seconds, he then stopped. I would have to experience the space-time manipulation a little before I can make any assumption about what its weakness would be. As for Brian, there's no way rewinding time wouldn't take a toll on his body. It is quite difficult to tell the weakness of all this without making extensive research, but before my powers, they are still lacking far behind. Unlike the three powers which I'm certain that they would possess shortcoming, my power doesn't, Raphael uttered in complete confidence. I believe that's all. The instant he said those words, Gus, who was standing on the top, flew back to its perch. Its eyes were then shut closed. A light smile appeared on Raphael's face when he saw Gus flying to its perch. There had never been a moment in which he would be in his working space, and Gus wouldn't be there with him. It had become something he was used to. Raphael placed the book back in his interspatial ring. He turned, and seeing Serena still sleeping on his bed brought a frown on his face. "I wonder what sort of power you possess," Raphael mumbled. He had known Serena for a very long time, that she even knew his mother, and still, he was unable to figure out what her power was. She had used so many elements in front of him, that he had speculated that her power was the ability to control all elements, but when he asked her, she said number. Not even close. Those were the words that Serena said that day. Raphael stood from the chair he was sitting on, then after stretching his body a little, he raised his hand slightly, and checked the time on his wristwatch. "There is still 4 hours to go," he muttered. "I guess I will spend the remaining time reading string theory." 2:30 a.m. It was past midnight, however, besides the blanket of stars that seemed to stretch to infinity, and the moon that was completely out, there was no difference between the day and night activities that took place in the academy. "Please, don't do it. Someone help, help. Haven't we been through this several times? I can as well get you a microphone, but it wouldn't be any different. The only difference between this place and hell is the eternal flame which is said to be there." In the Year 2 male dormitory, a teenager with pale skin, light hair, and pinkish eyes stood in front of a bed with a smile on his face. As the teenager stared at the figure that was laying on the bed in a disheveled state, there was no remorse or pity in his eyes. "Please, spare me, just this one time. I promise I would never do something like that again, please," the woman who was tied to the 4 edges of the bed yelled at the top of her voice. "Not again. Come on, you should have come to accept your fate by now, woman," the teenager exclaimed. He then took on the black apron which was hanging on the wall, and the box which was on his room desk. As the woman saw the equipment which had just been placed beside her, fear and panic swept over her body. She began to jerk her body, in an attempt to break from the ropes binding her, but her effort was all futile. "Can you stop exaggerating? It's not like I'm going to kill you. It's just a little torture, and that's all. Now, which of these should we start it?" There were all sorts of equipment inside the box, so it was difficult to choose one, but after going over them for a few seconds, he picked one of them. With a grin on his face, the teenager picked up the electrocuting device. He stared at the woman who had now started screaming, and he extended his hand back into the box, then bringing out a red cloth, he stuffed it into the woman's mouth. "You just close your eyes, and before you even realize it, it's all over," he said. The woman was unable to speak because of the cloth that had just been stuffed into her mouth, but she instead nodded her head. When she heard the teenager, she closed her eyes, only for her to open them back a few seconds, with terror evident in them. Zap! The woman's body trembled violently as the electrocuting device was stuck to her body. If she was able to scream then with no doubt, it would have been only her voice that would be heard on the campus, but with clothes in her mouth, she could only bite and feast her mouth on them. He. Despite the tears which were oozing out of her eyes, there wasn't a tinge of pity on the teenager's face. Instead, he had a smile hanging on his face. However, after a few seconds, he pulled back, making the woman quiet down a little. The tears, however, didn't stop dripping from the woman's eyes as she could still feel excruciating pain spreading through every bone in her body. Please, let me go." As the teenager pulled the clothes out of the woman's mouth, her voice rang out, "I have 2 children, please, they won't be able to survive this world without me." The tears just came flooding out as she spoke. "You have 2 children? Ha 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 ha. So, you remember you have children now. What about those other children you killed?" 145 children were forcefully taken from their homes. Do you know how those children ended? They all died. A couple of them had their hands, legs, and heads removed, while most of the young girls were raped to death. The rage contained in the teenager was evident as he spoke to the woman. Zap! He increased the voltage on the device and pressed it into the woman's body. Ugh! Oh! The woman twisted her body around, as the pain became even more severe than what she had ever experienced. This time around, the teenager didn't pull the device back quickly. He chose to leave it till steam began to emerge from the woman's body. "This is just the beginning. Once we are done with you, Your family comes next. I'm certain you would love to see those two girls of yours raped to death, and that company which you so much love will plummet right in front of your eyes." The woman's eyes twitched when she heard the teenager. She could already picture the scene of her girls being raped, and just when she was about to speak, she felt a substance poured on her body. Tilda, as the hot liquid substance came in contact with her body, the clothes which she was putting on immediately dissolved, leaving her stark naked, and the acid wreaked havoc on her body, as the teenager in front of her poured the acid from her upper body to her lower body. Tilda, the woman wasn't being stuffed with any clothes, so she was able to scream to her heart's consent, and while her loud scream reverberated the room, the teenager roars of demonic laughter followed as well. After her body was covered in acid, the teenager moved away from her, and stood where her head was facing. Stop exaggerating, are you not still alive?" he said, then shook his head. Now let's get to the point. You see, I have people to report to, and they inform me that you were ordered to carry out that task. So, why don't you tell me who sent you to harm those children? Then we can all put this behind us." Throughout the entire time, there was a smile hanging on the teenager's face. The woman was incapable of speaking when she heard him. Her body was still shivering as the damage which was caused by both the electrocuting device and the acid could still be felt. The teenager didn't say a word as the woman continued to stammer. He, however, brought equipment to his side. It was the base family. As the woman said those words, she immediately fainted. However, it was barely up to a minute, after which her eyes closed, and she received the hardest slap of her life. "Pa, who said you could sleep?" the teenager exclaimed, glaring at the woman. He then placed his hand on his chin. "The base family, I should have known it would be you," he muttered. After the emergence of superpowers, there were several organizations, families, and even societies that came to be beside the Heroes League. This power sector didn't want to fall behind in the new era of the supernatural. After the majority of assert were now under control by the Heroes League and the governments. One of the families that arose during that period was the Base family. The Base family was a family of well-known politicians with both power and fame. Its head and strongest member was Clayton Base, a metahuman with extraordinary power and connection that stretched itself onto the Senate office. However, over the years, the Base family had been charged with several crimes: human trafficking, murder, fraud, and all sorts of scornful deeds. Heroes all over the globe had tried apprehending the family, but the family of politicians would find ways to buy themselves out of trouble. As long as there wasn't solid evidence pointed at the Base family, the family couldn't be laid hands on. "The Base, it seems we would be paying you all a visit very soon." The smile which was on the teenager's face widened as he spoke. As for why he was about to speak when a knock suddenly sounded from the door. Knock, knock. After 2 consecutive knocks, the person who was behind the door pushed the door open. "I apologize for disturbing you, sir." It was a black-haired youth putting on a red shirt and black pants who walked in. As he went inside the room, he didn't stare at the woman who was laying on the bed, and instead his eyes went directly at the pale teenager. "I do hope that you have something interesting, or else you can as well order a casket for barging into my room that way." The teenager let go of the fingernail-gripping tools, and walked forward, with a sneer on his face. "So what is it, Craig?" he asked. Craig was the youth that had just entered, and when he heard the pale teenager, his heart skipped a beat, but he soon regained composure and kept a straight face. "A new student has joined the Year 1 Elite Division. I wasn't able to gather any information about him apart from his name and power." Craig then passed the report in his hand to the teenager. "His information is being treated as classified by the Academy. We have tried hacking into the system for his information, but the Academy sent a warning back to us," he said. "We either stop attacking their system or we have the entire research division on a 1-month strike." Craig was a student of the Research and Support Division in the school. As for the pale teenager standing in front of him, he belonged to the Murderer Division. Raphael Queen, 15. The ability to induce decay on any organic or inorganic substance. The teenager muttered, "He is a C-rank meta-human, but it was able to defeat that Adrian kid. I must say, not bad. I'm impressed." The teenager then handed the report back to Craig. He then turned towards the woman who was laying on the bed, and his mouth opened slightly when he saw the woman. "I think she's dead." It was Craig's voice that rang out. A disappointed expression appeared on the pale teenager's face afterward. Sigh, "I never intended to kill her, just a little bit of torture, before I delivered her to Ripper. Now, I have to offer him something else," the teenager exclaimed. Craig's body shook when he heard the teenager. He immediately bowed his head and was about to step out of the room, when a loud voice rang out. "Oh, Craig, I want you to set a meeting between me and that new student. The elite division is no good for him, considering the power he possessed. The best place suitable for him is the murderer division. I have been here so many times, but regardless of the number of times, I still find it difficult to believe that something like this could exist." "Really? The both of you have been talking about this place since 8 a.m. I'm now interested in seeing what is so good about it. It is really amazing. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. Once you go deep inside the place, you would be blown away. I mean, you might not even be able to stay still because of what you will see in there." Serena stared at three teenagers who were beside her, and her mouth couldn't help but open slightly. "Why you?" She was about to speak when she shook her head and dismissed the thought of asking that question. The three teenagers beside her were Raphael, Devon, Aiden, and Gus, who is on Raphael's shoulder. They were all standing in front of a large building with smiles on their faces, while Devon hadn't spoken a word, because of Serena was standing close to him. He was the one who came to knock on Raphael's room door when Serena mentioned the Academy Mall to Raphael. Aiden, of course, wasn't going to miss the chance to go out with Serena, and he immediately tagged along. He and Raphael had been talking about the mall since they left the dormitory, and even they got in front of the mall, they were still talking about it. "Let's go in." As Serena spoke, a smile appeared on their faces. It was Raphael that had the deepest smile on his face, as after listening to Aiden go all about the academy, he was very excited about it. Serena pushed the mall door open, and the three of them rushed inside. "What do you think of it, Raphael?" The instant the four of them entered into the Academy Mall, Aiden's voice rang out. He had a grin on his face, as he stared at the inside of the 5-story building. Meanwhile, Raphael's mouth was slightly open when he saw the inside of the mall. The outside of the building was indeed glamorous, but it wasn't anything compared to the inside. This place was simply astounding. It was the best beautiful thing Raphael had ever laid eyes on, and without even realizing it, Raphael began to move toward one of the stores in the mall. Aiden chased after Raphael, who was standing in front of the clothing stores. "Do you know the most incredible aspect of it all? There is absolutely nothing that cannot be found in the mall," said Aiden. "Whatever gadgets, tools, or even machines you need can be bought here. So long as you have Academy points, even if the mall doesn't have it, you can place an order for it, and it will be delivered to your doorstep." Raphael's eyes twitched when he heard Aiden. "Really?" He smiled, as just thinking about the things he could create with all this made him ecstatic. "What do you mean by Academy points?" Raphael asked. Aiden was about to speak when Serena appeared before them. She then took hold of Raphael's hand, and triple-tapped the surface of his wristwatch. "You have 1.37 million points," she said. "Isn't that too little?" Raphael exclaimed as he stared at Serena. He had seen the smart clothes which were inside the clothing stores, and the cheapest among them cost 500,000 points. Raphael turned towards Aiden and Devon, only to see their mouth wide open, and an expression of shock on their faces. "On 1,370,000 points, Aiden muttered before seating down on the ground. "I have been in the academy for 3 years, and the total point I accumulated is just 65,000 points. He exclaimed. Devon shook his head when he saw Raphael's points. He then triple-tapped his wristwatch and showed Raphael 180,570 points. Raphael mumbled. "How come Aiden and Devon's points are that low? I just came to the academy, There's no way I should have more points than them. This time around, Raphael faced Serena as he spoke. The students in each division are assigned different academy points, based on how strong their division is, and the tasks or missions which the students perform. Out of those points which you possess, 100,000 points were allocated to you by the Academy for being a Year 1 student and also a student of the strongest division. As for the rest of the points you earned them, whether it was Raphael, Devon, Aiden, or even Gus. When they heard Serena, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded by what she had just said. Serena heaved a deep breath. "You know what, come, let me show you," she said and began to stride forward. Raphael, Aiden, and Devon followed her very quickly. There were a lot of students moving about the mall. A few of them had eyes staring at Serena and the 3 boys walking behind her, and an expression full of jealousy could be seen on their faces. Serena wasn't only a very attractive woman, but she was also incredibly powerful. Being able to be one of the top students in the Year 3, the young woman was extraordinary. A lot of students and even teachers in the academy wanted to be friends with her, but sadly enough, only a handful of them could relate to her. "Isn't that my helmet?" As Raphael and the others arrived at one of the stores in the mall, Raphael's voice rang out. He received a nod from Serena, which answered his question that the helmet which was hanging in the store was the one he created. Raphael began to stare at the gadgets, and his mouth couldn't help but open slightly. "This is also mine." He pointed at the multicolored belt which was near the helmet, and his eyebrows furrowed. "A few of the gadgets which I gave to you to repair or modify are here. The proceeds are shared between you and the academy," Serena said. "I have long created an academy account for you, so all the points you've earned from those gadgets all this while are transferred there. There will still be 1,000,000 points or above entering your account from the ice gun deal very soon." "Serena," Raphael shook his head. "You seem to have known that I would be joining the academy someday," said Raphael, and in response to his words, Serena flashed a light smile at him. "There are a couple of things I want to get in the mall, and I'm sure you also have things to get, so, go purchase them. If your points aren't enough, I will transfer more to you." "Thanks." Serena and Raphael had been facing one another that they didn't even realize the expression that Aiden and Devon had on their faces. It was simply priceless. Aiden's eyes widened. "Raphael, I have no clue on how to repair or create any of this, but I'm sure I can be of help to you. With my space-time manipulation, there are a lot of things I should be able to do," Aiden mumbled. Raphael placed his hand on his chin, as he stared at Aiden, and after a few seconds his voice rang out. "All right, I don't have any problem with that. What about you, Devon?" he asked. Devon didn't even think twice, and he immediately nodded his head. There were a lot of ways to earn points in the academy, but for C-rank meta-humans, there were only a few things they could do in the academy, and the points were only so-so. To get a high point from the academy, one would need to complete an A-rank mission. Devon and Aiden had been in the academy for quite some time, and the points they had accumulated were only pitiful. Devon had it better because of his enhanced intelligence. He had missions that gave him points. As for Aiden, while he had a lot of potential because of his power, he was still weak to complete any of those missions that provided huge points. He lived on C-rank to F-rank missions in the academy. "Since you both are Raphael's friends, you can also be considered as my friends, so, I won't treat you badly." As Serena spoke, she began to tap the wristwatch on her hand. "I have sent 250,000 points each to the both of you," she said. "Lady Serena, one day I will." Aiden was about to speak when Devon slapped him in the head. "Ouch, that hurts. The 3 of you can go get what you want, but let's return to this place in 2 hours. Raphael, there's someone in the tech division I would like you to meet," Serena said with a stern look on her face. Raphael nodded his head, and after a few seconds, the 4 of them went towards the store of their choice. Time went by very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it had been 2 hours since Raphael and the others went into separate stores in the mall. Devon and Aiden were already at the place, where Serena said they should all meet up after 2 hours. The duo had been there for quite some time, and there was no sign of Serena or Raphael. It was only until after another 30 minutes went by, that the figure of a woman with black, long glistening hair appeared in front of them. "Serena is already here." Seeing Serena in front, Aiden's voice rang out. "Now, where is Raphael?" Aiden muttered. Serena approached the duo with her hands full of bags. "Don't you ever get tired of playing video games and reading comic books?" Serena couldn't help but exclaim as she stared at the bags in Aiden and Devon's hands. "Well, it's your point, you can buy whatever you want with it," she said. "Raphael isn't here yet?" Aiden and Devon nodded their heads when they heard Serena, and seeing how quickly the expression on her face changed, the two of them gulped. Serena turned around. She was perhaps about to go on a rampage in the academy when she saw Raphael running their way. "Sorry, I'm late. I was so confused on which items I should get. There were so many similar products though with different specs. It was so difficult to choose among them." Raphael had a smile on his face as he complained about the equipment in the stores. "So, you didn't buy anything?" It was Aiden that spoke. He had looked around, and there was no baggies in Raphael's hand, so it had to be that Raphael didn't get anything in the mall. Aiden was, however, stunned to hear Raphael's response. "Of course, I did. I bought everything. In fact, I only stopped till I had 0 points." Raphael scratched his hair, seemingly disappointed. "Oh, wait, you did what?" The two bags which Aiden was holding dropped when he heard Raphael. Even Devon was left startled by what his roommate said. The only person who wasn't stunned by it was Serena, as she nodded her head. "I thought as much. I would hurry the academy, so they would send you the proceeds from the ice gun quickly. I'm sure there were a lot of things you didn't get," she said. Raphael nodded his head. He and Serena then began walking towards the academy exit. "What did you get?" Raphael asked. "Nothing much, just a few shoes and clothes," Serena replied. This time around, it was Raphael who was left stunned. He stared at the numerous bags in Serena's hand. He couldn't help but shake his head. Suddenly, a blonde female putting on the academy's uniform appeared beside Serena. "I will have this delivered to your room, Lady Serena." With that said, the girl took the bags in Serena's hands and disappeared as though she was never there in the first place. Raphael and Serena then continued walking towards the mall exit. They were at the door when Serena's voice rang out. "There's this student I want you to meet in the tech division. I'm certain the both of you will get along," said Serena. "What is it?" Serena exclaimed, as Raphael abruptly stopped walking. "I have seen the academy map. The distance from the mall to the tech division is very far. There's no way I'm flying to that place with you." Raphael had a stern look on his face when he said those words. Serena burst into laughter when she heard him. "Come on, Raphael, you know, for someone who is very good at creating gadgets, why haven't you made something that would help you get over your fear of height?" A different kind of glow appeared on Raphael when he heard Serena. He paused. "Why haven't I thought of this?" Raphael muttered in a low voice. His fear of height had always been something that developed ever since he was a kid. Raphael could still picture that man who fell from the tower in the city. Anytime he shut his eyes closed. Serene shrugged her shoulder. "The academy midterm test is only a couple of weeks from now. A flaw like that is something that can affect you a lot in the test," she said. "So, shall we?" Serena seemed to have assumed that after everything she said, Raphael was going to fly to the tech division, but she instead saw him shake his head in response to her words. Raphael turned towards Aiden and Devon, who hadn't moved away from where they were standing earlier, and his voice rang out. "This is much more faster, Aiden. 1 million points were spent in a single day," Aiden murmured. One of the most difficult things to do in the academy was to earn important, and to Devon and Aiden what was even more astonishing was when 1 million of that points were spent just by one single person in one day. Devon and Aiden were still lost in deep thoughts when they heard Raphael's voice. Devon was the first to react. He tapped Aiden on the shoulder, then seeing Raphael waving his hand at them, the two of them jogged forward. Serena shook her head when she realized what Raphael had in mind. "Aiden, Can you take us to the tech division? Before Raphael could even get the word out of his mouth, Serena's voice sounded. Sure, why not? With that said, Aiden stretched his right hand, and a second after, a dark spiraling portal appeared in the mall. Serena walked into the portal. Raphael was supposed to follow as well, but he kept staring at the portal which had just been created. Is something wrong? Aiden couldn't help but inquire when he saw how Raphael was moving about the portal. Raphael kept speaking to himself in a low voice that neither Aiden nor Devon could hear him. How long can the portal stay open? About 2 minutes. My longest streak still remains 5 minutes, though. But I fainted right after. Aiden didn't think twice, and the instant he heard Raphael's question, he replied quickly. Raphael placed his hand on his chin, then with a smile on his face, he walked into the portal. Any idea why, he asked? Aiden turned towards Devon, who shook his head. I have no idea. The duo then walked into the portal. What took you so long? As soon as the portal emerged, and Raphael walked out of it, Serena's voice rang out. Her hands were folded across her chest, and a stern look could be seen on her face. Raphael, however, didn't respond to her, and instead, he stared at the place which he had just walked into. Did Aiden make some mistake? Raphael asked, after seeing several buildings in the academy. This wasn't what Raphael imagined the so-called tech division to be like. Staring at the white room with plain chairs and tables, a frown appeared on Raphael. Raphael's disappointment at the division was justified, as he had already imagined the tech division to be a place filled with different kinds of machines, only for him to be inside a white room filled with students all reading what seemed to be a magazine. Dumbo, this is the waiting room. The tech division has security measures that even someone like Aiden is unable to enter their place anyhow, Serena said. There was pride contained in her voice when she spoke about the tech division. Raphael was about to speak when two figures came out of the portal. I can't remember the last time I was here. It was Aiden's voice that sounded. As Serena saw Aiden and Devon emerge from the portal, she nodded her head. Now let's go in. She then approached the only door in the room and pressed a series of codes on the security lock beside the door. Creak. The door creaked open, and Serena walked inside. Raphael didn't waste any time, and he also went in right away. The same applied to Aiden and Devon. After the trio walked in, the door shut closed. What do you think? A few seconds after the four of them walked in, Serena spoke. She then turned towards Raphael and seeing that stunned as well as the dazed expression on his face, the smile which was on her widened. Raphael's mouth opened slightly. Wow, Raphael mumbled. It seemed to be like all the places he had ever set eyes on were garbage when compared to this, and if paradise really existed, then this was it for Raphael. Seeing the machines, electronics, tools, and equipment that were inside this place, he couldn't help but be delighted. Welcome to the tech division, Raphael. As one of the most heavily invested places in the Villain Academy, the tech division was incredibly glamorous. The academy didn't hold anything back when it came to developing the tech division, and they made sure that the division was equipped with whatever materials or machines that the students needed. Whether it was the tech division year 1, year 2, or even the graduating student classrooms, the academy offered them the best of the best resources. As Raphael stared at the room which was tiled with glasses, he was in a state of shock from all that he was seeing inside. The room was white, similar to the waiting room, but this was, however, equipped with glass materials only. There were over 50 students inside the room, all of which were standing in front of a glass table, and when they saw Serena come into the room, they gave a slight nod, before continuing with the project in front of them. I told you, this place was going to blow your mind. Now, you see why the Villain Academy is the place you belong to, Serena said with a smile on her face. Raphael remained silent, but the expression which was on his face affirmed what Serena said. He stared at the drones, infrared sensors, lasers, and even robots that were all over the place, before then turning towards the other side of the classroom. Apparently, the classroom was divided into two parts, one of which some students handled the hand tools, and a few electronics, while the student in the other part focused mainly on the machines. The machinery aspect of the gadgets are being made over here. If you want to go check them out, you can, but make sure you use a noise-cancelling bud because it's very noisy in there, Serena exclaimed. Raphael was about to ask for the buds when he felt Serena putting them into his ear. I will go inform that person that we are here. With that said, Serena walked past Raphael. Devon, 4 o'clock. A few seconds after Serena left the trio, Aiden's voice rang out. Devon swiftly turned towards the direction in which Aiden was referring to, Evelyn Manchester. He then paused. Sadly, we can't go after her. I heard she is in a relationship with one of the Year 2 students, Devon muttered. I assumed they had broken up already after there were rumors that she caught him cheating with her best friend. Aiden sighed inwardly. These ladies won't pick us. Instead they would go for those suckers who would cheat on them. So dumb. Aiden shook his head in disgust. I know, right? Look at the blonde one beside her, she isn't bad. A different kind of glow appeared on Devon and Aiden's faces as they stared at the blonde girl who was standing beside Evelyn. Blonde, slim waist, brown eyes, average height. This is the kind of lady my mother said I should bring home, Devon murmured, while Devon and Aiden continued to stare at the female students. Raphael advanced toward the glass cage in the classroom. The glass cage occupied at least half of the massive classroom, as it was where the students who were working with machines operated. Raphael hadn't entered the cage yet, but he could tell that it was soundproof and smash-proof. As he got in front of the cage, he pushed the door open and walked in. The students stared at him for a while, before they returned back to their work. Raphael stared at the appliances they were using, and the only ones he could express his knowledge on were the lead iron furnace, melting pot, the lathe machine, and a few others out of the devices in the cage. The student who was working on the melting pot and the lathe machine were making bullets. They poured molten metal into a mold, and when the mold had partially cooled, they poured another molten metal into the mold. But this time around they allowed the mold to become completely solidified, and once that was accomplished, they began the cold forming process, which involved shaping the metal without heat. Raphael and Gus watched as bullets were being created. Raphael was, however, surprised to see that whenever a bullet was created, the student would dip it inside a blue bowl, which would then change the color of the bullets. It went from black to red. As for the rest of the machines which the other student were using, it wasn't that Raphael wasn't familiar with them, but instead, the academy had evolved these machines into something that he would have to access properly before he could understand them completely. A few seconds later, Raphael moved his eyes away from the students. He began walking towards the glass display cabinet in the glass cage, with his hands then folded across his chest. Raphael stood in front of the display cabinet, staring at the gadget which was placed inside. What do you think of it? As Raphael stared at the gold gloves that were in the cabinet, he suddenly heard a feminine voice beside him. He could tell that the person was speaking to him, but he chose to remain silent and kept looking at the gloves, a gadget that can neutralize both fire and ice. It was only until a few minutes that Raphael spoke to the woman who was standing beside him. He didn't glance at her, as his eyes were still glued to the gold gloves. The thoughts behind the creation aren't all that bad. Raphael paused, then placed his hand on his chin. But the creation itself is full of flaws, Raphael exclaimed. May I? Raphael asked. It was now that he stared at the person who was beside him and seeing, the average height slender woman with fair skin, Raphael kept a straight face. He pointed his hand at the glove in the cabinet as he spoke. The girl beside him had black hair which was tied in a ponytail fashion and blue eyes. She was putting on a white tank top, with the tech division coverall worn, while the two arms of the coverall tied around her waist. Here, a second after Raphael spoke, she opened the cabinet for him. Raphael nodded his head then, with a smile on his face, he took the gold gloves out. The gloves were a little heavy, but he quickly tightened his grip on them, and after staring at them for a few seconds, he wore them. I was right, the gloves are indeed full of flaws, said Raphael. Can you tell me which flaws are present in the gloves? The girl's voice rang out. Soon after Devon spoke, Raphael was about to speak when he suddenly felt everyone in the cage staring at him. They had stopped all that they were doing and were now staring at him, seemingly dazed from what he had just said. Raphael decided not to think too much about it, and he placed his attention back on the gloves in his hand. The electromagnetic pulse which was used to create the gun to deal with flames is too weak. Raphael raised his index finger. 2. The glove can only withstand 4 full blasts from meta-humans with either fire or ice power. 3. The life battery of the glove is almost done for. If any of you is to use the glove, it would explode. 4. Before Raphael could speak, the voice of the girl beside him suddenly sounded. "How are you able to determine all this from just glancing at it?" she said. "Simple, because I have tried creating a similar gadget just like this," Raphael replied. "I would have shown it to you, but it is in my room." It was also a glove. But sadly, I failed. It was of course much better than this, because the only reason I failed was that I wasn't able to get my hand on one single item. There was disappointment written evidently on Raphael's when he spoke about the glove he had also created. To cut the long story short, this is a waste of tools. As Raphael spoke, he took off the gloves and placed them back into the cabinet. "I would say not to take that glove out in the field, but it is none of my business," he said. "Damn, I can't believe that with this much machine and resources, you people are still making so many mistakes." Raphael shook his head at the students, who were for some reason staring at him. He was about to move towards the other cabinet, when he heard Serena's voice. "There you're," she said. Then a few seconds later she appeared in front of him. Serena suddenly paused. She stared at the girl beside Raphael, and back at Raphael. "I see that both of you have met. Raphael, this is the person I wanted you to meet in the tech division. I have heard great things about you from Sister Serena." "Hi, I'm Aurora, it's a pleasure to meet you, Raphael Queen," the girl said, then extended a handshake to Raphael. Raphael raised an eyebrow. He stretched his hand forward also. "It's nice to meet you too," he said. "And, about the gloves, I didn't fail. In fact, I succeeded. The glove in your hand is what I created on the first time." Serena stared at Aurora, then back at Raphael. "Did something happen to the both of you?" she couldn't help but ask when she saw how Aurora was glaring at Raphael. Raphael, however, shrugged their shoulder. He merely took a glance at Aurora before moving his eyes from her and staring at the other gadget in the cabinet. "Yes, something did happen." It was Aurora that spoke. "I have complete respect for you, Serena, but I don't appreciate the person you brought to the tech division," she said with her eyes fixed on Aurora. Serena raised an eyebrow when she heard Aurora. She stared at Raphael, who acted as though he didn't hear any of Aurora's words, and she shook her head. "What did Raphael do?" Serena asked. "He walked into this place, took one of my gadgets, and began to lay insults on them. He referred to my gadget as a waste of tools. Who does he think he is to call my work a waste of time and resources?" The anger was evident in Aurora's voice as she spoke to Serena. She clenched her hands into tight fists, trying to stop herself from launching at Raphael. "Serena, I thought you said he was a very decent person, but the few minutes I have spent with him made me realize that he is nothing but a jerk and a proud fellow," Aurora exclaimed. The atmosphere was quite intense, as both the students working in the glass cage and the ones outside had stopped what they were doing and were now staring at Raphael and Aurora. Serena heaved a deep breath. "Raphael, is this true?" Serena folded her hands across her chest when she spoke to Raphael. "Yes," Raphael replied, with a smirk on his face. He stared at Serena. "I was just being honest. It's not my problem if she couldn't handle the truth," he said. "Besides, I see no reason why she is upset. After all," she said, "she succeeded in creating the gadget." "Really, Aurora, you were able to create the Tranquilizer 3000. Serena wasn't able to contain her excitement, and the instant Aurora nodded her head, she gave Aurora a big hug. "Mew." Serena pecked Aurora on the cheek. "You're the best." Serena chuckled. The Academy had been looking for better ways to deal with meta-humans with fire and ice superpowers, and after months of failures, they had almost given up, not until Aurora presented them with one of her creations. Aurora had shown the Academy the gold gloves of earlier. She had affirmed to them that she would be able to create a new one without any of the flaws if she was given the products she did, and after months of hard work, she had succeeded. Tranquilizer 3000, that's what you're calling it, Raphael mumbled in a low voice. While his voice was low, Serena and Aurora were both standing close to him, so they heard everything that he said. You have a name better than that, don't you? Exclamation mark. Aurora exclaimed. Raphael glanced at Aurora, and seeing the look on her face, he shook his head. No, since you created the gadget, then you have the right to name it whatever you like. You can as well as call it Panadol 3000, who cares? Raphael said. Why you? Aurora pointed her finger at Raphael. You know what, why don't I show you the piece I was able to create, and you weren't? Gus, who was on Raphael's shoulder, shook its head when it heard Aurora, as if telling her that bringing that gadget out was a very terrible thing to do. Everyone had eyes fixed on Aurora, including Raphael, as she approached the fourth cabinet in the glass cage. She opened the cabinet door and brought a case out of it. A smile could then be seen on Aurora's face as she walked toward Raphael with the case in her hand. Have a look at what true beauty looks like. As Aurora stood in front of her Raphael, her soft voice rang out, before she then opened the suitcase. The instant the case opened, a thick pair of gold gloves appeared before Serena and Raphael. The instant Serena saw the gloves, the smile which was on her face widened, and she couldn't help but clap her hand at the gloves. Aurora sneered when she saw how Raphael was staring at the gloves. You can put it on, and of course, feel free to tell me any flaw present in the glove, she said. Sure. Raphael picked up the gloves which were in the case and wore both pairs on. He stared at the gold glove that had 3 different stones round it, and his lips curved into a smile. That is the look I was expecting. The first ever gadget that's able to neutralize both flame and ice was created by me, and for your information, there's not a single flaw present in the glove, Aurora exclaimed. Well, I'm certainly impressed. You did a good job creating the tranquilizer or whatever you call it, Raphael said. That's wonderful. It was Serena's voice that sounded. She was the one who knew how judgmental Raphael was, and for him to be impressed by a gadget, then it must mean that the gadget was terrific. However, the smile which was on her face only lasted for a few seconds, and it disappeared right after Raphael's voice rang out. But, why the hell it is so heavy? The design and creation are not bad, though, so I will give it a rating of 8, over 10 right? Serena asked. Come on, I meant 8 over 20. As Raphael took off the gloves and placed them back into the case, he raised his head, only for him to receive a furious glare from Aurora. The surrounding was completely silent, with Raphael and Aurora staring at one another. It was during that awkward moment the two figures walked into the glass cage, and seeing Raphael and Aurora, their eyes lit up. Hey, Raphael, you've met the number 1 in the tech division. It was Aiden and Devon that had just appeared. Raphael chuckled when he heard Aiden. You're the number 1 student in this place. You have got to be kidding me. Raphael jested. Aiden was about to speak, when Aurora suddenly waved her hand at him. You are full of yourself. Do you know that? You must think that you're very smart. Aurora handed the case to Devon, who was beside her, and spoke to Raphael in a cold voice. No, I don't think I'm smart. I am smart. Raphael didn't back away from Aurora's stare. His hands were placed in his pocket as he spoke to her. Hey, the both of you are meant to be friends, not whatever it is that's going on. Serena quickly interfered before the situation got out of hand between Raphael and Aurora. She had wanted to introduce Raphael to Aurora because both of them were crazy about gadgets, and if the two of them were to team up, they would be unstoppable in the academy. It startled her to see that the two of them didn't get along at all. After the long glare between the both of them, Aurora's voice suddenly sounded. I don't care how good Serena claims you are, there's no way a jerk like you can be as smart as Serena says you are, and neither do I believe that you're more talented than I am. Aurora said, you're a funny one. In case you aren't aware, being a jerk has nothing to do with being smart. I can as well be a jerk and also be smart, Raphael said. Second, The sooner you began to believe it, the better it would be for you. Why you? Serena's eyes twitched when she heard Raphael, but this time around she didn't interfere and wanted to see if Aurora had a comeback for what he said to her. I began walking at 3, at 7 years I finished all the topics in engineering, at 8, I created my first gadget which earned me my first million noxus, and you know what, at 10 years I became the youngest and brightest engineer in the world. There was pride contained in Aurora's voice as she spoke about her achievement. If I am the #1 student in this division, it is because there is no one better, and even if you were here, that wouldn't change, Aurora stated. Raphael placed his hand on his chin. You won the B award at 10. Raphael paused. It seems to be like you don't make use of the internet because I won that award when I was 8. A chuckle escaped Raphael's mouth when he saw the look on Aurora's face. Good day. With that said, Raphael walked out of the glass cage. Aiden and Devon moved also, with their heads and shoulder raised slightly. The both of them walked out majestically. Raphael, Devon, and Aiden walked out of the tech division with smiles on their faces. A few seconds after the three of them left the division, Aiden's voice suddenly rang out. Ha 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 ha. Those proud Dumbo got exactly what they deserved. I bet they didn't see any of that coming. Raphael, you did very well. Devon, who was beside Raphael, exclaimed. I agree, the tech division is very arrogant because of the way the academy treats them. It's annoying. The last time I went there, I had to pay double the amount because I made a few comments on one of the women. Aiden placed his hand behind his head as he spoke. It was no secret that the tech division was the academy's favorite. The academy spoiled the student in the tech division with whatever it is they wanted, which made most of the students very proud. Raphael shook his head when heard the two beside him. I have no hatred towards them, it's just they have to start keeping their heads low because there is always someone better than them, and that person is me, Raphael said with complete confidence. Devon and Adrian's mouths opened slightly when they heard Raphael, as they could hear the resolve in Raphael's voice, and it startled them. The only missing piece to my gadget was the helium tank. If I had been able to get the material, then there's no way I won't have succeeded, Raphael muttered. Raphael then turned toward Devon and Aiden. What time is our next class? Raphael asked. We still have about 15 minutes to go, Aiden said. Sigh. If I had the chance, I would never attend that class, but the academy just had to make it a 6-unit course. Now, there is no one would want to miss out on that course, even though we all hate it so much, Aiden exclaimed. If it had been only Aiden who was expressing his hatred, then Raphael might have assumed that he was exaggerating, but he could see a depressing look on Devon's face also. What's the name of the course? As the duo began to show their dislike toward the course, Raphael's voice rang out. Fundamental psychology. Raphael's eyebrows furrowed when he heard both of them. The fact that the academy chose to include psychology in the course definitely amused him, but he could see what the academy was trying to achieve. Why don't we go play video games in the dormitory, and when it's time, we can go to class? It was Devon that brought the suggestion. I'm down for that. What about you, Raphael? Raphael shrugged his shoulder. Sure, Raphael said. After buying a lot of equipment from the Academy Mall, Raphael was looking forward to arranging them in his room. The trio was about to move when two figures appeared in front of them. It was none other than Richard and his elder brother, Adrian. Both of them had a sinister smile on their faces as they stared at Raphael. Well, if it isn't Raphael Queen, it's a good thing you went shopping, Richard said, staring at the bags which were in Devon and Aiden's hands. Because it is going to be your last, Richard said. You were only lucky as my brother let his guard down, but this time around, prepare to die. Richard glared viciously when he saw the sneer Raphael had on his face. Ha 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 ha, what sort of excuse is that, Richard? I always knew that you were hit in the head as a kid, but I just didn't think that the damage struck that deep. It was Aiden's voice that rang out. Do you want to die? Richard blurted. Aiden raised an eyebrow. He then passed the bags in his hand to Devon, and walked in front of Devon. We have been through this over and over again, and in case you have forgotten, The only reason why you're still alive is because of your brother is always interfering in our fight. Why you? Adrian was able to interfere when he saw his brother being pushed, but Raphael suddenly came to his front, with his hand inside his pocket. An expression full of mockery could be seen on his face. Why don't we get things over with? I dislike leaving things half done. As Raphael spoke, he began to take off the gloves in his hand. Gus, who was standing on his shoulder immediately, took both pairs of gloves and flew over to the seat on Devon's head. Raphael hardly took off his gloves, but when he did, it was certain that a show was about to go down. Let's decide it in a life and death battle. Adrian didn't back away from Raphael's stare. He clenched his hand into a tight fist, and spoke words that were going to determine their fates. Just what I had in mind, said Raphael. While Richard and Aidan had beef of their own, when they saw things begin to become very serious between Raphael and Adrian, the both of them immediately moved aside. Adrian was the first to make a move. He wrapped dark particles around his hand, then struck a full-force punch at Raphael. Raphael stood still as the punch came at him. However, a few seconds for the punch to come in contact with him, he suddenly turned his body, eluding his punch. And despite Adrian already enveloping his body in dark particles, Raphael sent a punch at him. You won't be so lucky next time, Raphael exclaimed as Adrian was also able to dodge his attack. The expression which was on Adrian's face changed, and the hair on his body stood erect instantly. While they had just struck out punches, he was the one who could sense the danger contained in what Raphael had sent to him. As Adrian went backward, he gathered more dark particles around his body. He has become even stronger, he murmured. Adrian's eyebrows furrowed. He had battled Raphael a few days ago, so he could tell that Raphael had become stronger. That one punch wasn't just capable of dispersing the dark particle around him, it was going to severely injure him. Your time is up. With that said, Raphael cracked his knuckles, and he dashed towards Adrian. Adrian was able to regain his composure. He quickly sent the dark particles at Raphael, who was charging toward him. Oh no! Adrian staggered backward, as regardless of how many particles came at Raphael, he dodged each one of them. Aidan, are you seeing what I'm seeing? Devon, who was standing beside Aidan, muttered, as he saw his roommate gliding through those dark particles. Yes, Raphael has finally learned what I taught him. Not that dumbass. I mean, look at his watch, Devon said. Aidan's eyes then went over to Raphael's wristwatch and seeing the number which was displayed, his eyes twitched, and his mouth opened in shock. How is this possible? Did he take some pill? Aidan exclaimed in shock. Seems likely, or else how could he have gone from 25,450 to 27,000? Devon mumbled in a low voice. Maybe he possesses one of that legendary system we always read about in comic books. Aidan scratched his head, as that was the only possible explanation he had for what was happening. Devon nodded his head. That would be awesome, but I don't think he is a system holder. Those are fiction. After all, this is real life, Devon said. We will ask him when this fight is over. PFFFFTTTTT. Adrian staggered several steps backward with blood oozing out of his mouth, as Raphael moved past all the attacks he threw at him, to then land a punch on his face. Arg! Once that attack landed on Adrian's body, many more came from Raphael, and every fist, which Raphael struck at Adrian, created a hole in his body. The place soon began deteriorating at a frightening pace, and before Adrian could even get a grip of himself, the bones in his lower chest and other parts were on display. What the hell? Some students had gathered around when Raphael and Adrian began to exchange punch, and seeing how quick the tables turned, they couldn't help but be astonished. A fresher was beating the crap out of a Year 2 student. Adrian's face had become unrecognizable. As Raphael didn't hold anything back, he was capable of eluding the dark particles, and this made everything totally easier for Raphael. Oh! Adrian screamed like a maniac, as Raphael broke the bones in his lower chest with his knee. He then grabbed his head with both hands and began to smash his knee against Adrian's face. Blood splattered all over, as Raphael crushed his face. Adrian's face was bleeding profusely, his nose was broken, and more than half of his teeth were gone from Raphael's attacks. After Raphael was contented with what he had reduced Adrian's face to, he let go of him. Please, don't kill me." With his body covered in blood, Adrian managed to muster those words out of his body. Raphael's attack went to the extent that as Adrian spoke, blood flowed out as well. Raphael, however, smiled when he heard Adrian. Sadly, "You have served your purpose in the world, you are no longer needed," Raphael said while laughing. "No," Adrian's scream died down, as Raphael punched right through his left chest. Raphael continued to drive his hand till he got to Adrian's chest, then he gave his heart a light squeeze before then pulling his hand out. With that action taken, Adrian stumbled to the ground. Richard abruptly sat on the ground, staring at his brother with his mouth wide open. "Brother, Adrian," he mumbled in a low voice. However, there was no response from the person he was calling. "You killed him." Richard's hands shook violently. He managed to lift himself from the ground, and he glared at Raphael with hatred evident in his eyes. The Walker brothers were well known in the academy: Richard, Adrian, and their elder brother, Vincent. To Richard, his eldest brother didn't exist. The only person who he had was Adrian, and now in front of his eyes, he watched as his brother collapsed to the ground. "Adrian, please wake up." Richard ran over to what was left of Adrian's body, and began to shake his corpse. "No, we promised to rule the world one day. You can't leave this world. Adrian, please wake up." The tears just came gushing out of Richard's eyes. He clenched his hand into a tight fist and began to hit his brother's corpse gently. After a few seconds, Richard raised his head, and seeing that demonic smile that was hanging on the face of the person who killed his brother, he screamed, "Why you? I will kill you." He stood from his brother's corpse and dashed toward Raphael. "Fool." The grin on Raphael's face widened when he saw Richard running towards him. He steadied his hands, waiting for the moment when he was going to attack. However, a few seconds for Richard to appear before Raphael, he was suddenly blasted away by a violent wind. What the hell happened here? It was Serena's voice that rang out. Serena didn't need anyone to give her the details of what happened, as after seeing the blood which was on Raphael's hand and Adrian who was laying on the ground, she figured it out quickly. "Are you hurt?" Serena said, staring at Raphael, then seeing him shake his head, her voice rang out again. "The show is over. You can all return to class or get on with whatever it is you're supposed to be doing." Serena glared at the students who were in the surrounding. With that said, the students didn't even waste any time. They began to leave the area. They, however, continued to talk about the fight that had occurred and most, especially how Adrian died in the hands of a fresher. "You should go wash up. Your class is about to start." After the students had left, Serena turned towards Raphael with a rather complicated look on her face. Raphael was about to speak when someone else's voice sounded. "Wash up? Serena, how dare you? He killed my brother and the least you can say is, he should go wash up." "Screw you, Serena," Richard exclaimed. Richard found it difficult to stand properly after suffering that attack from earlier. "He killed my brother, and yet you attacked me. I guess those rumors are true. The both of you are in a relationship, which is why you're always sticking around with him, bitch," Richard cursed. It was barely up to a second after he said those words, and Serena appeared in front of him, delivering a fierce slap at his cheek. The disparity of strength between the both of them made it so that the one slap that Serena struck at him sent him flying, with blood splattering out of his mouth. The teeth in his lower jaw flew out of his mouth, and before Richard's body could even touch the ground, Serena stretched her hand in a grabbing motion at him. As Richard flew towards her because of Serena's pull, she sent another slap that broke the teeth in his upper jaw. Pfffffffftttttt. This time around, Serena's slap didn't only clear out the teeth in his mouth, Richard's eyes and nose began bleeding profusely. Richard would have flown meters away from that slap. However, Serena held him in the jaw, which caused his legs to wobble. "If you call others that word, it's best you don't try that with me because it would be the last time you ever speak to anyone in your entire life," Serena coldly said. If I attacked you earlier, I was only doing you a favor because Raphael wouldn't hesitate to end you. Richard knelt from the force that Serena used on his face. His eyes twitched, as tears mixed with blood oozed crazily out of his eyes. I'm merely doing this because Vincent is a friend of mine. If not, your life means nothing to me. Now, get the fuck out of my sight, Serena said, releasing her grip on Richard's face. Richards managed to muster up the strength to lift himself. He was about to begin moving when he felt a hand on his shoulder and heard a voice that made him unable to lift a single muscle in his body. I never said you could leave. As the hand which was on his shoulder applied strength, Richard could feel the bones on his shoulder cracking. He bit his lips hard, and fear and panic swept all over his body. It wasn't only the bones in his shoulder that cracked. As a second after, he could feel the blood circulation in his body stopping, and his left shoulder bloating. Richard managed to turn, seeing the person who was beside him. He gasped, "Why you?" Richard's words were put on hold, as Serena appeared in front of him, and pulled him away. "Oh!" He was about to speak, when Serena waved her hand, disconnecting his right arm from his body. Richard screamed from the pain of his hand being severed. "What do you think you're doing?" Exclamation mark. Serena said, glaring at Raphael, "You can't kill him, Raphael. Killing Adrian is enough. You have proved your point," Serena muttered. Raphael snorted, "The leaf is of insignificance. What matters is getting rid of the root." Raphael paused. "Isn't that what you said, Serena? There's no way I'm going to spare him, because if I was the one in that situation, he wouldn't," Raphael exclaimed. Serena's hands were clenched into a tight fist, as Raphael was using her words against her. "I know, but you can't kill him, so, you're going to protect him?" Raphael asked. Serena didn't even hesitate when she heard Raphael, and she immediately nodded her head. "I see. I will count to 3, Serena. If you still stand in my way, it means you no longer value our relationship, and I will call it a quit." "No, Raphael, don't." The voice of Devon and Aiden, who had been watching the whole show, suddenly rang out. However, before the both of them could even complete their words, Raphael waved his hand. "Don't interfere. This is between me and Serena. Serena, if you let him go, it is well certain that someday he would come after me. It could be days, weeks, months, or even years, but he certainly would, and even if he doesn't come directly, he would have someone else do it for him. By letting him live, you are giving a helping hand to someone who would scheme and plot against me in the future. I can as well consider you my enemy, Serena." Serena's eyebrows furrowed when she heard Raphael. "Come on, Raphael, I don't want you to kill another person from the Walker family because Vincent is a very dear friend of mine," Serena said. In response to Serena, Raphael chuckled. "Wake up to reality. Adrian is dead. This friend of yours will never let it go, and even if he does, there's no way I would associate with someone like that. I have killed one brother already, there's no harm in killing the other. So, what is it going to be, Serena?" Raphael said with a smile on his face. Serena bit her lips hard. While Raphael had a smile on his face, she knew he was very upset with the action she took, and whatever decision she made would decide the relationship between the both of them. After a few seconds, Serena's voice rang out. "Raphael, I'm sorry, but I can't allow you to kill him," said Serena. Raphael nodded his head. He then turned towards Aiden. "Aiden, can you create a portal leading to the dormitory? I need to freshen up before I head to class." Aiden was in a trance state, but when he heard Raphael, he regained composure and created a portal right away. "Thank you." With that said, Raphael moved. He was about to step into the portal when he heard Serena's voice. "Raphael, I want you to know that I'm not choosing my friendship with Vincent over ours. If it had been someone related to you in that situation, I would have done the same," Serena said. Raphael simply shook his head before then walking into the portal. There was complete silence in the surrounding after he left. Devon and Aiden kept staring at each other, and when they couldn't bear it anymore, Aiden spoke. "Serena, if you think you didn't choose sides, then you're wrong because you did, and Raphael isn't wrong. You're giving a helping hand to someone who would plot against him in the future." There, Aiden was about to continue, when he saw the furious look on Serena's face. Ahem, you know what, we are already late for class, let's go, Devon. Aiden didn't even waste any time, and he moved quickly. Every classroom in the academy was equipped with a whiteboard, lockers, huge TV screens, tables, and chairs for students. Settle down. In the Year 1 Elite Division classroom, a tall and well-muscled man stood in front of the students with a not-so-friendly smile on his face. He was putting on an all-black suit, and a shiny pair of brown shoes. The instant the student heard the man's loud voice, they immediately rushed over to their seats. The man rubbed his hand across his beards. Come on in, we have a lot to cover up before the tests start, the man exclaimed, glaring at the two students who stood at the door. It was Devon and Aiden. The duo nodded their heads when they heard the man, and without wasting any time, they went over to their seats. Let's begin, the man said. In our last class, we discussed how we turned to the other side. Some of us were rewarded with injustice and ingratitude from society. Some were victims of bullying, abuse, betrayals, extremists, depression, desperation, and some of us simply wanted power. One way or the other, we have had a taste of the world's bitterness. The Academy will give you a helping hand in the dreams you pursue, and being your fundamental psychology teacher, I will help create an introspective view and help you dive deeper into your thought and mannerism, the man said. This way I will have you understand how the mind works, and a better way to handle several situations. Edgar could see the bored expression that the students had on their faces, but he simply didn't care and went on tutoring them. We will focus on three main parts of fundamental psychology: adaptation, social, and development. If we are unable to cover those topics before the midterm, I'm pleased to tell you that we would be having classes during the weekends. When the students heard Edgar, their eyes twitched and mouths opened wide. If it wasn't for how extreme the Academy treated the course, there's no way they would attend it. Edgar snorted. Before we proceed any further, is there any question you would like to ask? Edgar said, while a smile could be seen on the man's face. The students all had a grim expression on their faces. It wasn't only Devon and Aiden that had problems with the course, but almost all the students disliked the course. The fundamental psychology class was as though having their scars open, then learning about the wounds, before then sealing them back. The normal psychology dealt with how the mind works, and how people act the way they do, but this was more than normal. There was complete silence in the classroom, and it was only after a few seconds that a female student raised her hand. I have a question, the student said. Camille, what is your question? Camille is an olive-skinned teenager of average height with brown eyes and black hair. She was putting on the academy uniform like the rest of the classroom, but hers was more iron than the rest, and her hair was tied in a two-style bun. As Camille stood from her chair, a few of the students grumbled. She, however, turned a blind eye to them and stared at the teacher in front. The last class we got to understand there is no such thing as a system of equality. Those are lies told to appease others. My question is, how do we create a world of equality, and what is the key to solving the world's problem? Good question, Edgar said, responding to his student's question. The answer is simple. There can never be a world of equality. Take a look at your fingers. Are they equal? No, the whole systems of equality are merely told to deceive others. Only one thing's equal for all, and that is death. As for your other question, first you understand the nature of the problem, and you eliminate it. It's just like the saying, a prevention is better than cure. When you eliminate the problem and its source, you're preventing it from ever happening. Camille nodded her head when she heard Edgar. Any other question? Edgar asked. Any question? Exclamation mark. Edgar raised his voice this time around. He then shook his head when he saw the student all ignoring his question, and instead they had eyes on their wristwatch. I have always thought about ways to solve the world's problems, but now I have finally realized the best possible solution. It was Camille's voice that rang out. He. Edgar chuckled, and the smile on his face widened. However, his lips, which were curved into a smile, closed when Camille spoke. I have to eliminate everyone, till I'm the last survivor. That way I have eliminated all the problems. Camille flashed an innocent smile at Edgar. Before returning to her seat, she opened the book on her table and began to write it in. See Camille, that's quite an ambition you have right there. But if that's the way you believe the world's problem will be solved, then you can as well strive for it, Edgar muttered. If there isn't any other question, let's proceed. Edgar took the marker which was on the desk. He was about to write on the whiteboard, when a knock sounded at the door. He turned towards the glass door and seeing who it was, a light smile appeared on his face. Come on in. The student who was at the door was none other than Raphael. Raphael pushed the door. He then gave a slight nod to Edgar and was about to head over to his seat when Edgar blocked his way. Not so fast, Raphael, isn't it? It hasn't even been up to a month since you joined the academy, and you have become quite popular, Edgar said. Oh, really? I had no idea. With his hand placed inside his pocket, Raphael replied, You know what, why don't you come to introduce yourself to the class? Before Raphael could even react, Edgar pulled him over. Don't worry, I will ask the question, Edgar said. Devon and Aiden shook their heads as if telling him not to say anything. Raphael, however, simply flashed a smile at them. I heard that before you came here, you were about to join Holy Savior Academy, Edgar muttered. And seeing that expression Raphael had when he heard him, he shook his head. Don't worry, as your fundamental psychology, there isn't a thing I don't know about you. The academy handed me your files, but those were just words written. I would like to hear from you directly. You were also invited to the academy a lot of times, but you also turned the offer down several times. My question now is, why did you choose to go to Holy Savior Academy? Then after getting accepted, you turned them down, and joined this academy. Raphael stared at Edgar. He seemed to be in deep thought, but after deep thought, his voice rang out. I was bribed, said Raphael. While Raphael's response took Edgar surprised, he composed himself. Okay. I'm sure your friends must have told you about my class. It is one of the best, and I couldn't help but notice that after you killed Adrian, there was no remorse or pity in your eyes. Instead, it seemed like you were getting rid of a burden. What? Adrian is dead, one of the students in the class exclaimed in shock. The news had yet to spread through the whole campus yet, so when they heard it, they couldn't help but be startled. Edgar glared at the student who just shouted for a few seconds, before turning towards Raphael. That wasn't the first time you've killed someone. Edgar paused. I also keep getting the feeling that you have killed many before. How did you feel after killing him? Did you feel delighted or perhaps a sense of relief? Or did his death fill a void in your heart? The question just kept coming at Raphael. However, Raphael simply remained silent. He said nothing and only stared at Edgar. A minute passed, and when there was still no response from Raphael, Edgar's voice rang out. I would like to know about you, Raphael. Especially your childhood, Edgar said. He. A chuckle suddenly escaped Raphael's mouth. There are no skeletons in my closet, no abusive childhood or suffering that might explain my character. Adrian died because he failed to see that life was a beautiful thing. Every word that came out of Raphael's mouth was said decisively. Yes, I felt glad after killing him, but that doesn't mean I'm incapable of sympathizing with pain. He played with fire, and he got burned. Simple, Raphael said. Edgar stared at Raphael for a while, before he then spoke. Fair enough, you can go to your seats now, let's continue with the class. Raphael nodded his head, he then to his seat, and a few seconds after the lecture continued. Ring. It had been several minutes since Edgar's class went on, and as the school bell rang, the students didn't wait for a second and immediately dashed out of the class. Why you? Edgar shook his head when he saw the students rushing out of the classroom. He turned towards the students who remained seated, and he heaved a deep breath. I want to see my assignment on my desk first thing tomorrow. Have a wonderful week, Edgar said. He then walked out of the classroom afterward. A few seconds after Edgar left the classroom, Aiden's voice rang out. 2 down, 3 more classes to go, he said while shaking his head. Finally, that class is over. Mrs. Rebecca said she won't be around this week, so I believe that's all for today. Ha 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 ha. A smile appeared on both Devon and Aiden's faces when they checked their timetables. The duo stood from their seats and were about to head over to Raphael when they saw a scene that left their mouths slightly open. Standing in front of Raphael's table were 3 students. They didn't say a word and instead, the 3 of them kept glaring at him. It was only after a few minutes that one of the voices sounded, "Not bad, you killed Adrian. I guess you're indeed worthy of being a student of the elite division after all. I'm Mason." Mason was a teenager with a muscular frame, long black hair, fair skin, and large brown eyes. A smile hung on his face as he stared at Raphael, and when he extended his hand for a handshake, the smile on his face widened. Raphael, however, stared at the 3 in front of him, before he brought his hand forward. "It's a pleasure meeting you, Mason," Raphael said. "I'm sure you have met Jackson already, and this beautiful lady here is my younger sister, Eliza." Mason stared at the female who was standing on his right. Raphael gave a slight nod when he heard Mason. Jackson was the black-haired teenager who wanted to fight with him during Miss Emily's class, and as for the female students besides Mason, he had seen her in class. "Ha ha 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 ha, I know she's beautiful, but don't come near her," Mason exclaimed. "I'm just kidding, ha 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 ha, but for real, don't come close to her, I won't forgive you," Mason said with a rather complicated look on his face. While Mason seemed to be warning Raphael about his younger sister, Raphael was surprised to see the girl herself, seizing him from head to toe, and when she raised her head and stared at him, he could see a blush on her. The girl beside Mason was a slender girl of fair complexion, light brown eyes without pupils, and black hair that reaches down to the middle of her back. "I'm Eliza," the girl said, stretching her hand forward for a handshake. Raphael glanced at Mason, whose eyes were twitching when he saw his sister's action. He then glared at Raphael, as if telling him not to respond to his sister, but Raphael shrugged his shoulder. "I'm pleased to meet you too, Eliza," Raphael replied. "Did you see that?" Exclamation mark. Mason's loud voice suddenly rang out. "Did you see that? He touched my sister, now he is surely going to marry her," Mason exclaimed, wriggling Jackson's body left and right. Eliza, who was however in front of Raphael, blushed. She couldn't continue to stare at Raphael, and after a second she lowered her head. Raphael scratched his head. He, I see the 3 of you have met Raphael." Suddenly, Aiden appeared in front of Raphael. "There's somewhere we have to go right now, so I will be taking Raphael." Before the trio could even respond, Aiden pulled out of the classroom, unbeknownst to Aiden. The instant he stepped out of the classroom, a deep frown appeared on Eliza's face. She then sneered, before folding her hands across her chest. "That was weird." It was Devon that spoke. Aiden nodded his head. "Yeah, those 2 give me the creep," Aiden said, as the 3 of them left the classroom. Raphael couldn't help but notice Aiden and Devon staring at his wristwatch. He ignored them for a few minutes, but when he couldn't bear it anymore his voice sounded. "What are you both looking at?" Raphael asked. "Nothing." However, they had only begun walking for a few minutes when Devon's voice rang out. "Why do we have to walk there? Can't we just take a portal to the dormitory?" Devon blurted. After meeting Aiden, Devon had become used to the portals he created. That walking far distance became problematic for him. Aiden was about to respond, when a voice sounded. "He can't. His powers have been nullified, so he is unable to use it in his space whatever until he leaves this area." Devon immediately went quiet when he saw the person that spoke. "When did that happen?" Raphael couldn't help but ask. "From the moment he stepped out of the class." "You met Eliza, right?" The person who had just appeared was an olive-skinned teenager. She was holding a black book in her hand, and a look full of mockery could be seen on her face as she spoke. Meanwhile, Aiden scratched his head when he heard the girl. "Don't you have any other place to be, Camille?" he said. Sigh. "Damn that Eliza, all I did was pull him out of the classroom, and she dare nullify my power, so annoying." Aiden frowned deeply. "And why are you following us? You can't have fallen for my charm, right?" Camille giggled. "You wish. It just turns out that we live in the same dormitory," said Camille. "The male dormitory?" "Yes, "That's where I stay," Camille replied to Aiden with a straight face. It was almost like she was expecting him to say something, and when Aiden did, she shook her head. "Why would you live in the male dormitory, when there is a female dormitory? Are you high on drugs, or were you hit on the ground as a kid?" Aiden blurted. Unlike most girls which he would have tried to woo, and use sweet words on, Aiden had no interest whatsoever in Camille or his other female classmates. It was part of his rules, never date your classmate, so he didn't care whether his word would hurt Camille or not. What's the difference between the both of them? If we were in any other place, then differences might exist, but in this place, it seems the same to me, Camille said. Besides, I rather have myself around you suckers, than with those backstabbing bitches. Raphael, who had remained silent the whole time, nodded his head when he heard Camille. Camille was right. In a place like this, there was really no difference between the two dormitories. There were no rules and regulation, so everything goes. A few minutes passed, and the four of them arrived at the male dormitory. Devon had remained quiet the whole time, while Raphael only spoke a few times along the way. It was mostly Aiden and Camille that spoke the most. "Goodbye." Camille waved her hand, which she got in front of her room door, which was surprisingly in front of Raphael and Devon's room. "I will see you guys around." Camille then walked into her room. "She's really not bad, it's just a pity that she's our classmate." After Camille went into the room, Aiden's voice suddenly sounded. Devon nodded his head. He was about to push the door to the room open, when Raphael stopped him, with his hand placed on his lip. Raphael spoke. "Someone is inside," Raphael said in a low voice. Both Devon and Aiden went quiet when they heard Raphael. "I can't hear anything," Aiden mumbled, as he placed his head on the door. However, the instant he moved backward, the door of the room opened, and a voice rang out, "Come on in, this is your room, after all." Devon and Aiden raised their head when they heard that voice, and seeing who was inside the room, the both of them staggered several steps backward with fear and panic written all over their faces. A deep frown appeared on Raphael's face because he could sense a high threat coming from the two people inside the room. "I'm just here to have a conversation, I mean no harm." "Tell them, Craig, or why the hell did I bring you along with me?" the pale teenager with light hair and pinkish eyes exclaimed. Craig's eyes twitched when he heard the pale teenager. He gulped, then stared at Raphael and the others. "If he says he won't kill you, then I can assure you that he won't kill you. You see, I won't. As a matter of fact, I'm sure we are going to become good friends." It was the pale teenager that spoke. He sat on the chair with his legs crossed, and an innocent smile could be seen on his face. Meanwhile, Devon and Aiden stared at Raphael, whose eyebrows were raised. "All right then." After giving it a deep thought, Raphael's voice rang out, and he walked into the room. "Before we begin, I'm a little thirsty. Craig, go prepare us some tea." The pale teenager waved his hand, and without any delay, Craig went into the kitchen. The duo seemed to treat the room as though it were theirs. Raphael glanced at Devon and Aiden, who were still terrified of this pale teenager, and a rather complicated look appeared on him. It was already quite obvious that they knew who the teenager was, but what startled Raphael was how scared both of them were. "The three of you can sit, I'm not going to bite any of you," the teenager exclaimed. The teenager's voice caused Devon and Aiden to tremble, but they still quickly went over to the other chair. As for Raphael, he glared at the teenager for a few seconds before he then sat opposite to him. After the trio sat on the chairs, the whole room was complete silence. It was much more in an awkward state, as Devon and Aiden lowered their heads the whole time, and the pale teenager had eyes fixed on Raphael. It was only until Craig came out of the kitchen that the silence broke. "Here's your tea, boss," Craig said. "Ginger tea?" the pale teenager asked. Craig nodded his head. "Yes, loose not bagged." Craig immediately nodded his head when he heard the question. "Yes," Craig replied. 3% milk." A second after the Craig spoke, the pale teenager's voice rang out again. "Yes, warmed separately." "Yes, steeped for 3 minutes." "Yes, 2 teaspoons sugar." "Yes, white sugar." "Yes." The pale teenager then nodded his head at Craig. He then took the cup of tea which was placed on the table, and took a drink, only for him to spit it back into the cup. "It's cold," the teenager said, handing the cup back to Craig. "I will start all over." Craig took the cup and went back into the kitchen. Throughout the entire time, Raphael was staring at Craig and the pale teenager, and his mouth couldn't help but open slightly. A few minutes later, Craig came out of the kitchen. He handed the cup to the teenager, and when the teenager drank the tea, he gave Craig a thumbs up, which for some reason made a smile appear on his face. "Thank you for your patience, now we can begin," the teenager said. "I'm Glenn, but everyone calls me Boss." After the teenager said his name, he paused, as though allowing Raphael a few minutes to assimilate what he had just said, and afterward, his voice sounded again. "I don't like beating around the bush, so I'm going to be very straightforward with you. I'm a student of the Murderer Division. The division has seen that you possess high potential, one which the elite division is failing to make use of, so I'm here to invite you to join the Murderer Division." Raphael was about to speak, when Glenn interrupted. "Before you say anything, I want you to know that there's nothing the elite division can offer you, that my Murderer Division won't give you. Better still, we will give you tenfold of whatever the elite division is for you," Glenn said in complete confidence. "So, what is your answer going to be, Raphael Queen?" "No," Raphael replied decisively. The atmosphere came cold after Raphael's voice rang out. Whether it was Devon, Aidan, or Craig, they all stared at Raphael with shock evident in their eyes. They could tell that Raphael didn't give it any thought, and he gave his answer regardless of who it was in front of him. Craig, and the others, slowly moved their head toward Glenn, and they were even more appalled to see that Glenn had a wide smile on his face. "Ha ha 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 ha," Glenn busted out laughing. "I was expecting that," Glenn said. "You see, I also believe that action speaks better than words. I can't just claim that the Murderer Division would offer you tenfold of what the Elite Division would bring to the table. I have to show you." As Glenn spoke, he lifted the bag which was on the ground, and placed it on the table. Glenn then waved his head at Craig. "I heard that you're a fan of gadgets. You can be assured that we would create a place for you on the campus and put in the best of the best items there. That's just a tip of what we have in store for you. In a place where death occurs very frequently, we will give you, and your friends, security like no other." Glenn paused. "Craig, bring it out." Craig gulped. He went over to the bag, and losing the zip, he stretched his hand into it and brought out the item which was inside. As he placed the item on the table, Craig moved several steps backward. "Ugh, my God, what the hell?" It was Devon and Aidan's voices that rang out. The duo couldn't help but scream when they saw Craig bring out a human head from the bag, and then place it on the table, right in front of everyone. And to make matters even worse, was that they recognized who the head belonged to. Blug. Devon vomited a few seconds after the head was placed on the table. Besides the pungent smell, seeing flies and the maggots which were all over their head, he instantly felt dizzy. Meanwhile, Raphael's mouth was opened slightly when he saw the head on the table. "This is us showing that we mean well and that we are very serious about you joining the division," Glenn exclaimed with a smile on his face. "So he's dead?" Raphael muttered in a low voice, and he received a head nod from Glenn. "Yes." Serena was delusional for making the decision she made. "There's no way that he wouldn't come after you at a point in his life." The head which was placed on the table was Adrian's younger brother, Richard Walker. "It's very disastrous to leave a piece like that. We from the Murderer Division prefer to completely get rid of any problem we might have, and those who even share close ties to the target we pursue. You also don't have to be worried about Vincent because he wouldn't dare lay a hand on you." Every word that left Glenn's mouth was said with confidence and assurance. "So, Raphael, will you join the Murderer Division?" This time around, Raphael didn't answer right away. He heaved a deep breath and stared at Richard's head which was on the table. Raphael couldn't deny that he wasn't tempted with the Murderer Division invite, as along with the head which was placed on the table was also a store ownership paper placed on the table. Glenn remained silent, allowing Raphael to make a decision, and after a few minutes, Raphael's voice sounded, My answer still remains number. I'm going to remain in the elite division, Raphael said, while there was a tinge of glow on Devon and Aiden's faces when they heard Raphael. A look of disappointment was written all over Glenn. However, that look soon vanished away, and a smile appeared on Glenn. All right then, Raphael, in case you ever change your mind, here is my card. Glenn flicked a white card towards Raphael before he then stood from his seat. Glenn began walking towards the door, with Craig following behind. He was about to open the door when he turned towards Raphael and said, I want you to know this, Raphael, some of us had our path chosen the moment we were born, and regardless of how much we try to do things differently, it will always remain the same. You were born with the power to induce decay to anything, whether the target is organic or not, allowing you to be able to destroy anything, making it crumble into dust. Which path do you think you're to walk on? Glenn said. Then a second after he walked out of the room, there was complete silence in the room after Glenn and Craig left. It was after a few minutes that the silence broke when Devon's voice sounded, that was crazy. What do we do with the head? Devon mumbled. Raphael placed his hand on his chin. Throw it away, I guess, Raphael replied. However, Aiden nodded his head. Yes, and I know the perfect place to dump it in. Aiden stretched his hand and a portal appeared in the room. He then took the head and threw it into the portal. Ha 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 ha. That will tell you not to mess with me anymore, Aiden exclaimed with a devilish grin on his face. Where is the portal leading to? Devon asked. Elisa's room. Devon shook his head when he heard Aiden. He then towards where Raphael was standing before, only for no one to be there. However, a second after, the sound of a door slamming shut sounded. After Edgar's class, about half of the students in the Year 1 Elite Division went to their dormitories, while the others took part in one activity or the other on the campus. In the Year 1 female dormitory, room 402, two females sat on a bed, opposite one another and were talking to each other. One of them had light brown hair which was tied into a bun with a red ribbon on it, and the other had short auburn hair. They were both in their teens, but while the girl with that short auburn had an ample bosom, the girl in front of her was petite. Becky, there's no way Raphael wouldn't make it to the top 5 hottest guys in the Year 1 divisions. It was the girl with the short auburn hair who spoke. He is just so charming. A look of adoration could be seen on her as she spoke about Raphael. Meanwhile, the girl in front of her shook her head. Top 5? No, I don't deny that he isn't handsome, but I still think he should be in the top 10 categories. The girl with the long brown hair, otherwise known as Becky, exclaimed. Look, here is the list, Becky said, placing a book on the bed. We have Vernon as number 1, Jeremy, Victor, Sean. Becky pointed her hand at the names which were written in the book as she spoke. Then after Sean comes Raphael. We shouldn't also forget Dwayne. If we add Dwayne to the list, then Raphael would fall to 6th. A look of certainty could be seen on Becky's face. I completely disagree. There's no way that Sean or Victor is much more handsome than Raphael, the other girl refuted. While Vernon and Jeremy are more hotter than Raphael, the rest are definitely below him, she said. The arguments had been going on between the two ladies for a while, and it still went on for another 20 minutes. It was, however, until Becky's voice rang out, that the two of them became quiet and stared at the figure who was in the room with them. Elisa, I want you to tell Melinda who you think is the most handsome between Victor, Sean, and Raphael. Elisa, who was standing in front of the room mirror, combing her hair, smiled when she heard Becky. A few seconds later, she then turned saying, Raphael, of course. And again, why are the both of you putting Vernon and Jeremy above Raphael? For me, Raphael is the hottest guy in the Year 1 divisions. Whether it was Becky or Melinda, both of their mouths open when they heard Elisa. They were not expecting that answer from Elisa, and seeing the blush which was on her face, the two of them raised an eyebrow. Elisa, you can't have fallen for him, right? Becky asked. The blush which was on Elisa's face deepened. She remained silent for a moment, before she then nodded her head. I have. I think he is the one, Elisa replied. Oh, my. You have to tell me everything right away. How did it happen? I thought you said that the both of you only spoke for about 2 minutes, so how could you feel this way towards him? Becky and Melinda had leapt from the bed and were now standing in front of Eliza. The two girls placed their hands on Eliza's shoulder as they spoke. Yeah, it wouldn't have been much longer if it hadn't been for that damn Aiden, Eliza hissed. The look on her face immediately turned cold when she remembered how Aiden had pulled Raphael away from her. However, a smile soon emerged back when Melinda's voice sounded, "Forget about Aiden, I want to hear the full details." "Yes, Eliza." Eliza closed her eyes, and the smile on her face widened as she recalled everything that happened back in the classroom. His blue eyes were so captivating that I found myself drawn to them. Eliza suddenly giggled, and when his hand touched mine, I felt an electrifying sensation all over my body. A second after Eliza spoke, she opened her eyes and was greeted by the sight of both Melinda and Becky smiling at her. Ah! Becky and Melinda hugged Eliza sooner after. Who could ever imagine that the stone-cold Eliza could fall for someone, and it's even love at the second sight which makes it even more romantic, Melinda stated. The girls then pulled away from Eliza. "Eliza, don't you think it best you tell him about how you feel? Raphael is both handsome and powerful. There will be a lot of girls who would be approaching him really soon." "Yes, Eliza, it's best you let the campus know that he is yours. You have to mark your territory before someone else does." Eliza stared at both Melinda and Becky before shaking her head. She then said, "It's too early, I'm far too shy, and I'm not even certain if what I feel for him is real or just an infatuation." Eliza said, "Are you sure about that?" Melinda and Becky weren't overly convinced by what Eliza said. "Yes, it's too early. I barely know a thing about him, and if I go confess my feelings to him, I would probably seem like a creep, you know," Eliza mumbled in a low voice. "All right then." Melinda paused. "I do hope it's not too late when you want to confess to him, because I heard that Vixen Serena is always with him." Eliza raised an eyebrow when she heard her roommate. "What are you getting at, Melinda? Even if Serena is with him, they are probably just friends. Serena is a Year 3 student. Why would she want to have a relative with a Year 1 student?" Eliza spoke in a not-so-friendly manner. "Friends?" Melinda jested. "My dear friend, in case you haven't heard the news on campus, someone in the male dormitory saw Serena walk into Raphael's room in the afternoon, and she didn't leave there until the next morning." "You mean?" It was Becky's voice that rang out. Melinda nodded her head. "I still don't have the full details yet, but I believe Serena and Raphael spent the night together," Melinda said. An expression full of disbelief immediately appeared on Eliza's face. If it had been anyone, then she would have dismissed their words, but Melinda was different, and she couldn't think of any reason why Melinda would lie to her about this sort of incident. So, what if they spent the night together? I still believe nothing happened between the both of them. Raphael won't lay a hand on her. I'm sure of that." Eliza shook her head as she spoke. Melinda, who was in front of her, busted into laughter. "Raphael is a man, so he must have his urges. But I'm not basing this on Raphael. Even if Raphael can keep his hand away from Serena, do you think she would be able to do the same?" "Even I don't think I can." Becky, who had remained silent suddenly, spoke. She could see the look which Melinda and Eliza had when she said those words, but she simply shrugged her shoulder. Eliza clenched her hand into a tight fist. She wouldn't dare. Eliza's voice, which was formerly soft, immediately became cold. Melinda was about to speak when a dark portal appeared in the room. It had barely been up to a second after the portal emerged, and a head flew out. The head seemed to be heading towards Eliza and the rest. However, before it could make contact with any of them, Melinda's hand turned to a spear made of bones, and she struck it at the incoming head. Bang! The instant the head came in contact with Melinda, it flew backward, and only stopped until it collided with the wall of the room. "What the hell?" Becky's voice suddenly rang out, after seeing that there wasn't any sign of movement from the head. Eliza, Melinda, and Becky began walking gently towards it. "Isn't this Richard?" Becky asked. She then turned towards Eliza and Melina, who nodded their head when they heard her, and her eyebrows furrowed. "He had it coming. It was just a matter of time, and I would have been the one to rip his head off," Melinda said. before then spitting on Richard's head. I'm actually delighted that those two brothers are died after the pestering, but what baffles me is why did his head got thrown to this place? It can't be that someone wants to frame us for their death, right? Becky and Melinda then turned towards Eliza. What do you think, Eliza? Melinda asked. Eliza had a frown on her face. All points suggest that someone is trying to frame us. Actually, it best I inform my elder sister about this. I don't want to see Vincent or his minion knocking at my door in the morning, said Eliza. What is he even doing in there? Aidan asked, staring at the door in front of him. Aidan then turned towards Devon, who was on the chair. Aren't you curious? Devon, however, shrugged his shoulders when heard Aidan. If you are that curious, why don't you just enter? Devon exclaimed. He hasn't stepped out of the room since yesterday when he came back from class. Even when we told him, the food has already been delivered, it was Gus who came out to get his own. Aidan stood in front of the door with his hand placed on his chin. Could it be that he is disturbed about what Craig will do to him? After all, he did reject a member of the cabal. Or is it because of what happened between him and Serena? The words just kept coming out of Aidan's mouth. You know, I would have assumed that he is dead, but I can still hear footsteps in the room, so he is still alive. So, what has he been doing in there all this while? Devon, who was playing video games, suddenly heaved a deep breath. He then glared at Aidan, who had been chattering for a very long time, and when he could bear it anymore, Devon dropped the gamepad and stood from his seat. Move aside. When Aidan heard Devon, he quickly moved, and after Devon shot another fierce glare at Aidan, he pushed the room door open. Now, are you hard? Devon abruptly paused, and his eyes couldn't help but twitch when he stared at the room. This wasn't the first time Aidan and Devon were stepping into Raphael's room, and while they had once been left dazzled by how he had arranged his room, it was nothing to compare to how they felt this time around. On one side was his bed, and the other was his working area, but the previous time Aidan and Devon were here, the working space already took more than half of the room, and now, it had widened its horizon, leaving only a portion left. There was once a standing fan, mirror, and a few other items in the room, but now they didn't exist any longer. It was only the bed and wardrobe that remained in that area. Did you rob them all this equipment when we were there? And how were you able to bring this much in without us realizing? Aidan couldn't help but ask. Even Devon was stunned when he saw all that was inside the room. It's no wonder why you spent more than 1,000,000 points in a single day, Devon muttered with shock evident in his voice. While Devon and Aidan were appalled, after a few minutes they managed to regain their composure. Raphael, it was Aidan's loud voice that rang out. Devon and Aidan had been swept over by the equipment which was around the room, and they didn't realize that Raphael wasn't far away from them. He has an earbud on. There's no way he is going to hear us, Devon muttered. Raphael was down on all fours beside his bed, his hands palms placed slightly wider than his shoulder. His back, arms, and legs were straight. He lowered his body until his chest nearly touched the ground and began to push himself back up. 75. 76. 77. Devon and Aidan continued to stare at him. However, after a few seconds, Devon's mouth opened wide. This is impossible, Devon exclaimed with his hand then placed above his head. What is it, Devon? Aidan asked. Devon rubbed his hand across his eyes, before then glaring at Raphael. Aidan, I need you to pinch me, so I will know this isn't a dream, Devon said. Ouch. It wasn't even up to a second after Devon spoke, and Aidan squeezed a small amount of his skin. After the pain lessened, Devon stared at Raphael, and that expression full of disbelief appeared on him. His watch, Devon stammered, before then pointing his hand at Raphael and saying, look at his wristwatch. It was then that he glanced over to the wristwatch Raphael was putting on, and seeing the number which was showing, his mouth opened so wide that an egg could fit inside. My God, no way. Aidan found himself in the same stupefied state that Devon was. The number was precisely 27,000 points yesterday, and now look, it has climbed to 29,000. The shock was evident in Devon's voice as he spoke, and it is still increasing. Devon uttered, rubbing his hand across his hair. 29,300. 29,700. 30,000. By the time the number got to 30,000, Devon and Aiden sat abruptly on the ground. "He is a monster," Aiden said, and Devon, who was sitting on the ground, nodded his head, agreeing with what he had just said. His power points are increasing from the push-up he is doing. "I can't believe he did push-ups to climb into the rank of B-rank meta-human," Devon mumbled in a low voice. "Perhaps he possesses the push-up leveling system or something," Aiden stated. Devon raised an eyebrow when he heard Aiden. "Really, push-up leveling system? That's a terrible name. It should be the meta-leveling system. I really thought that systems only existed in comic books, but it turns out that it's real. I wonder who else knows apart from us?" Aiden and Devon continued talking to one another. Unbeknown to them, a figure was standing in front of them with a dumbfounded look on his face. The figure was no one other than Raphael. Raphael had completed his daily 100 push-ups and sit-ups. He was about to head over to the bathroom, when he saw Aiden and Devon seating on the ground. "When did you guys get here, and what meta-leveling system or push-up leveling system are you talking about?" Raphael asked. He had been standing in front of them for a few seconds and heard some of what they were saying. Aiden and Devon stood from the ground when they saw Raphael. The two of them glanced at each other before staring back at Raphael, and Aiden then said, "Don't worry, Raphael, your secret is safe with us." "Yes, we won't tell anyone about it." Raphael's eyebrows furrowed when he saw Devon and Aiden acting all weird. "What secrets? I honestly have no idea what you two are talking about," Raphael said. "You have no idea?" Aiden asked, and without any delay, Raphael nodded his head. "All right then, I'm going to ask you one question. How long have you been doing push-ups?" "Since I was 10, Raphael replied. "Why are you asking?" Devon and Aiden stared at one another before Aiden turned towards Raphael and said, "After the push-ups, do you perhaps hear a ding sound, or do you feel more powerful?" Devon and Aiden's eyes were glaring at Raphael after that question was asked, and Raphael placed his hand on his chin. "I don't hear a ding sound, but I feel lighter after every session. I have been doing my exercise since I was 10, and I haven't missed today, so I have actually gotten used to the feeling," Raphael said. "So, you mean, you have only been doing push-ups since you were 10, no other training, and with just that, you have become a B-rank meta-human?" Devon asked, seemingly dazed. Raphael frowned when he heard Devon. He then stared at his watch and seeing the numbers, a smile appeared on his face. "Look at that, 30,300, not bad. Anyway, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, yeah, that's all." There was complete silence in the room after Raphael's voice rang out. Devon and Aiden's eyes were twitching, and while it seemed like they wanted to talk, neither of them was able to get them out of their mouth. However, the silence was broken when Raphael spoke. "You geese should excuse me, I want to freshen up. You should do the same. It says on the timetable that the next class will be on the Elite Division training ground." Devon and Aiden had yet to regain composure when Raphael gently pushed them out of the room. "On 100 push-ups and sit-ups, the push-up leveling system is really insane," Aiden mumbled. "I will be back in 10-15 minutes. Aiden stretched his palm forward and a portal appeared in the room. He then stared at Devon, who was walking towards his room before jumping into the portal. Meanwhile, a deep smile could be seen on Raphael's face. "With this class, I will finally get to know everyone's powers, and I will begin making preparation," Raphael said as he walked to the bathroom. Knock, knock, knock. At the front of the room belonging to the male dormitory in the academy, two teenagers stood with one of them having a not-so-friendly smile on his face. "Are you sure someone is in there?" Raphael asked with his hands folded across his chest. Aiden scratched his hand for a few seconds before nodding his head and then saying, "Yes, he just takes a couple of minutes to get ready." When Raphael heard Aiden, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at what Aiden meant by a couple of minutes, because both of them had been standing in front of the door for over 10 minutes, and yet, there was still no response from whoever was in there. "Why don't you just create a portal, and appear in there?" Raphael suggested. "This is already past 9, and the class started around 8:30 am. Because of the time which they had spent out here, Raphael had been expecting Aiden to do as he said, but he was instead surprised to see Aiden shaking his head at him. "Oh, boy, trust me, you don't want to appear in there without notice," Aiden replied. Sigh. Raphael suddenly heaved a deep breath. "I thought you said the three of you were great friends, so why didn't Evan come with us?" Raphael asked, as when they were about to leave the room Aiden had mentioned that he wanted to go pick someone, but the instant Devon heard who that person was he refused to go. "Well, Devon doesn't really like him that much, which is also why you haven't seen him in the apartment yet, but trust me, you guys are going to get along, and yes, he is also a student from our division. You haven't seen him in class because, how do I say this, the other students don't like him," Aiden said. "It's because of his powers actually." Raphael's eyebrows furrowed when he heard Aiden. He was about to speak when Aiden's voice rang out. "Don't get me wrong, there is nothing wrong with his power, but it is mostly because of how he uses them." "How he uses them?" Raphael mumbled in a low voice. Aiden nodded his head. "Yeah, you're going to see it for yourself when you both meet." A few seconds after, and the door suddenly opened. "And if I ever catch you or those insects of yours in the female bathrooms ever again, I'm going to end you." Bang! The girl slammed the door shut, and without even sparing a glance at the two teenagers who were in front of the door, she hurried out of the male dormitory. Raphael's eyes twitched for a second there. He stared at Aiden as if he wanted to get an answer for what had just happened, but instead, he was greeted by Aiden shrugging his shoulder. The door then opened afterward, and a young man with a slim build and a face was covered in bruises appeared. The young man was of average height, with disheveled black hair and brown eyes. When Aiden saw the young man, he couldn't help but shake his head. "I thought we agreed on no more peeping at the female's bathroom," Aiden exclaimed. Aiden then raised his hand towards one of the many bruises which were on the young man's face. "Damn, this one is a fighter. If she had raised her fist a little, you would have lost your eye." Chewie. The young man suddenly spat blood on the ground. "That damn bitch, she wasn't even the target. If she had only just minded her business, then all this wouldn't have happened." "What a cunt," the young man cursed, staring at the black-haired youth. Aiden couldn't help but shake his head. "Anyway, hurry up, go change, we are the only ones who haven't gotten to the training ground yet," Aiden said. "Really? I better get ready then," the young man said, waving his hand in the room, and a few seconds after he waved his hand, tiny insects began to emerge out of the room. The insects which were coming forward were numerous, but that was the least of the thing to be stunned about, as these insects were bringing forth a set of clothes. It was the academy uniform. After a short while, the insects began to climb onto the teenager's body. Then they wrapped themselves around him, spreading all over until even his face couldn't be seen any longer. Aiden paused as he turned towards Raphael, who was now holding on to a book and pen. "Where do you hide all these things?" Aiden couldn't help but voice out. However, there was no response from Raphael, as he was completely focused on the book in his hand. It was about the same time when Raphael was done writing, that the insects which were around the teenager had also dispersed. He then stared at Raphael for quite some time, before stretching his hand forward. "You must be the most talked about student presently on campus, Raphael Queen," the young man said. "I'm Bane." Raphael glanced at the young man before nodding his hand, and saying, "It's nice to meet you, Bane." Raphael, however, didn't stretch his hand and continued to stare at the young man. If Raphael hadn't kept his book away, then he would have written what that had just occurred. And this was something that intrigued Raphael greatly. Raphael mumbled in a low voice. "What did you say, Raphael?" Aiden asked when he saw Raphael's lips moving. Raphael, however, shook his head. "Nothing. The both of you can catch up later, we are already late." With that said, Aiden stretched his hand, and a dark portal appeared in front of them. Aiden was the first to walk into the portal, then Bane, and Raphael. Raphael didn't enter the portal immediately as Bane did. He waited for a few seconds. Ability to control various insects, and also a high regeneration ability. a dual-powered meta-human. It was only after those words left Raphael's mouth that he talked into the portal. While Aiden had dismissed the difference that occurred, Raphael took great notice of it, as a moment ago, Bane's face was once covered in bruises, but after his face was revealed, when those insects vanished, there wasn't a single bruise on his face. In the academy, each of the 7 divisions possessed its training grounds, and also, the students who were in the same division but in different years had different training grounds. The Elite Division training ground is composed of 9 different domains: the Hellfire Domain, the Bridge Domain, the Black Hole Domain, the Blue God Domain, the Flood Domain, the Speed Force Domain, the Exalt Domain, the Psychic Domain, and lastly the Imperial Domain. However, among these 9 domains, only 3 were accessible for the Year 1 students, and those were the Hellfire Domain, the Speed Force Domain, and the Psychic Domain. On top of a stage in the training ground was a muscular man with beards that stretched to his knee, a lean tall man, and the third person was an elegant silver-haired woman. They were all putting on black suits, and stern expressions could be seen on their faces as they stared at the students below. I believe we have been through this already and there's no need for any introduction. Now show us how much you have improved this week, or you can as well say goodbye to the Elite Division. It was the silver-haired woman that spoke. While the woman was attractive, the aura that she had around her made anyhow who appeared before her unable to raise their heads at her, and because of those pair of red eyes that seemed to be devoid of all emotion, the woman's nickname on the campus was the Red-Eyed Witch. There were 16 students in the training ground, and when they heard the woman's loud voice, they clenched their hands into a tight fist, and a fierce intent appeared around them. Mason, step forward. A second after the silver-haired woman spoke, and a teenager with a muscular frame, fair skin, and long black hair walked forward. Mason gave the 3 figures who were on the stage a nod before he then removed the clothes he had on, leaving only his boxers short, and as he cracked his knuckles, the smile which was on his face widened. Crack, the sound of bones cracking from inside his body reverberated in the surrounding. Veins soon began to pop all over his head, and it took only a few seconds. His head grew 10 times its size, followed by the transformation of his head. Also came his other body part, which then grew significantly. Mason gnashed his teeth, and all the teeth became crushed, and as he swallowed the crushed pieces, an enormous number of square teeth appeared in his mouth. And as the skins on his body fell off, it was replaced by subcutaneous tissues all over him. Mason raised his head, and let out a powerful roar that sent the whole training ground trembling violently. Rah! The students who were in the surrounding immediately moved several steps backward away from the 13-meter-tall transformed Mason. Meanwhile, the 3 figures who were standing on the stage had a look of approval as they stared at Mason. However, when one of them spoke, the words which had left his mouth were far from the look which he had. It took you 2 minutes 45 seconds to transform. You could have as well spent the whole day. A sensible meta-human would have ended you before you turned to whatever it is you claim you are. It was the lean man that spoke. The muscular man and the silver-haired woman nodded their head, showing that they agreed with what the lean man said. If you're unable to get your transformation to 1 minute, by the next session, then it best you consider if you're fit to be a student of the Elite Division, the muscular man said. Next. After the silver-haired woman's loud voice rang out, a teenager of narrow build with short, spiky hair that was styled in an undercut fashion stepped forward. His eyes were thin, their iris small and gold with small eyebrows. Seeing the teenager who stood straight with his hands placed inside his pocket, a slight smile could be seen on the faces of the 3 figures on top of the stage. The last session your power rank was at 35,550. I hope you haven't regressed, Levi. It was the muscular man that spoke. Levi smiled when he heard the muscular man. He then shook his head. I'm at 37,000, Levi said. The smile which was on the faces of the 3 figures widened, and they nodded their head, before one of them then said, indeed, worthy of being called Death Touch. Levi's power was referred to as Death Touch, and so was his name in the academy. He possessed the ability to kill anyone who made even the slightest body contact with him, even if it was just a finger. Death was inevitable for those who touched Levi's body. Join, Mason, the silver-haired woman said, pointing her hand towards the area where the 13-meter-tall Mason was standing. I hope the next student who would be coming forward would impress us just the way Levi did. The woman stated. She was about to call for the next person when suddenly a dark spiraling portal appeared in the training ground. A sneer soon appeared on the faces of the three figures on the stage, as they knew who the person was. However, they continued to stare at the portal, and after a few seconds, three teenagers putting on the academy uniform walked out of the portal. The students were none other than Raphael, Aiden, and Bane. Raphael's eyes didn't go directly to the figures who were on the stage, and the first person he noticed was the nude 13-meter-tall being with no reproduction organ. And his eyebrows furrowed when he saw how the being was waving at him. That's Mason, Aiden muttered. Raphael's eyes twitched when he heard Aiden. He then stared at the 13-meter-tall Mason, and a bewildered look appeared on him. Titan morphing, Raphael mumbled in a low voice before then placing his hand on his chin. After a few seconds, he raised his head, only to see that everyone in the surroundings, including the figures on top of the stage, staring at him. Raphael flashed a smile before he then walked toward Devon. Where the hell have you guys been? Devon exclaimed the moment Raphael got to him. Get the hell off me, Devon yelled. A few seconds after Devon spoke, and Raphael was about to respond to him, Bane suddenly appeared close to him, and stretched his hand for a hug. Come on, Devon, the least you could do is give me a hug. After all, we haven't seen each other in weeks. I seriously can't believe that you're still upset because of that one prank I pulled on you. The whole campus has forgotten about it. You're the only one who still remembers it, Bane said, and in response to him, Devon sneered. That's because it was I who was pranked and not them. Meanwhile, a few meters away were three female students who were staring at Raphael with adoration present in their eyes. Eliza, you were right, he is really hot. The three female students were Eliza, Melinda, and Becky. The three of them had been staring at Raphael the moment the portal opened, and he walked out of it, and the more they stared at him, the more pleasing he was to them. Eliza, this is a big fish. Holding your feelings till you both get to know each other is something you shouldn't do. I say you let him know how you feel. You're a beautiful girl, there's no way he would reject you, Melinda said. Eliza shook her head. Does Raphael seem any different to you? Eliza asked as she stared at Raphael. Yes, his skin is glistening, there aren't any blemishes or unevenness in his tone. It was Becky's voice that rang out. She stared deep at Raphael, and without even realizing Eliza and Melinda were dazedly staring at her. Are you done talking? Now, let's continue. Savannah comes forward, the muscular man said. Savannah was a relatively short girl with a slim figure. She had small, sharp dark brown eyes with thin eyebrows and mid-length purple hair that was tied into a short ponytail. After Savannah got to the front of the three teachers, 30,605 she announced, before then stomping her feet heavily on the ground. Cracks developed quickly on the area on which she stomped her feet on. However, a second after which Savannah waved her hand, the cracks which were created from her feet stomping on the ground disappeared. There were no longer cracks on the area which she stomped, almost as though she had restored the ground to its previous state. I see you have gotten much better at using your restoration power. But mind you, before absolute strength, there is hardly a thing restoration can do. You shouldn't focus solely on your superpowers because the strength you possess also plays a big role. Savannah nodded her head when she heard the lean man, and after he signaled her to move to the word side, she moved very quickly. Becky, Melinda, and Xavier come forward. Becky and Melinda hurried when they heard their names being called by the teachers on the stage. The two girls had smiles on their faces when they arrived in front of the stage. As for the teenager of average height with dark disheveled hair and red eyes who was beside them, he had a bored and irritated look on his face. 32,900 Becky's voice rang out, and a second after Becky, Melinda spoke. 33,150. The teachers then had eyes on Xavier, who was standing close to them. Meanwhile, Xavier had no idea that everyone was staring at him. Once he walked in front, his mind drifted away. Xavier. It was only after one of the teachers on the stage yelled that Xavier regained composure. However, that bored expression was still on his face. Xavier shook his head, before then saying, 35,078. Suddenly, Becky opened a page in the book which was holding on to. She then brought ink out from her shirt pocket, and began to wipe it across the page she opened to. And after a few seconds, a huge bird animated from the book which was holding on to. The bird flew towards the three figures on the stage, and just when it was about to contact them, the bird exploded. Why you? The silver-haired woman pointed her finger furiously at Becky because she knew that Becky had allowed the bird to detonate itself intentionally. Even though the detonation didn't cause any damage to them, Becky giggled, and without even waiting for them to criticize or perhaps inform her of her misgiving, she walked to the other side. Your ability to animate inanimate concepts is indeed applauding, but your imagination is only so-so. You were picked into the elite division because we expect you to be able to think bigger, and so far, we have been left disappointed. The next session, if the best you can come up with is a bird detonating, then the elite division is unfit for you, and I will believe the norms division is where you belong, the lean man on the stage exclaimed. Becky bit her lips hard when she heard the man, and after a short while, she couldn't help but give the man the finger. Melinda heaved a deep breath. She then clenched her hand into a tight fist, and bones began to emerge out of her body. The bones began to take several shapes and forms, and it only chose to stop after Melinda had assumed the form she wanted. With a proud smile on her face, Melinda covered her entire body with bones that formed a defense layer around her, and on her back was a pair of wings made from bones. Not bad, Melinda. I can see that you have gotten better at manipulating those bones. Good job. However, don't let this tiny improvement get over you. There is still room for improvement, especially in the strengthening of those bones, the silver-haired woman said. Melinda smiled. She was about to walk to the other side when a golden flame suddenly enveloped her entire body. Why you? The bones around her began to melt rapidly, and it didn't take much longer before even the pair of wings which were behind her dispersed. How dare you? Melinda turned her fist into a spear made of bone and struck at the disheveled black-haired teenager who was standing beside her. Xavier, however, sneered when he saw Melinda begin to approach. He didn't move away from his position and instead stood with his hands placed behind his back. A few seconds for Melinda's attack to come in contact with him, and his eyes twitched. You must have a death wish, woman. The instant those words left Xavier's mouth, golden flames appeared all over Melinda's hand. This time around, once the flame emerged, they got rid of the spear which Melinda formed with her hands within seconds and soon began to inflict serious damage on her body. However, the moment Melinda gnashed her teeth at the flame which was ravaging through her body, the golden flames vanished instant. Xavier was about to speak when a slender girl with light brown eyes without any pupils and black hair that reached down to the middle of her back appeared in front of him. And when the girl arrived, she didn't waste any time, and the moment she arrived, she lifted her body in midair and struck a kick to his face. Why you? Why you? Xavier stammered. Xavier tried to use the golden flame on the girl that just appeared, but it was impossible as his powers were nullified by her. Bam! Xavier was then greeted by a series of punches that wreaked havoc on his body. He staggered several steps backward, with blood coming out of his mouth, and before he could even get a grip of himself, the girl struck an uppercut that sent him flying. Once Xavier was dealt with, the girl walked toward Melinda. Are you okay? Elisa said, staring at Melinda's hand. Melinda nodded her head. When she heard Elisa, the both of them then glared at Xavier, who had gotten back to his feet and was now wiping the blood which was around the corner of his mouth. Elisa, I must say, I'm impressed. Your speed and accuracy were top-notch, but the fact that Xavier is still on his feet after those hits show that you're still lacking a lot, the muscular man said, before then turning towards Xavier and saying, While your power to generate the golden flame of hell from your eye is certainly impressive, it is too weak. If the golden flames were much stronger, then before Elisa got to you, you would have destroyed Melinda's hand completely. While that is far from what you should achieve, it would still inflict good damage to Melinda. Melinda, it is just like I said, even though your powers make you possess enormous potential, if you are unable to utilize those power, then you're simply a waste. Get your head together and work on your defense and attack. The teachers who were on the stage didn't hold anything back when stating how they felt, and after lecturing the three of them hard enough, they sent them to the other side of the training ground. Jackson, Sean, Devon, and Alice stepped forward. Devon heaved a deep breath when he heard his name, and quickly he stepped forward. However, when he got to the front of the teachers on the stage, they took a glance at him, then stared at one another, before the silver-haired woman then pointed her hand at the other side. You can go to the other side. Devon's eyebrows furrowed when he heard the woman, but he strolled over to the other side, with a light smile on his face. Jackson, and a teenager of narrow build, short brown, shaggy hair parted to the left, and glistening blue eyes stood in front of the teachers. Beside them were a tall woman with an athletic build, brown eyes, and black long hair. 30,050, Sean said, winking at the silver-haired woman who was on the stage. The woman, however, shook her head. She then turned towards Jackson, feeling the woman's gaze on his body. Jackson gulped before he then said, 24,460. There was a look of disappointment on the teachers' faces when they stared at Jackson and Sean. Their eyes then went over to Alice, hoping she wouldn't disappoint them, and when her voice rang out, it brought a smile to their faces. 33,000, Alice said. Suddenly, Jackson flicked his finger and about 20 replicate of himself appeared on the training ground. Once those 20 clones appeared, they also flickered their fingers and 400 clones appeared. I'm not done yet. Jackson and the clones were about to flick their fingers once again when the lean man stopped his movement. You can stop. Another student who is full of potential but is unable to utilize them. Each clone you create possesses more than half of the original body power. Have you ever considered how powerful you would be if you can elevate those clones even further? You can have an army, and without even raising a finger, you can rule the world, but instead, you chose to be a complete waste. Even wastes are much more better than you. Jackson lowered his head when the teachers began to speak, but after a few more seconds he quickly moved to the other side, before the insult went too deep. After Jackson went to the other side, Sean rubbed his hand across his head, and when he dropped his hand down, black lightning began to move about his body. Sean's body then began to vibrate, and when he accelerated at a different level of speed, only his after-image could be seen. He was still standing in that position, but his image appeared rather blurry. Watch this because of the state which Sean was in whenever he spoke. His voice vibrated along with his body. There was a 90-meter running track in the elite training ground, and a second after Sean's voice sounded, he took off. Sean dashed to the track so fast that only his after-image and the black lightning which was moving around his body could be seen. Supernatural speed. Raphael, who had been watching the show the whole time, muttered, with a rather amused look on his face. Aiden, who was standing beside him, nodded his head. Yes, while Sean might not possess much strength, his speed is the most appalling aspect, and for some reason ladies like him, Aiden said, noticing the jealousy in Aiden's voice. Raphael spoke, I can understand why you are jealous, but your power is just as impressive as his. If I were to choose in between the both of you, then it would be yours. Of course, my power is just as impressive, Aiden blurted. Raphael continued to stare at Sean as he ran around the area, and a smirk appeared on his face. It's a good thing I prepared a blueprint from that ice gun because I'm going to be needing it, Raphael mumbled in a low voice. A few seconds later and Sean appeared in front of the teachers. What do you think? Sean asked in a voice filled with confidence. The teachers took a long stare at him, before one of them said, there is still room for improvement, but that would be done in the Speed Force domain. My advice to you is to let go of the pride. An attitude like that can get you and your colleagues killed on the field. Sean glared when he heard the muscular man. He was about to speak when he was suddenly enveloped by a huge bubble. "Why you?" Sean pointed his finger at Alice, who was holding a flute in her hand. He shook his head and the black lightning which had disappeared earlier emerged around his body once again. Sean placed his hand gently on the bubble, and he phased himself through it. "Really, Alice, even I'm disappointed not to talk of them," Sean said. The smile which was on Alice's face vanished when she stared at the teachers who were on the stage. "I see you worked on my advice and managed to increase the number of bubble duration, but the strength of the bubble is something you still need to work on. Use your head, girl. With this sort of power you could envelop the whole academy, and even if a nuclear bomb is to occur, the bubble would be able to withstand the damage." Alice nodded her head. She waited for the teachers to lay out all the words on her before she then moved to the other side with her hands clenched into a tight fist. "Camille, Ethan, and Edward." Camille walked forward once her name was called by the teachers who were on the stage. She stood straight, and they stared at the two twins who were standing beside her. Ethan and Edward were identical twins. Both of them had shoulder-length black hair and a heavy, muscular build. They weren't brimming a youthful aura like the rest of the students. They had a barbaric touch in them. "Clap." Camille suddenly clapped her hand, and it wasn't even up to a minute, after which she did so, and 5 figures appeared in front of her. The instant Camille saw the figures that had just appeared, a smile formed on her face, and as for the students in the surrounding, they moved several steps backward. The 5 figures that had just appeared were 3 female and 2 male. However, the 5 of them had similar features, Arctic white skin and a pale face that was splattered with blood from the rotten flesh of their wounds and straggly hairs. "Feed me." Their mouths were wide open and a crooked set of yellow teeth could be seen, as well as a pair of bloodshot eyes. "Very impressive, Camille. Your ability to control the dead has improved so much that you can have them around the surrounding without anyone being able to sense them. I'm very satisfied with this." It was the silver-haired woman who spoke, and while the 2 men beside her didn't say anything, they had the same satisfied look which the woman had on their faces. Camilla bowed slightly towards the 3 teachers on the stage before then walking to the other side. "Astounding, right?" Aiden exclaimed when he saw the look on Raphael's face after Camille revealed her power. "Camille is one of the finest students in the academy. This is even why she can stay in the male dormitory without any worry." "The power of a necromancer," Raphael mumbled before then placing his hand on his chin. "It's Ethan and Edward's turn." As Edward and Ethan announced their rank to the teachers on the stage, they moved closer to one another. "This is what true transformation is," Edward and Ethan yelled, then stretched their hands towards one another. The magics began to occur as a second after Edward's hand came in contact with his brother. The 2 of them began to merge. Edward's right side joined together with Ethan's left, and as their heads connected, their legs joined as well. Ethan and Edward already possessed a heavy muscular build, and when the duo merged with one another, they doubled in size. "It's no wonder the both of you look down on the rest of your classmates," the muscular man said. "The both of you are powerful when you merge with one another, but individually you aren't all that great. Work on that area, and there would hardly be anyone in the division who would want to mess with you." Ethan and Edward gave a slight nod at the teachers on the stage, before moving to the other side. "Raphael and Sylvia, come forward." There was complete silence in the training ground after those 2 names were called. Raphael was a new student, and in less than a week after he joined the academy, not only was he able to beat a Year 2 student to a pulp, but he was also able to kill the student. As for the other person who was mentioned, she was a figure who even the dean of the academy respected greatly. The lady possessed potential that only a few in the academy could match up to. Seeing Raphael and Sylvia appear before them, a reverent look could be seen on the faces of the 3 teachers who were on the stage. In a passage leading to the directors of the academy meeting room, the door of the meeting room was pushed open and a tall, slender woman stepped into the room. There was a rectangular long table, with 7 people sitting around the table, and the instant the 7 of them saw the woman walk into the meeting room, they stood from their seats and gave her a slight bow. I apologize for my tardiness. Now let's begin, the woman said, and the 7 of them sat on the chairs. In the academy, there were 7 divisions, and in these 7 divisions existed 7 directors who headed each division: Wyatt Reynolds, Grayson Forrest, Layla Rose, Nicholas Silas, Iris Waldorf, Vermont Lance, and lastly, Kai London. These 7 figures were the ones heading the divisions in the academy. As the 7 directors sat in their seats, the slender blonde woman sat in the front chair. "Nicholas, I believe there's something you have to tell us," the woman said. Nicholas nodded his head when he heard the woman, and without any delay, he stood from his seats. He walked to the front of the screen in the meeting room, and after getting everyone focused on him, his voice rang out, "We have a problem. 3 out of the distribution channels which we use to export our goods into the market are being under attack. In the past few days, we have not only lost more than 100 B-rank meta-humans, but we have also lost 20 A-rank meta-humans, as well as the goods which were to be sent to the city." Nicholas's words already brought a deep frown to the faces of the people who were in the meeting room, and when they heard the rest of his words, the frown on each one of their faces deepened. "Our stocks in the black market have diminished very greatly, and I'm afraid if we don't act on this problem very soon, we would be losing a huge portion of the commission which we receive from the black market," Nicholas said. "It is disastrous because we are unable to bring in goods into the black market, and at the same time we can't take anything out of the market." Nicholas then allowed them to assimilate that information before he continued. "We own about 15% of shares in the black market, but because of the problem we are encountering, there aren't a lot of people who are striking deals with us anymore, and so we have only about 13%. "What the hell?" Wyatt exclaimed. The black market was one of the sources of revenue for the academy, and losing 2% of the shares, as well as control they had over one of the biggest economic activities that emerged after the occurrence of the supernatural, was a huge blow for the academy. After Wyatt's voice rang out, he was greeted by the glare of the slender woman seating in front, and he immediately became quiet. 2% is not a small amount. "What about the other distribution channels? Why haven't we tried those yet?" Wyatt asked. Nicholas heaved a deep breath when he heard Wyatt. He then said, "They are doing quite well, but I suggest we do not pass the trades into those channels, as those other channels have businesses to tend to. If we are to involve those other channels, just to satisfy the demands of the black market, then I'm afraid we would be losing 10 times what we have lost in the black market from the other stocks we have." This time around, Nicholas sent the people in the meeting room into a pondering state. They didn't doubt Nicholas's assessment and ability for a second. As being able to head over the research and support division, he was a man of both power and experience. After the 6 of them thought about it for a while, they turned and stared at the woman who was seating at the front. The woman, however, ignored the gazes of the 6 of them, and stared at Nicholas. "Have you figured out who is the cause of those attacks on our channels?" she asked, and Nicholas shook his head. The instant he had her question, "I do not have the specific name of people involved, but we were able to narrow the list of suspects to 3, Nicholas said. He then waved his hand at the screen, and an image popped in front of everyone. The William family, the Trafford Corporation, and the Sisters of Mercy. The image which was being displayed on the screen was split into 3 portions. On the right side was a goatee man standing in front of an estate, with several people behind him, all of which were putting on a blue cloth. In the middle was a 12-story building, then writing at the top of the building was the letter T boldly written on it, and on the right side were 6 women who were all putting on black habits, white neckerchief, and a black veil. The 6 women were holding onto a book and a rather sacred look could be seen on their faces. The strongest meta-human in the William family and Trafford Corporation are S-rank meta-humans. As for the Sisters of Mercy, their leader is an A-rank meta-human. Nicholas's voice rang out, a few seconds after the image was displayed. If an S-rank force such as the William family and Trafford Corporation is the major suspect, then it is to say that the Hero League has a part to play in it. It was Iris Waldorf, the woman overseeing the tech division, that spoke. The people in the meeting room nodded their heads when they heard Iris because they had dealt with the Hero League several times, and they knew how the League operated. Meanwhile, the woman who was seating in front of everyone, turned towards the gold-haired youth who seemingly had a bored expression on his face, and asked, "How do you think we should handle this issue?" Kai raised an eyebrow. He stared at the blonde woman. For a moment, he was about to speak when a voice sounded, "I say we kill them all." With his hands placed behind his head, Grayson crossed his legs, which were now on the table, and exclaimed. There wasn't a bit of emotion on his face, as he stated his suggestion, which was to kill thousands of people from the 3 suspects they had. However, none of the people in the room were shocked by what Grayson said, as that was the sort of thing they expected from him. They instead had eyes on the blonde woman, wondering what decision she would take. "I'm going to have to agree with Grayson." As the woman continued to stare at Kai, he spoke, "The fact that they made a move against us, and made us lose greatly in the black market, is an absolute disrespect. Today it was our channels, who knows what it could be tomorrow. I suggest we send a message back to the world, let them remember that even if we haven't made a big move in past months, we are still an existence they don't want to cross paths with." There were several head nods from the people in the meeting, as they all agreed with what Kai said. "Okay then, however, it is the year 3 and 4 who are to handle this matter. Have them dig up all the dirt those 3 have, seize up all their assets, and make a good scene. This will be a very good experience for them." Suddenly, the woman stood from her seat and began walking towards the screen. "I would have handed the black market problem to you since it would be faster, but the black market is the least of the problems we are currently facing." A stern look appeared on everyone's faces when they heard the woman. They could sense the change in her, and knew that there was something that greatly disturbed her. "It's Ultraman," the woman said. Meanwhile, in the elite division training ground, Raphael stood in front of the teachers who were on the stage, and even though he was standing in front of them, his eyes were glued to the person who was beside him. The girl who was referred to as Sylvia was of average height, with long blue-tinted silver hair that was styled into 2 braids, one that covered half of her face, and the other hung behind her head down past her shoulders. And apart from her hair, there wasn't any other part of her body that could be seen, not even her face, as she wrapped her entire body in bandages. She was then putting on a black kimono robe and in her hand was a katana, limitless swordsmanship. She said in a low voice, 40,089, limitless swordsmanship, Sylvia said. There was complete silence in the training ground after she had spoken, as everyone, including Raphael, was staring at her. After a few seconds, the voice of the silver-haired woman on the stage rang out, "Why don't you show us what it means to be limitless in the sword path?" The woman said. Sylvia tightened her grip on the katana when she heard the woman. She then unsheathed the katana from its scabbard, only to put it back in afterward. Sayonara. With that said, Sylvia began walking toward the other side. It all happened so fast that no one could process what exactly she had done, but the moment they moved their eyes past Sylvia and stared back at the silver-haired woman who was on the stage, their mouth opened slightly. "Why you?" One of the students exclaimed as he stared at the silver-haired woman who was on the stage. The woman's eyes twitched, and her eyebrows furrowed, when she saw how the students were staring at her. Even her colleagues who were beside her were staring at her with shock evident in their eyes. "Is something on my face?" she couldn't help but ask, and in response to her, the muscular man shook his head. He then gulped before saying, "It's your hair." The man stammered because he knew that if the woman were to realize what happened to her hair, she was going to freak out. The woman raised an eyebrow when she heard the muscular man. "What happened to my?" As she spoke, she rubbed her hand across her hair and discerning that her hair, which formerly reached down to the middle of her back, was now shortened into a hime cut, her body shook violently. "Ugh!" the woman yelled at the top of her voice. And it didn't take much longer until she realized that it was Sylvia who must have cut her hair when she unsheathed the katana. "Why you?" she stuttered, pointing her finger at Sylvia, who, however, had her hands placed behind her back. "To be quite fair, it's your fault. You shouldn't have told her to demonstrate what she was capable of when you knew her. The woman glared at the muscular man. If looks could kill them without a single doubt, the man would have died over and over again, from the way the woman was glaring at him. Raphael, it's your turn. Seeing the deathly stare the woman was staring at him with, the man quickly averted his eyes from the woman and turned toward Raphael. Raphael had been staring at Sylvia when he heard the man. 400, absolute decay, Raphael said. There was a bit of shock from the students when they heard Raphael, as they had assumed his rank would be quite higher than that. However, they chose not to think too much about it, because of the powers which he possessed. I suggest you work on your defense more, even though your powers are appalling. Against a meta-human with long-range powers, you would be rendered shitless, the lean man on the stage said decisively. The battle against Adrian, for instance, if Adrian was much smarter, he should have been able to defeat you in the first battle. His biggest mistake was allowing you to move close to him, which is why I say close range. There would hardly be anyone who would want to fight you, but at a long range, you wouldn't be all that great. While the strongest attack is indeed the best defense, it doesn't mean one shouldn't raise his guard. Raphael listened attentively when he heard the lean man. Though he was well aware of his flaws, it wasn't a terrible thing hearing others tutor him about it. After all, no one is above learning. When the lean man went quiet, the voice of the muscular man rang out. It's just like he said, focus more on your defense. If both attack and defense are top notches, then I see you going into higher places, kid, the muscular man said. Raphael nodded his head. He then walked over to the other side. He had to admit that what the two of them said was indeed true. He would dominate any close-range attack, so a meta-human who is aware of what power he possessed wouldn't choose to engage in that sort of battle with him. Except if they were very confident in defeating him in a close-range battle. The majority, however, would choose to engage in a long-range battle with him. What do you think? Devon mumbled a few seconds after Raphael arrived close to him. About what? Raphael asked. You know, the students and all. As Devon spoke to Raphael, Raphael could see three girls staring at him. But when he turned towards them, they quickly moved their eyes away. His eyebrows furrowed, before he then towards Devon, and said, Good, 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 good. Raphael replied, It's Aiden, Martha, and Bane's turn. Raphael stared at the trio who were in front of the teachers. Raphael had already seen what Aiden and Bane's powers were, so he wasn't all that surprised, but what brought an astonishing look to his face was the girl who was beside them. The ability to foresee the possible future and observe what might occur, as the trio displayed what their power was capable of, and they moved to the other side. Raphael's eyes followed the girl, and even when she stood a few meters away, he still kept staring at her. It was only after when Devon tapped him on the shoulder that he stopped looking at her. Martha Silas, her power makes her the most astounding and precious student in the elite division, Devon said. Devon didn't find anything weird in how Raphael had been staring at her, as even he was surprised when he first learned about her powers. I agree to that, Raphael muttered. With the power which Martha possessed, there was no doubt that the Academy was going to treat her very differently. To Raphael that power was worth praise, as it could extend to the length to perceive who was going to die or when their death would occur. There were so many things. Suddenly, Raphael began looking at the students in the training ground, before he then said, There are 19 students here including me. I thought you said there are 21 students in the Year 1 Elite Division, so where are the remaining two? Oh, you mean Dwayne and Aliur, Devon responded. He was about to speak when two figures walked into the training ground. Speak of the devil, Devon exclaimed when he saw the duo that just arrived. The two figures who had just entered the training ground were none other than Wayne and Aliur. Wayne was a teenager of average height, lean build with messy blue hair. He has a small black eye, long lower eyelashes, small eyebrows, and a simply remarkable face. Staring at a teenager who was holding on to a black bow and a quiver which was filled with arrows at his back, Raphael's eyebrows furrowed. He is strong, Raphael mumbled in a voice, very strong. It was Aiden that spoke. In the entrance exam, Dwayne came out second in the whole academy. Aiden said, "Who came first?" Raphael said, "Aliur." Devon replied. Walking behind Dwayne was a woman of voluptuous build, gold eyes, and long wavy white hair. She was putting on a sleeveless, black short white dress. "She's beautiful, right?" Devon said, then frowned deeply. "Raphael, do not make the mistake of ever going to that woman." Devon paused, as he saw the odd look on Raphael's face, and he said, "She is a monster," Devon exclaimed. Raphael turned toward Aiden and Bane, and he was just as surprised to see that they had horrified expressions on their face when they saw that girl. It was like she was someone that they dreaded the most. "It's good that the both of you have finally returned." The silver-haired woman, who had a deep frown on her face the whole time, smiled when she saw the duo in front of her. Dwayne and Aliur, however, had a neutral expression on their faces, as they stood in front of the teachers. Suddenly, about 7 tennis balls appeared in the hand of the lean man. He threw the balls forward, then said, "Let's see how much you have improved so far, Dwayne." Pew, 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 pew. It was barely up to 10 seconds after the lean man spoke, and Dwayne pierced through the 7 tennis balls he threw, with the arrows on his back. After the 7 of them were embedded by his arrows and stuck at the wall, Dwayne lowered the black bow in his hand. "Astounding, isn't it?" Devon said, and in response, Raphael slightly nodded his head. "That's just half of it. It isn't done yet." Boom! A second after Devon spoke, and the tennis balls which were stuck on the wall exploded. The balls were scattered into several pieces. However, the arrows remained there. Apart from having an extraordinary proficiency with bow and arrow than what it is necessarily possible, he can create and manipulate explosion, making every shot he fires with his arrows to be explosive, Devon said. Raphael raised an eyebrow as he then stared at Dwayne. He soon flashed a light smile, and then said, "What about her?" "Trust me, Raphael, her power is something you do not want to know," Devon replied the instant he heard Raphael, "so, don't move close to her, or even have anything to do with her." On the stage, after Dwayne's performance, the 3 teachers only said a couple of words to him, before they turned toward Aliur. It came as much surprise to Raphael that after Aliur stated her power rank, she moved to the other side, and the 3 teachers didn't question her. They simply let her go, which even made Raphael more curious about what her power was, that even the teachers who were on the stage chose to act that way. "I think that's going to be all. Have a wonderful week, and I do hope you do not get killed. We will meet in the next class." It was the muscular man that spoke. With that said, the students walked out of the training ground. A few seconds after they had left, the voice of the lean man sounded. "Aliur, isn't it?" "Yes, that girl gives me the creep," the muscular man responded, then heaved a deep breath. While the silver-haired woman's attention was on her hair, she still nodded her head. When the muscular man spoke, "A power like that shouldn't exist. Everybody wants to know how it feels. Everybody wants to know what it's like in one of the rooms in the male dormitory." The loud voice of a teenager of lanky build and scruffy brown hair rang out. The teenager was none other than Raphael. It had been 3 days since the Year 1 Elite Division students were at the training ground, and during those last few days, Raphael did 2 major activities. One was going to classes and the other was getting his gadgets done. "Get a piece of pie for your Tilda." Tapping his feet gently on the floor, Raphael jammed to the song he was listening to, with the earbud he had on. Standing in front of a construction table, Raphael was putting on a helmet, black apron, and in his hand was a welding torch. Several metals were placed on the table, but after he altered them into the form he wanted, Raphael would use the welding torch on them. Let's go, Tilda." Raphael moved his hand and body, as he danced to the song he was listening to. He pointed his hand at the blue owl who was staring at him, and he went ahead to break dance. Suddenly, Raphael moved to the right side of the table and glanced at the micro-engine he had built, and he couldn't help but place his hand on his chin. If I'm able to turn this micro-engine into a nano-engine, then I should be able to allow it to absorb more energy, making the attack force double of what was planned. What do you think, Gus? Raphael asked the blue owl, who was also staring at the engine on the table. Gus, however, remained silent when it heard Raphael. It stared at the engine for a few seconds before then turning towards Raphael. "Impressive, right? I know, I'm a genius," Raphael exclaimed. To Raphael, his safety was of the utmost importance, which is why after seeing what those students in the elite division were capable of, Raphael decided to take matters into his hands. Even though none of them had shown any negative intent of making a move against him, he wanted to be prepared for any event. Raphael began working on how to take care of each one of them after he got back to his room, and on the first day, he was able to create a gadget that would help him annihilate Mason if he were to ever cross paths with him. The nape of a Titan was regarded as its Achilles heel, and despite how extreme the regeneration ability of a Titan was, striking that place would result in its death, and that was the first tool Raphael created, the nape cutter. That was the name that Raphael had given to the tools which he created for Mason. On the second day, Raphael worked on two tools. One was the Bone Buster, and the other was the Meta Sprayer. The Bone Buster was to be used against Melinda, and the Meta Sprayer was reserved for Bane. After what happened to Adrian, Raphael didn't want a mistake like that to even happen again. He didn't want to give room for any slip that might happen, and once he struck at his enemy, he wanted to finish them once and for all. The third day was the most enjoyable, as he wasn't going to be killing two birds with one stone. Instead, he was going to be dealing with three birds, and once he was done, they wouldn't even know what hit them. While the focus of the third gadget was to deal with Sean, Levi, and Xavier, the truth was among the first three he created, this was the one he loved the most. Sean was a meta-human with supernatural speed, and as for Xavier, he possessed the legendary cursed flame of hell, and to deal with both of them, Raphael chose to implement an ice-based power. The piece Raphael created was the famous ice gun he had once worked on, but this gun was much more different from the one which was brought to him. He ensured that the gun's ability to slow down molecules was top-notch, so that within seconds, it would have the power to reduce Sean's supernatural speed to a human level. And for Xavier, the best way to deal with the cursed flame of hell was to involve something holy in between. Raphael's mother, Yvonne, had given him oil even before his trip, and he added a bit of that oil into the ice gun. Sizzle, the loud sound of the metal that Raphael was melding together with the welding torch sounded. However, Raphael didn't have to worry about the noise, as he had already placed a soundproof system all over the room. That was the first move he made when he entered his room. "Yeah. Everybody dance now." "Done, Tilda." Raphael danced to the song which was now playing on the earbud. Once Raphael worked on a gadget or created one himself, he had no problem whatsoever recreating it again. In fact, it would be way easier for him. It was like having him prove Newton's law mathematically, which he was even able to do in his sleep. So, building the ice gun was very easy for Raphael. He had all the equipment and even the blueprint stuck in his head. All he did was implement a few of his ideas into the gun. "Here we go," Raphael muttered as the outer layer of the gun was created. He then placed it on the far ahead of the table and was about to move towards the micro-engine beside him when the door was blasted open. Raphael's eyebrows furrowed, and he turned towards the door with a deep frown on his face. But the instant he faced that side, the frown disappeared, and it was instead replaced with a rather curious look. Standing in the room, with a body soaked in sweats, Raiden and Bane, and as the duo stood behind the door, their bodies shivered, with fear and panic written all over their faces. Raphael was about to speak when Aiden suddenly placed his index finger on his lips and then shook his head. This made Raphael wonder what exactly was going on. Suddenly, he shrugged his shoulder and wanted to continue with the work he was doing when he heard a loud voice reverberate through the whole dormitory. "I will shred both of them into pieces, Aiden, Bane, the both of you are going to regret that you were ever born." It wasn't just one person's scream that sounded. After the first came, numerous followed after, and each one of them was simply full of hatred. Now, Raphael couldn't continue to work when he heard that voice. He turned towards Bane and Aiden, and a questioning look could be evidently seen on his face. Aiden and Bane flashed a rough smile when they saw the look on Raphael's face. As they locked the door of his room, they began walking toward him. "What the hell is going on?" Raphael asked. Aiden and Bane glanced at each other before they gulped. "They are some bunch of crazy women out there. I have no idea why they are after us. They just kept chasing us all around the campus," Bane said. "Really?" Raphael raised an eyebrow when he heard Bane. "Cut to the chase. There's no way I'm believing that. We need your help, Raphael," Aiden exclaimed. With that said, Aiden raised his leg slightly and revealed a guard which was wrapped around his ankle. When Aiden showed the guard which was on his ankle, Bane also did the same, but he, however, raised his sleeves. "Wow!" Raphael's mouth opened slightly when he saw the guard that the duo had on. He stared at it hard for a few seconds before then saying, "Wait, the both of you are unable to use your powers because of this guard?" Raphael asked in a curious voice. Aiden and Bane immediately nodded their head when they heard Raphael. "Can you hurry and help us get rid of this?" Aiden cried out. "Damn, what exactly did you guys do?" As Raphael spoke, he removed the glove which he had on and crouched gently. As it turns out, about 40 minutes ago, Aiden and Bane planted an insect in the female dormitory bathroom and were watching the clips through the tiny camera which they placed on the insect. But after watching it for a couple of minutes, the duo became dissatisfied with it and wanted to see them live, or in the term face-to-face. Aiden created a portal that led to the female dormitory, and he and Bane hurried into the dormitory without a second thought. "Come on," Raphael shook his head, as he heard Aiden tell him about what happened. Aiden, however, heaved a deep breath before he then continued. He and Bane had actually been to enter the female dormitory without anyone realizing it, and they had even been able to venture into the bathroom. But a few seconds after they began peeping in the bathroom, they were caught by one of the girls who screamed. That scream wreaked everything, and before the two of them could even get a grip of themselves, they were ladies all over them. Aiden was quick to create a portal, but before the portal was even completed, one of the girls in the bathroom at that moment was a student of the tech division. She quickly threw the guard at Aiden and Bane's bodies. The guard disabled their powers, and before the portal could vanish because of the disruption, Aiden and Bane hurried into the portal, which in return took them only halfway to the place they intended to go. "So, let me guess. Apart from the guard's ability to disable your powers, they also exist a tracker in it," Raphael muttered. Aiden nodded his head. "Those damn tech division students, they are really making life difficult for us," Aiden complained. "Not really. If you had just dipped this into the water, it would have been destroyed, but you didn't." As Raphael crumbled the guard which was placed on Aiden's ankle, he stood and moved towards Bane. "You mean, water would have destroyed it?" A look of dismay could be seen on both Aiden and Bane's faces. Bang! Suddenly, the door to the room was slammed open and several figures walked inside, with each of them having a furious expression. There were about 7 women who stepped into the room, and when they entered they stared at the room before then moving their gazes towards Raphael with a no-so-friendly smile on their faces. "Where are they?" one of the women asked in a spiteful tone. The woman didn't seem to hold Raphael in high regard, and when she spoke, she had an expression that was simply full of disdain on her face. Raphael, however, shrugged his shoulder when he heard her. A few seconds before the women entered the room, Aiden had already created a portal as Raphael hurried him to make it when he heard footsteps at the main door, and when the door was slammed open, he had already destroyed the guard on Bane's hand, and the two of them rushed into the portal quickly. "The guards have been destroyed. I can no longer track their location," a voice rang out. The person who spoke was a dark-haired woman of average height with a petite woman. She was staring at the watch which was in her hand when she spoke, and after saying those words, the frown which was on her face deepened. "You must have helped them destroy the guard when they came in, and this makes you in cahoot with them. Don't you have any dignity? If a lady doesn't want you, why can't you just take a chill pill or even move on with your shitty life? Why go to the length of peeping on her in the bathroom? That is really shameful and very unpleasant, Raphael, right? It turns out that all the words which are being said about you in the academy are all fools. and you are nothing but a horny piece of shit who helps others get away with popping in the female bathroom. Why are you ruling him out of it, Sandra? He could have been the one who sent them to the bathroom in the first place. They are all the same, and all they do is think with their dicks and nothing else. Scumbags, so pathetic. Chewy. One of the women in the room suddenly spat on the floor. The girl who was called Sandra was about to speak when Raphael waved his hand. The 7 of you barged into this place like some harlots spewing out the garbage. Who the hell do you think you are? Even garbages are much more sensible that you swipe. Also, you all overestimate yourself. You must consider yourselves to be some sort of goddess. Well, let me bring it to you. I find nothing pleasing in any of you. Nothing. It all just boobs and ass, while the head is empty or even full of maggot. Why you? One of the girls stuttered, and before she could even get the rest of the word out of her mouth, she received a deathly glare from Raphael that made her keep quiet. Talk less of peeping. Even if you were to present yourself to me, I wouldn't spare a glance at any of you because you're beneath me, Raphael said. Every word that left Raphael's mouth left the women stunned. They wanted to speak, but regardless of how much they tried, they couldn't get the word out of their mouths. Raphael pointed his hand at the door. Now, get the fuck out of my room, Raphael exclaimed. The women were still overwhelmed by the shock of what Raphael said to them, and when he pointed his hand at the door, it was like they were compelled to listen to him. And within seconds, one after the other, they began walking out of the room. As they got to the main door, they stared at Raphael, who still had that disgusted look on his face, and gulped. Several students were at the door, as seeing 7 women from the female dormitory come into the male dormitory all at once was a little unprecedented. The women lowered their heads from the stares they were receiving and hurried out of the male dormitory. What happened, Raphael? After a few seconds, when the women left, Devon suddenly walked out of his room. He rubbed his hand across his eyes and said dazedly. Raphael glanced at Devon, who must have been disturbed from his sleep. He then shook his head. Nothing, he responded, and was about to go into his room when he heard a knock at the door. Come on in, come on in. Devons raised his voice when the person didn't respond to his first call. After Devon spoke, the door was pushed open, and a figure walked into the room. The figure who had just walked was a female of average height, slender build, black hair which was tied in a ponytail style, and blue glistening eyes. Aurora, Raphael muttered as he stared at the girl who was at the door. Aurora nodded her head when she heard Raphael, and she took 2 steps closer. There is something I need to discuss with you, said Aurora. Listening to what Aurora had just said, Raphael's eyebrows furrowed. He stared at her for a while, before he then said, Okay, what is it? Raphael asked. I can't say it here. You should have soundproofed your room, so let's do it in there. Aurora didn't even bother if Raphael wanted to have her in his room or not, and she began walking into this room. Meanwhile, Devon's mouth was left slightly open, from what he had just seen. He gave Raphael a salute, before then sitting on the couch, and turning the game on. Raphael, however, shook his head, before then walking into the room. As Raphael entered the room, he slammed the room door shut, folded his hands across his chest, and glared at Aurora. What is it? Exclamation mark. Raphael asked, and this time around it was in a not-so-friendly tone. Aurora heard Raphael, but she instead turned towards the side of the room with a rather amused look on her face. Isn't it too stuffy in here? What are you up to? Don't. Aurora was about to head towards the construction table when Raphael dashed forward. Raphael stood in front of her, with a frown on his face. Isn't it inappropriate to come into a man's room and be going through his stuff? Raphael said. What? There. A second after he appeared in front of Aurora, she disappeared, and when he turned she was already standing in front of the construction table with her hand placed on her chin. Raphael shook his head, then walked towards her. So let me guess, your powers must be teleportation or what? Why are you creating an ice gun? What do you need it for? Aurora muttered as she stared at the project which was on the table. Because I can, Raphael replied. He took hold of the gun's outer layer and was about to do the same for the micro-engine on the table when Aurora's voice rang out. "It just seems like you are remaking someone's work," Aurora stated. There was complete silence in the room, with Raphael glaring at Aurora after she spoke. "It's not like what you guys created," Raphael exclaimed. "Who are you kidding? The least you could have done is increase the gun molecular ability, which in return would damage the gun life battery. Did you really think we didn't consider that?" Raphael's eyes twitched when he heard Aurora. "Not if you create an additional cell in the gun. That wouldn't happen, and the engine wouldn't be micro, it would be nano. You know what, forget about it. I don't have to explain myself to you. What do you want?" Raphael kept the two pieces away and glared furiously at Aurora. Aurora's eyes twitched, and a different kind of glow appeared on her face. An additional cell would indeed solve the gun's life problem, and if the micro-engine is converted into a nano-engine, not only would it become more efficient, it would maximize the output of the ice gun. "This is really incredible," Aurora exclaimed. "Can I have a look at the engine?" Aurora asked. However, she was greeted by a sneer from Raphael, while Raphael didn't say the word out loud. The expression which was on his face implied that he was never going to show it to her again. "What do you want to tell me?" Aurora frowned deeply. She wanted to see that engine once again, but she could tell that Raphael wasn't going to show it to her anymore. Aurora continued to stare at Raphael, and only spoke after a few seconds. "Should I refer to you as Raphael Queen, or better still should I refer you Bot?" Aurora asked. Perhaps those words were supposed to bring an unusual reaction from Raphael, but he instead had a neutral expression on his face. It was as though the name which Aurora had just called him did not have any effect whatsoever on him. There is only one person who won the B award at that age, and is publicly known as the number one in this generation. When you said that you won the B award, I decided to look into you, and imagine my surprise when I learned that you're that legendary bot. About 7 years ago, a genius emerged in the world. He didn't make an appearance to the world publicly and instead, he operated online. However, even then, he still crushed and broke numerous records. In front of him, even those old professors came forward and seek answers from the genius. He answered each one of the questions and even corrected laws that had been proven several years ago. The governments tried to recruit him to their organizations, but each time they brought it up, he turned it down. They tried several methods, even trying to figure out his location, but their attempts still weren't unsuccessful. The genius was using a lava wall encryption code that would take the government about 2 months if they were to hack. Apart from the fact they knew he was a male, no information was known about the genius. He always had a black mask on, and even when the government tried to access his face structure, they were unable to get anything. It was about a month after the government began hacking his system when he suddenly vanished from the surface of the world. The governments and other individuals tried everything in their capability to find where he was, but their efforts were all in vain, and gradually, the story about the genius who referred to himself as Bot turned into a myth. Aurora sneered. "You aren't even denying it, you are really Bot. Since you didn't want anyone to know about your identity, then I will keep it that way. But you might have been the youngest to win the award and even make a significant increase in the ice gun. After this, there wouldn't be any event that you would come ahead of me anymore. I'm going to be the number one and not you," Aurora stated. Raphael chuckled. "All right then, I wish you the best of luck," Raphael said. Aurora nodded her head, then with a look of determination on her, she walked out of the room. Devon, who was playing a video game, stared at Aurora as she left. He couldn't help but be perplexed. "Serena, Aurora, how does he do it?" Devon murmured. About 5 minutes after Aurora's left the room, Devon's loud voice rang out. Raphael, the Hellfire Domain training is going to be opening in 20 minutes. We are here," Devon exclaimed as they stood in front of a dome-shaped building with a stainless, huge steel door in the training ground, staring at the students who were in the surrounding. A smile couldn't help but appear on Raphael's face. He had already seen their powers and was working on how to take care of them. Now it was time to get a look at the skills that they possessed. The muscular full-bearded man, the lean man, and the silver-haired woman were also at the door, and once all the students were at the training ground, the voice of the muscular man rang out. Now that we are all here, let's begin. In our last class, we discovered that the majority of you had the same flaw, and this is something that we intend on fixing. This training will rectify all those flaws, and when we are done, it will take each of you to the next level, the muscular man uttered in complete confidence. The students stared at the area they were about to venture into with a rather determined look on their faces when they heard the muscular man. They were all putting on the Elite Division training suits, which comprised of a gold top that had the imprint of an eye on its back, and gold pants with a white stripe at its side. Silver, will you do the honor of opening the door? It was the lean man who spoke, as he stared at the woman beside him. The woman nodded her head. She moved towards the stainless door, and then placed her palm on it. Creak. A few seconds after the woman placed her hand on the door, it began to vibrate. She then took a casual step backward, and the door started opening. Let's go, the muscular man said, and he along with the other teachers walked into the building. There wasn't any delay from the students also. Once the teachers went in, they also hurried into the dome-shaped building. So, it really isn't just a name, this place is really the Hellfire Domain, one of the students exclaimed after walking into the building. The other students also kept staring at the surrounding with some having an amused look. Shock, and even excitement could be seen on some of the students' faces. The Hellfire Domain is really just like its name suggested. It is an area that's swamped with the eternal flames of hell. Smokes, as well as molten rocks, covered the whole surrounding, and the flames weren't simply just eternal, they were burning at a degree so intense that they seemed to be able to shred anything into pieces. They must be joking, right? There's no way we will be moving any further from here. It was Jackson that spoke. While the students were still a couple of steps away from the flames, they could feel the heat that was coming out of it, and it wasn't something they wished to venture into. As they pondered, if this was training or if the academy simply just plotting their demise, the voice of the muscular man rang out. Cowards, the muscular man said, it's not like we are asking you to walk through these flames. There are over 200 rocks in there to help you navigate through them. You simply have to use them to your advantage to escape from those flames and also for the battle ahead. Which bar battle? Alice stuttered, as a few seconds after the muscular man spoke, she and the other student appeared on the rocks in the sea of flames. Gabam, 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 gabam. Suddenly, the ground began trembling, and before the students could even realize what was going on, over 20 figures with the height of a giant appeared in front of them. The figures were all made from the molten rocks which were on the ground, and as they stood in the sea of flames coiled itself around their body. The strength of these golems is determined based on the heads they have. The single-headed golem is the weakest, and the three-headed golem is the strongest. There is also a 20,000 difference in rank between each golem. A single-headed golem's power rank is at around 20,000, and the three-headed golem is at 60,000, the muscular man said. There was complete silence after the man spoke as all the students were glaring at him, and when one of them couldn't bear it anymore he yelled, "What the fuck? You could have just placed a knife at our neck and slit our throat instead. There are only 2 students here at 40,000 while the others are below that. How do you expect us to fight against these monsters, especially the three-headed one?" It was Bane that spoke, staring at the three-headed golem and the rest. The frown which was on the face of the students deepened. This wasn't some fantasy where they could awaken some treasure or artifacts that would help them. No, none of that was going to be happening. Death was really death. Does the word elite mean nothing to you? Anyway, if your seniors could survive the Hellfire Domain, I see no reason why you shouldn't, the muscular man stated. There is also 100 points gained from each golem that is destroyed, and as for the three-headed golem, you will get 10,000 points. You can see that the academy is really generous. A scornful look appeared on their faces when they heard the man. It was like they wanted to shred him apart because that was complete wickedness and not in any way generous. I should also remind you to try as possible to not let those flames touch you because." The muscular suddenly paused. A devilish smile then appeared on his face and he said, "You know what, forget about it. The training will be for 30 minutes, and your time starts now." As the muscular man whistled, the golems launched themselves at the students. Oh shit! Seeing how the enormous fire golem was rushing forward, the students regained composure, then assumed a battle stance. Raphael stared at Devon, whose hands were clenched into a tight fist, and he couldn't help but heave a deep breath. Pew, 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 pew. Suddenly, about 5 arrows suddenly charged forward. The students didn't need to turn around before they knew who it was that fired that shot, and they simply watched as the arrows met with the golems. Boom! Dwayne's arrows shot at 3 of the single-headed golem, and the remaining 2 hit the two-headed golem. The instant the arrow hit them, their bodies exploded, and they scattered into several pieces. It was as though Dwayne gave the order, and after his arrows went forward, the others dashed at the golems. Melinda covered her body in a shield of bones, turned her hands into long blades also made of bones, and charged forward. Becky moved along with the art she brought to life. Camilla was with her undead, but she had them lead the attack, while she stood from behind. Sean was perhaps having the most fun as he ran through the sea of flames, then sending forth the black lightning which coiled around his body at the golems. Boom! Every lightning which he threw at the golem demolished their bodies instantly. While some students handled the single-headed golem, a couple of them focused on the two-headed golem, and some of the students who handled the two-headed golem were Mason and the twins. Mason transformed into a titan, while the twins merged. The 3 of them then fought with one of the two-headed golems in the surrounding die. Mason didn't hold anything back and just kept sending punches at the two-headed golem in front of him. The twins also, and unlike Mason whose speed could be considered his major flaw, the twins moved about attacking different parts of the two-headed golem at a frightening pace. Ha 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 ha. As the golem which Mason and the twins were facing exploded, Mason roared out laughing, and he and the twins moved on to the next. Mason and the twins weren't the only ones who teamed up. There were also a few students who fought the golems, and one of them was Aiden and Bane. This should be fun. Raphael, who had been watching the show the whole time, threw away his gloves. He then cracked his knuckles, and then his fingers one after the other. A different kind of glow then appeared on Raphael. He took a step forward, and as his feet came in contact with the rock, he seemed to have vanished from the area. While Raphael didn't possess any supernatural speed or teleportation ability, the way he moved his body around those rocks and dashed forward, he seemed to possess a speed-based power. Rah-Raph, it was Mason that spoke, as he suddenly felt someone walking on his body. Mason turned, and seeing Raphael, his eyebrows furrowed. Raphael kept a straight face. He then leapt from Mason's arm and struck his palm at full force at the fire golem he was facing. Once contact was made, Raphael moved back and landed on Mason's shoulder. Gbam! It was first the golem's hands that crumbled, then the damage soon spread all over his body, and in the blink of an eye, the flames which were around his body began to decrease rapidly. As the flame went off, the rest of the golem's body crumbled down. There was a startled look on Mason and the twins' faces when they saw what had just happened. They stared at Raphael and then gave him a thumbs up. Raphael, however, moved his eyes past them and stared at Devon, who was being bombarded with attacks from about 3 single-headed golems. It was already difficult for Devon to handle one golem, and now that 3 came at him, he felt like he was going to die. Raphael used Mason's body to push himself towards the golems which were battling Devon. In midair, Raphael raised his leg, and when he got to the golem ahead, he swung his leg downward. The collision and disparity of strength between the both of them brought the golem to his knees from that strike. Raphael didn't stop at that, and he soon clenched his hand into a tight fist and punched the golem's head. Once Raphael had the flames around the golem dispersing, he moved to the other 3. Gbam, gbam, gbam. The difference in strength was simply the strength, and soon enough the other 3 stumbled to the ground, and despite having taken care of those golems, Raphael didn't slow down. He soon began to charge at the rest. Raphael's battle intent was building at a frightening pace, and as he destroyed one golem after the other, he began to love it. Unbeknownst to him, he was beginning to pick the attention of one of the three-headed golem in the surrounding Raphael over here. It was Devon that yelled as after Raphael took care of the four golems who were formerly attacking him, another two launched themselves at him. Raphael's eyebrows furrowed when he heard Devon's loud voice, as when he destroyed those golems, Raphael had moved himself towards another target, and considering the distance which he was, there was no way he could intercept those golems before they got to Devon. Suddenly, a dark spiraling portal appeared in front of him, and when Raphael saw the portal, he flashed a smile. He didn't waste any time and dashed into the portal. Shit, Devon, of course, didn't stand and watch as the golems came toward him. He ran as fast as possible across the rock in the surrounding. Shit, there was no way any rank meta-human could outrun this golem, and in less than a minute, the two golems obstructed Devon's path. The two golems raised their legs, wanting to stomp Devon's body when a dark portal appeared. As Raphael emerged from the portal, he struck a full-force punch at the golem that he appeared before, then propelling his body forward, he punched the other, before then landing on the rock close to Devon. Despite watching how his attack sent both golems flying before their bodies then crumbled, a deep frown could be seen on Raphael's face. Raphael turned towards Devon. If you keep it on this way, you're going to lose your life very soon. While being smart might get you somewhere in life, if you don't have the power to back it up, sooner or later you will become a nobody, Raphael stated. Devon stuttered. Whether it is big or small, you also have an ambition of your own, but if you believe being only smart will get you there, then you are terribly wrong. You have an advantage over others. I say you make good use of it. This is my advice to you. The rest is for you to decide whether you will listen or not, Raphael said, then dashed forward. Gus, who was standing on Raphael's shoulder, flew and sat on Devon's head. After Raphael's words, Devon clenched his hand into a tight fist. He then kept staring at the golems that the others were battling before moving several steps backward. Meanwhile, Elisa's eyes had been glued to Raphael the whole time. She was standing a few meters and was able to hear what he said to Devon. His words somehow brought a smile to her face, and when he moved, she also took a step forward. Damn, what sorcery is this? We still have 20 more minutes to go. At this rate the single-headed golem will all be destroyed, and we will have to deal with the two-headed ones and that three-headed golem, Jackson and his clones exclaimed. Apart from Devon, no other students had a problem dealing with the single-headed golem. They were like ants waiting to be squashed. They, however, grouped themselves as they fought the two-headed golem, and as for the three-headed golem, that was the main headache for them. Mason and the twins had become quite arrogant after dealing with a few two-headed golems, and they decided to try their hand at the three-headed golem, only for the three of them to be blasted away from the attack of golem. The unthinkable occurred, as a few seconds after the golem swept Mason and the twins away, it unleashed a powerful roar that had the flames which were in the surroundings moving at a frantic pace. The three-headed golem suddenly clapped his huge hand, and about a quarter of the flames that were in the area gathered behind him. My God, we are going to die, one of the students exclaimed as the flames told above the three-headed golem, like a tsunami. The students were all horrified when they saw the flames, and before any of them could even react, the three-headed golem waved his hands, sending the flames forward. Even though they had avoided contact with the flames the whole time, they could still sense the intensity of the flame, and truthfully, they would rather go head-to-head with an A-rank meta-human, than to be bathed in those flames. This is bad. Even Xavier, who possesses the legendary cursed flame of hell, was seemingly worried. He stared at the others who also had a horrified look on their faces, and he gulped. However, just when all hope seemed to be lost, a huge bubble suddenly enveloped the students. Hold tight, guys. It was Alice that spoke. Alice was also inside a bubble of her own, and beside her was Savannah. Alice's hands were on the flute in her mouth, as she strengthened the bubble, while Savannah was beside her, just in case a mishap was to occur. Here it comes Tilda. A second after her loud voice rang out, the flames swept all over the surrounding. The flames covered the bubble in which the students were enveloped, but despite its attempt, it wasn't able to penetrate through the bubble defense. Alice's body was, however, soaked in sweats. Her hands which were holding onto the flute began to tremble and likewise did her body. Her breathing also became ragged, and it would have seemed like she was going to pass out when Savannah suddenly placed her hand on her shoulder. "Relax, you're going to be fine," Savannah whispered as she brought Alice back to shape. Alice nodded her head and began to work on the flute which was in her mouth, and even as the flames kept moving back and forth, it wasn't able to break the defense of the bubble. Then after a couple of seconds, the tide stopped, and it all returned to the usual state. As Alice dispersed the bubble around everyone, she collapsed on Savannah's body right away. "Good job, Alice." "Thank you, Alice." The students quickly gave their thanks to Alice. Even Raphael said his. He would have to make a move up his sleeves if he wanted to survive those tides, but with the bubbles that Alice created, he still had several moves that aren't yet revealed. "We have to take care of this thing," Levi exclaimed. "Mason, I'm going to need you to launch me towards the golem at full strength, and Savannah, I want you to be on guard, just in case." Levi then stripped himself off the clothes he had on, leaving only his boxers short on him, and ran towards Mason. Levi hadn't tested his powers against any of the golems so far. This was going to be the first, and he sure hoped it was going to work. The rest of the students stared at Levi as he ran towards Mason, and when he got to Mason, he was launched forward at full force by Mason. Everyone sure hoped that Levi's powers worked against the golem, or else there was no doubt of it, he was going to be devastated. Levi spread his body wide. It didn't have to be his hand only, so long as any part of his body touched the golem, he would have the golem exactly where he wanted. Deeeeee. And a few seconds before Levi landed on the golem, he let out a loud roar. Gbam! Levi's body collided with the golem, but it wasn't in a way that he expected. The three-headed golem had been able to catch Levi just when he was to hit, and as it glared at Levi, flames covered the golem's head. Once the golem had Levi, the other students didn't wait for him to crush him and immediately dashed forward. Melinda created a spear made of bones and threw it at the golem, and just like her, everyone who was capable of delivering a long range of attacks sent one at the three-headed golem as they continued to approach it. However, among all of them, the first to get to the golem was Mason. Aiden had managed to create a portal, and Mason went through it right away. The twins didn't want to miss out, and before the portal could close, they also rushed in. The instant Mason emerged in front of the three-headed golem, they engaged in a brawl right away. As Mason held the hand of the golem which was Levi was wrapped around. Bang! Mason struck ahead at the golem, and instead of the golem, he was the one who suffered the damage. Mason's forehead was soon covered in blood, and before he could even get a grip of himself, the golem delivered a powerful knee strike at his abdomen. Pfffttttt. Blood splattered out of Mason's mouth, but despite the severe injury which he suffered from the golem, he still didn't let go of the golem's hand. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, 3 consecutive black lightning were thrown at the golem. However, it is just as pointless as the headbutt that Mason delivered. The golem glanced at Sean, who was running about, and the twins who were holding his leg tightly. The golem then shook his leg, and it sent the twins once more, but this time around it was even more severe as they were going to be landing on the sea of flames. Aiden moved quickly. He sent a portal at the position where the twins were going to land, and another at the exit of the domain. As the twins landed on the exit of the domain, the both of them split, and they soon passed out very quickly. It didn't take much after the twins fainted, and Aiden also went down. Bane brought him to the walkway on the exit of the domain, joining the twins, Martha, Savannah, and Alice. Pew, pew. Mason still kept a firm grip on the three-headed golem, but that didn't last for too much, as once the golem escaped from one of his hands, the golem punched him right in the face. The attack wasn't something that Mason was capable of resisting. He flew, but the golem didn't let him go easily. Before he could cover much distance, the golem dashed towards him, and gave him another full-force punch on the right side of his face. Becky immediately threw a huge bird that caught Mason, who was now in his human form, by its peak and brought him to the walkway. It hadn't only been Mason and the twins who were with the golem, they also had a few others around, and when the golem made a move against Mason, it gave room for an opening for the others. Now, Dwayne drew his bow and shot one of his arrows. The arrow had a silver tip, and unlike the others, which had only little effects on the golem, this penetrated its hand. Boom! A second after, the arrow caused an explosion on the golem's hand, but that still wasn't enough to destroy the hand of the golem or even break Levi out of the golem's hold. The arrow was still stuck in between the golem's hand when golden flames suddenly emerged around his hand. It wasn't only the golden flames, and hovering above the golem were about 5 huge birds holding onto a cylindrical paper which were also brought to life. The bird let go of the pieces they were holding on to, and when they moved closer to the 3-headed golem, they exploded. Boom, 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 dot. Dee. Melinda leapt, then stretched both palms forward, and bones began to shoot rapidly from her hand. She aimed them towards the golem's hand, and a second after Melinda appeared, a figure with long blue-tinted silver hair, and a body was wrapped around with bandages appeared. The figure was none other than Sylvia. Sylvia tightened her grip on the katana she was holding on to, and she slashed it towards the 3-headed golem's arm at full force. Oh Tilda! The angry roar of the golem rang out afterward, as the katana sliced off its hand. Levi had already passed out from being squeezed tightly by the golem, and when the arm of the golem fell off, he was still in an unconscious state. He was, however, soon picked up by one of the huge birds in the area. Move back! Eliza's loud voice suddenly sounded. However, before the students in the surrounding could react, the 3-headed golem struck several punches forward. Bang, 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 bang. Those attacks were delivered at the full strength by the 3-headed golem, and despite the students' attempt to evade the attack, they were unable to. It was only Sylvia that didn't suffer greatly from the attack. Sylvia was able to avert from the attack, but even then, her left hand broke down. Sylvia's mouth was oozing out with blood. As for Xavier, Melinda, Eliza, and Becky, they were left in a much more severe state. It would have even been more terrible than that, but Jackson swooped in and carried them to the walkway. Apart from Camille, who was taking care of the other golem, Raphael, Sylvia, Dwayne, and Alia were now the only 4 who were standing on the rocks. The 4 of them stared at the 3-headed golem that was a few meters away from them, and a deep frown could be seen on their faces. It is very strong, Sylvia said. She then stared at the 3 teachers who were also staring at them with a rather amused look on their faces. There was complete certainty that even if the entire class were to perish in the Hellfire Domain, the 3 teachers still wouldn't interfere. Apart from the academy orders, to the teachers, their death would mean that they weren't fit to be members of the division in the first place. Sylvia, who was usually cold towards others, glanced at Raphael, Dwayne, and Alia before then saying, "How do we take care of it?" Sylvia asked. However, there was no response from she asked questions, and instead, the 3 of them kept staring at the golem in front. It was only until after a few seconds that Dwayne's voice rang out. "I have 6 more silver tip arrows. I suggest we recreate what occurred earlier, but this time around, let's finish the golem once and for all," Dwayne said. Sylvia heaved a deep breath before she then tightened her grip on the katana in her hand. Dwayne had already brought out 3 arrows with silver tips. He was to about have the 3 of them on his bow, when Raphael spoke. "It's not going to work," Raphael uttered in complete confidence. Sylvia and Dwayne glanced at one another before one of them said, "Why do you say so? And if that isn't going to work, do you have another plan in mind?" Dwayne said, "The plan is great, but the attack behind it is too weak," Raphael exclaimed. He then stared at the 3 of them in the area, and said, "I say, it shouldn't be until we are all on the brink of death before we bring our aces up our sleeves. Believe it or not, none of you will get the chance to do that. It's either now or never," Raphael stated. The expression which was on the faces of Dwayne and Sylvia changed. Even Alia, who had kept quiet, couldn't hide the surprised look she had on her face. Sylvia stared at the three-headed golem that dipped its arm inside the sea of flames, and was glaring at them, before then saying, "I guess you're right." As she spoke, she began to loosen the bandages which were on the right side of her face. Sylvia skillfully removed the bandages even as she took them off. It was only the right side of her face that was showing and nothing else, though the scars which were on her face brought a bewildered expression to appear on Raphael and the others' faces. It wasn't much when compared to when they met with Sylvia's eyes. Sylvia had violet eyes with concentric circles that spread over her eyeballs. "What?" Sylvia exclaimed in a cold voice, seeing how they all staring at her. Raphael was the first to avert his gaze from Sylvia. He then moved his eyes towards Dwayne and Aliur, who were not that far from one another. Dwayne clenched his hand into tight fists before he then pulled out one of the arrows in his quiver. Apart from the silver tip arrows, the previous arrows which Dwayne had been using were all black. However, the one he pulled out of his quiver this time around was gold. While Dwayne didn't utter a word after he brought the gold arrow out, the three of them got the message clear. Raphael's lips curved into a devilish smile, and he said, "What about you?" Alia started at Raphael for a moment before then saying, "I need to make close contact with it before I can make a move." Alia replied, "You must also have something," Dwayne said, glaring at Raphael. Raphael nodded his head. "A small price to pay for immunity," Raphael mumbled. He then took off the black shoes he had on and rolled his pants up, and Dwayne's eyes twitched. His mouth opened slightly when he saw the move Raphael made after he rolled his pants to the knee. Raphael took a step forward, and he came in contact with the flames. At first, the flames enveloped his feet. But after a few seconds, something strange began to occur. The flames which were around Raphael began to decrease in intensity. The flames greatly lost their vigor, and they soon died down. There were still flames in the area, but they kept a distance from Raphael. Seeing how he put off a portion of the flames, "You're able to use your absolute decay through your legs also," Sylvia muttered. Raphael flashed a light smile at her. He was about to speak when a powerful roar rang out in the surrounding. "Ah-rah-rah-rah-rah-rah-rah-rah-h-h-h-h-h." When Raphael and the others raised their head, they were startled to see the form which the three-headed golem took. Apparently, it hadn't only been the four of them that showed their aces, even the three-headed golem did so. The three-headed golem had flames covering its body all over, even its head included, and the hand which was cut off earlier was recreated. "Dwayne will cover the long-range attack, while the three of us will handle the close range. That gold arrow should only be used when we have created the right opening," Sylvia said, and without any delay, they made a move. Raphael, Aliur, and Sylvia dashed towards the three-headed golem who was also coming at them, and a few seconds for them to clash. Sylvia's loud voice sounded, "Dwayne now," Sylvia yelled at the top of her voice. The arrow was already in place, and when Dwayne heard Sylvia's loud voice, he let go of his grip on the arrow. Pew! The arrow moved at an incredible speed, and in merely the blink of an eye, it appeared close to the three-headed golem. The arrow was about to strike at the golem when Sylvia's eye suddenly glowed, and a change occurred. Raphael and the arrow had swapped positions. Sylvia moved and grabbed the arrow which was in the position where Raphael was and stared at Raphael, who was now heading towards the three-headed golem. "Ah-rah-rah-rah-rah-h-h-h-h-h." The fact that the flames did not affect Raphael made the three-headed golems view him as a different level of threat than the rest, and when it saw him coming forward, the golem struck out a full-force punch right away. Pew, 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 pew. Feeling the might that was contained in that punch, Raphael's eyes twitched. He was about to lower his body, when he was again replaced by one of the silver-tip arrows that Dwayne fired. The arrow met with the golem's fist, and it was obliterated instantly. Meanwhile, Raphael found himself beside the golem. Raphael pushed his body forward and landed on the golem's body. "Ah-rah-rah-rah-rah-rah-h-h-h-h-h." The three-headed stomped its feet on the ground heavily, as it found the feeling of Raphael running about its body frustrating. Sylvia heaved a deep breath, seeing how the flames around the body of the three-headed golem were being put off. Sylvia stared at Dwayne and said, "You have to use the remaining 2 silver tip arrows, and when I call for it, you use the gold one," Sylvia said. "Are you ready?" Sylvia asked as she stared at Alia. Alia nodded her head and the two of them moved. Raphael continued to elude from the Gilem's attempt to shake him over its body, with his biggest advantage being his pace, and after a few minutes, he was able to put off half of the flames on the upper part of the Gilem's body. Sylvia suddenly leapt and slashed at Anna, only to be met by the monstrous punch of the Gilem. She, however, reacted very quickly and swapped her body with the silver tip arrow that had just been shot, and when Sylvia assumed the position of the arrow, she yelled, "Dwayne now!" As Dwayne brought forth the gold arrow and launched it towards the Gilem, Sylvia also slashed at Anna at full force. Meanwhile Raphael stood on the Gilem, and placed both hands on its shoulder. The Gilem had been so engrossed in getting rid of Raphael and Sylvia that it paid no attention to the white-haired woman who had just appeared before it, and the gold arrow that was fired. It was only until the arrow appeared in front that the Gilem struck a punch, but it was however too late, as the arrow moved past the punch and pierced right through its body. "Move away right now." Raphael's eyebrows furrowed when he heard Dwayne. The decaying was already taking place in the Gilem's body, but it wasn't as fast as it anticipated. He, however, chose to leave, as the decay was going to spread all over. Sylvia moved backward as well. Boom! A loud explosion sounded soon. A few seconds after the gold arrow came into the Gilem's body, the damage created a huge hole in between the Gilem's body, but the Gilem was still on its feet. As the Gilem staggered forward, both hands and a bit of its body had crumbled, as a result of Raphael's power, but even so, it still hadn't fallen yet. "Wait," Sylvia was about to move when Raphael spoke decisively. Sylvia frowned when she heard Raphael. She then raised her head, and seeing the white-haired figure that was standing on the Gilem's body, her mouth opened slightly. She is going to do it," Sylvia murmured. Alia, who was on the Gilem, gently placed her hand on the Gilem's neck, and her gold eyes suddenly turned black completely. A few seconds after Alia's eyes went black, she collapsed and was about to land on the flames when a rock appeared in her place. Sylvia gently held Alia, and after a moment Alia opened her eyes, and this time around it wasn't black. Instead, it had returned to its usual color. "Thank you," Alia muttered. Meanwhile, Raphael suddenly moved his gaze away from Alia to the Gilem, who was on its feet. "Kneel," and a second after, Alia's voice rang out, and the three-headed Gilem knelt immediately. The three-headed Gilem did as she ordered right away. Its huge body knelt down. "Eliminate yourself," Alia suddenly said, and just like the command she gave earlier, the Gilem did as it was told. The molten rocks which it was created of began to fall off one after the other from its body, and in merely a few seconds there was nothing left of the Gilem. Clap, clap. After the Gilem was taken care of, a loud clap suddenly reverberated in the surrounding. That wasn't so bad, but, sadly, that's going to be all over now, the muscular man said. "Have a wonderful day, Sai. If we had known it was going to be this much interesting, it should have been two of the three-headed Gilem that should be here." As the stainless steel door opened, the lean man said in a displeased voice. He, however, was greeted by the angry glare of the students in the surrounding. Before the students then walked out of the training ground. After the students left the training ground, they were about to head to their destination, when they were suddenly blocked by a pale youth of tall height. The youth was put on the academy uniform. He had long brown hair which was tied in a ponytail style, and he stood in front of all of them with a not-so-friendly smile on his face. Meanwhile, when the students saw the youth, they glanced at one another before then staring back at the youth. "How may we help you?" Alice asked. With the help of Savannah, they were all able to get back on their feet and were looking forward to recuperating. When the brown-haired youth appeared in front of them, it wasn't only the youth who had a not-so-friendly smile on his face. The students frowned when he came in front of them. "It's quite strange, isn't it?" Xavier said, then paused. He stared at the other students who were passing the area, and his eyebrows arched in a surprise. I don't think they can see us," Xavier muttered. Xavier's words sent his classmates into a disturbed state, as they stared at the students who were passing by. Some of them even went to the length of calling them, but their efforts were all fruitless. Apparently, the other students couldn't see any of them. They soon gave up and glared at the youth in front of them, as regardless of how loud they raised their voice, there was no response from any of the students. A chuckle, however, escaped the lips of the youth. "Yes, they are unable to see you, but, not to worry, that's only for the meantime. So long as we get what we want, then there wouldn't be any problem with us," the youth said. The expression which was on the faces of the students became stern when they heard the youth. A few of them were about to take a step back when a soft feminine voice rang out. "Don't fool around." A second after those words were spoken, a woman appeared in front of the Year 1 Elite Division students. The woman was of average height, slender build, with black length, blood-red hair. She had a white veil on that completely covered her face, and the academy uniform which she was putting on hugged her body tight. "You are still in the academy, and for a matter of fact at the front of the training ground. They are not able to see or hear any of you because we don't want them to," the woman said. As the woman spoke, she extended her palm towards the youth beside her, who then handed her an envelope. "We are members of the Students' Council, and having completed your first training session, the tradition of the academy says we have to present you all your first mission." When the students heard the woman's words, their mouths opened slightly, and a startled look could be seen on the faces of a few of them. The Student Council in the academy was on a whole different level, possessing powers and authority that even far surpassed that of the teachers. They had control over the students in the school, freely giving and taking power from any of the students and in some cases even teachers, ruling the academy with an iron fist. The Student Council demanded complete obedience, and those who didn't follow their rules were executed, with no one stopping them. "I should congratulate you for coming out of the first level of the Hellfire Domain alive, but that would be a waste of our time, and time isn't what we have," the woman said. "Pass it over to them." Vs was the pale youth who was standing beside the woman, and the instant he heard her, he walked towards the students, handling each one of them a piece of paper from the brown envelope. The students went ahead, and read the paper in their hands, and a moment later, they raised their heads, staring at the woman and Vs with bewildered expressions on their faces. The Base family is one of the richest families in the world, with properties, business, empires, and even possessing a wide range of connections all over the globe. As the woman spoke, some of the students had eyes on the paper in their hands, while others were staring at her. They are well known for their charities and donations. The family had even founded a non-profit organization that raised over 200 million noxus to help improve the standard of living of the non-meta-human in the world. And this family is going to be the first mission you would be handling. In your hands is everything you need to know about the Base family, and let me inform you, the academy isn't sending you there to go pay your greetings. Instead, we want a complete wipeout of the Base family. I want you all to handle the job without leaving any indication about it. I want their annihilation to be flawless, and to make sure that there isn't a soul left in the family, the woman uttered in a cold voice. The woman gave the students a few seconds to assimilate the information, before then saying, "You have a 4-day deadline to get the job done. Do not disappoint us." The threat which was contained in her voice this time around was completely obvious to the students. "What is the Base family offense?" Elisa boldly asked. There was complete silence after Elisa's voice rang out. She was being stared at by the woman and Vs, and a few of her classmates were also staring at her, wondering what the hell she was thinking. "Good question," the woman responded. The saying "not all that glitters is gold" is very much applicable to the Base family. The charity and donation is a front which the Base family use to give the public a positive image of them and allow them to dismiss the rumors about them. The Base family is no family of politicians. Instead, they are a notoriously ruthless human trafficking organization, and they don't only specialize in human trafficking and people smuggling, but also selling and transplanting the organs of their victims. Every year, it is reported that close to 100,000 humans fall victim to the Base family, and last year was the peak of it, as the Base family shifted their eyes towards children. Killing intent flashed in the majority of the students when they heard the woman. Though they wouldn't consider themselves saints, they were still at a level to which they wouldn't stoop to. This was perhaps one of the reasons why they were on bad terms with the murderer division. Truthfully, we aren't the only ones who have eyes on the Base family, but unlike the rest who end up being bribed, we are going to be getting the job done. To put a family like Base family away, those assholes believe they have to provide evidence of the work. Evidence? The woman jested. We are deemed as the bad guys because we do not follow the rules. I say screw their shitty rules, and have the Base family dyed in blood. A battle spirit seemed to have ignited in the woman's body as she spoke. Her hands were clenched into her fists, and it couldn't help but feel as though she wished to head to the Base family herself. Meanwhile, the students were staring at her with a rather amused look on their faces. It wasn't every day they got to see one of the top students in the academy in this state. The woman regained her composure when saw their looks. I want the Base family to be a name of the past, she said, and was about to move when the youth whispered into her ear, I almost forget, I believe you must have all prepared a description of the costumes you want. You can now send it to the administration block, and if you haven't, do so and get it over to the block before tomorrow. You will have the costumes delivered to your doorstep a day before the mission. Good day. With that said, the woman turned around, then walked at a steady pace. Vs gave the students a wink and thumbs up before he ran toward the woman. The students, however, remained in position. It was only after a few minutes that the voice of one of them sounded. Hey, they can see us now, Jackson said, pointing toward the student who was glaring at them. I better go finish up the greatest costume of all time. See ya suckers tilde, Sean exclaimed. After Sean left, the rest of the students soon began to leave one after the other. Aiden created a portal, and his crew walked into it, while the others strolled to their destination. A few hours had passed since the Student Council handed the Year 1 Elite Division their first mission, and with only 3 days remaining before they moved out, the students were getting themselves prepared. Each one of them had sent over the description of their costumes to the administration block, and after a long group chat message, they all decided to meet in the classroom. Raphael stood with his hands placed inside his pocket staring at the tables, likewise the other students in the classroom. After the session, everyone had changed their clothes. Some were putting on the academy uniform, while a few of them were putting on casual clothes. Raphael, Aiden, and Bane were among the students donned in casual outfits, while Devon stuck with the academy uniform. It is simple. I say we go for the head of the Base family first, Clayton Base. We sneak into the mansion, get rid of Clayton, the strongest metahuman in the mansion, and the rest would follow as well, Ethan said, pointing his hand at the paper on the table. On the table was a blueprint paper of a house plan. The students' eyes were all glued to the paper. However, when they all heard Levi's word, a majority of them shook their heads. That's ridiculous. According to the information which was provided, Clayton is a B-rank metahuman, and his power rank is said to be between 40,000 to 45,000. Supposedly, if we can go head-to-head with Clayton, are we confident of being able to take him out without creating any noise? I highly doubt that is possible. There are also other members and guards in the mansion, and if they are to get a wind of it, it would become really dire for us, Alice said, staring at the students in the classroom. They had all discussed how to handle the Base mansion in the group chat, and when a reasonable plan couldn't be formulated, they decided to come to settle it in the classroom. Alice is right, Becky stated. The Base family outweighs us in numbers. Getting into that sort of battle with them is something we should avoid. The students nodded their heads when they heard Becky, as it was indeed true, that getting into a confrontation with the Base family in that manner would do more harm than good. Devon, what do you suggest? You are the one with enhanced intelligence after all, Levi said in a spiteful voice. After Levi spoke, everyone had eyes on Devon, who lowered his head right away. Aiden, who was standing beside Devon, chuckled. He then handed Devon the glass cup he was holding on to. A different kind of glow appeared on Devon's face when he saw the glass cup, and without wasting any time, He took the cup and gulped the content in it straight down. Devon's eyes twitched for a moment. He glared at the blueprint paper on the paper, before then saying, "The base mansion is 8,000 square meters. There are 2 master suites, 6 bedrooms, 2 study rooms, and a couple of other rooms. In total, there are 25 rooms in the mansion." After taking the glass of wine, Devon seemed to have become a different person entirely, and as he spoke, he pointed his hand at the blueprint paper. Over 100 guards are stationed outside of the mansion, while inside the mansion, the numbers even doubled. There are also a couple of cameras, drones, infrared sensors, and motion detectors which are inserted both in and outside of the mansion. The Base family burned a lot of resources into making sure their house security was top-notch. Devon exclaimed, "If we want to ensure a complete takedown of the Base family in the time we are provided with, I have narrowed the option down into 2. We can either divide and conquer, or we assemble them together and conquer." Raphael raised an eyebrow as he saw how the usually quiet Devon was in control of the room. The most astounding aspect of it was that as Devon spoke, the students were all quiet, and paid complete attention to what he was saying to them. "Don't be shocked," Aiden muttered, seeing the dazed look which Raphael had on his face. "One of the reasons why the Academy can ignore all Devon's flaws is because of how intelligent Devon is." Raphael folded his hand across his chest, as he stared at his roommate. "Even though he is the weakest among all of us, he is still well respected by the students because of his intellect," Aiden said. "Did you add something extra into the drink he took?" Raphael asked. Aiden shook his head when he heard Raphael. "You know how he can't talk to attractive women and women who smell nice. Well, if he is under the influence of liquor, the story changes," Aiden replied. "That's why I brought this." Aiden showed Raphael the bottle which was behind him, and then flashed a smile. "I know you must be thinking that why doesn't he just keep a bottle beside him all the time, but there's a downside to that, and trust me, you do not want to see it." Bane, who was playing with the insect in his hand, nodded his head consecutively when Aiden spoke. "Do you remember what he did to that Year 2 student?" Bane giggled. Aiden busted into laughter. However, his lips were soon sealed when he and Bane received a deathly glare from the other students. "I really did underestimate you," Raphael mumbled in a low voice. "What did you say?" Aiden inquired when he saw Raphael's lips moving. Raphael, however, shook his head, then stared at Devon with his hand placed on his chin. Devon stood in front of the table, with the blueprint paper facing him. "We are 21, I say we group ourselves into 3 for this mission. That would make 7 groups in total. Is that all right?" Devon said. The students shrugged their shoulders, showing that they had no problem whatsoever with it, and Devon continued, 2 groups will handle the outside affairs, while the remaining 5 will deal with the inside of the mansion. The 2 groups who will be handling the outside affairs should be people who can cover the long-distance attacks. Among the 6 people in the group, I expect at least 4 should be able to deal with long-distance attacks, Devon said decisively. The students were staring at one another after hearing Devon, but a majority of them had eyes on Wayne. "I will join one of the 2 groups that will handle the long-distance attack," Wayne declared. Devon and a couple of other students nodded their heads when Dwayne spoke, and after a few minutes, the 6 students who were going to be dealing with the long-range attack were formed. "All right then, Hig," Devon hiccuped loudly. He then flashed a smile, seeing how they stared at him. "The remaining 5 groups will be focusing on different parts of the room. 2 groups will focus on the left side, another 2 should handle the right, and the one left will take care of the middle. Remember, we are not to go after Clayton until we have cut all his wings off. The battle will be different from the one against the Gillen. Don't get me wrong, but I believe a man who can head a family like the Base is not to be underestimated. But, one thing is certain, the Base family will not know what hit them, and by the time they even realize, Hig, we would have destroyed them all." "Hig." Devon's body shook. "Now who wants me on his or her team?" With a huge smile on his face, Devon inquired, and it didn't come as much shock when he was shunned by the students. While Devon was incredibly smart, they weren't going to play poker or chess inside the Base mansion. It was going to be bloody, and having a teammate like Devon in there was going to be a liability. "No one," Devon yelled. He then walked around his classmates, giving them the finger. "You know what, fuck you. And you too." Devon staggered as he moved, but he still ensured that he cursed everyone before he stumbled to the ground. "Why you?" Suddenly, one of the females in the classroom began to tremble violently. Her body was shivering, and so was her hand. "Martha, what is wrong?" Melinda exclaimed, holding Martha's body tightly. Everyone's eyes, including Raphael, immediately went towards the girl who was in Melinda's hand with a rather confused look on their faces. Martha's body continued to jerk uncontrollably as though electric jolts were passing through her mind and body. However, after a few minutes, the trembling stopped, and she returned to her usual state. As Martha then opened her eyes, the words that left her mouth brought a grim look to appear on the faces of the people in the classroom. "One of us will die in the base mansion. One of us will die in the base mansion." The expression on the faces of everyone in the classroom turned grim the instant they heard Martha. Everyone gulped, with eyes fixed on Martha, and Melinda, who was the closest to Martha, opened her mouth slightly before then saying, "Do you know who the person is?" Melinda asked, seemingly worried. Perhaps if it had been anyone who uttered those words, then they might not have reacted this way, but when it was coming from Martha, the story was quite different. Martha bit her lips hard when she heard Melinda. "The person is..." Martha was about to speak when suddenly her body began to jerk uncontrollably, and this time around it was even much more intense than that of earlier. "There, the person is..." Martha stuttered, but just like the previous time, she wasn't able to get the rest of the word out of her mouth. The scenario continued to happen, leaving the students begging for her to solve the last piece of the puzzle. Beads of sweets could be seen on some of the students' heads, as Martha brought pressure on them. Melinda and the rest continued to stare at Martha as her body continued to tremble. It was only after a few minutes that she then stopped once again. "Thank you." Martha stood from the ground and then gave her thanks to Melinda, staring at the students who had eyes glued to her the whole time. Martha heaved a deep breath and said, "I do not know who the person is, but I'm well certain that one of us won't be returning from the base mansion, and I say this with absolute certainty." Martha asserted, Can you do whatever it is you do and check who the person is one more time, or which area it would take place, or maybe even the time?" Jackson said. Melinda and the rest stared at Martha with a tinge of hope present in their eyes. However, a few seconds after Jackson spoke, Martha shook her head. "It doesn't work that way, but I can say that if we are going to the base mansion, we should also prepare that one of us won't be returning." With that said, Martha walked out of the classroom. The atmosphere in the classroom became cold after Martha left the classroom. The students were in deep thought, as what Martha revealed to them was a lot to handle. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a loud roar of laughter suddenly rang out in the room. The person who broke into laughter was none other than Xavier. "So what, if death comes knocking at our door, I say so long as it hasn't walked through the door, we continue to enjoy our life to the fullest," Xavier exclaimed. The students broke into smiles when they heard Xavier. "I agree," Levi leapt onto the table in the classroom. "We are still alive, aren't we? It shouldn't be us who should be worried about death. It should be the base family, because we aren't only going to be wiping them out, we would be erasing them from history," Levi said. Ha 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 ha. Aiden brought a carton of bottles out and placed it on the table. "Dig in, there's enough drink for everyone." The male students didn't waste time, and immediately after they saw the drink, they picked out their bottles. As for the female, only a few of them took, while the rest shook their head at the boys. Why yes you, fuck you." Devon's voice suddenly rang out. He lay on the ground with his hands and legs spread wide, and he began to spurt out gibberish, while the students drank and began to discuss among themselves. Raphael's eyes were glued to the white-haired girl in front of him. He held the bottle, and a not-so-friendly smile could be seen on his face. Raphael wouldn't deny that he wasn't a bit concerned by the word which was spoken by Martha. After all, only a fool wouldn't be terrified of death, but he didn't see himself dying in their base mansion. so it had to be someone else. As Raphael continued to stare, he folded his hands across his chest. Once the Base family saga is over, I have to figure out a way to save myself from you, Raphael mumbled in a voice only he could hear. Up until now, he had walked carefully, taking precautions that would ensure his safety in the academy, and among the students he had laid eyes on, no one gave him the creep as much as this girl. The ability to enslave and impose absolute command on any existence, living, non-living, natural and even supernatural, from just having to touch them. Even as Raphael said those words, a dreadful look could be evidently seen on his face. It was no wonder why Devon and the rest were terrified of her, because her power could be used on anyone. Even those people who are more stronger than her could be enslaved forever once she touches them. Raphael was staring at Aliur when suddenly someone called his name out loud. Raphael, raising his head, and seeing who it was that was calling him, Raphael's lips curved into a deep frown. There was complete silence in the classroom, with the students staring at Raphael, and back at the woman who was at the door. "Can I have a minute with you?" The student who was at the door was the famous Serena. After the disagreement which took place between Raphael and Serena on campus, both of them had yet to lay eyes on one another ever since then. It was like they gave each other space because of what happened. "Please," Serena's voice rang out when there wasn't any response from Raphael. However, despite her plead, there was still no response from Raphael. It was only after a few minutes that he nodded his head, and began walking towards her. "Let's make this quick, there's something I need to do," Raphael said. Serena shook her head when she heard Raphael. She then shut the door close and the both of them began walking down the hallway. Meanwhile, in the classroom, a deep frown could be seen on Elise's face after Raphael walked out of the classroom. "I assumed it was all rumors, but it seems like the two of them are a thing." A few seconds after Raphael left the room, Jackson's voice rang out. "Come to think of it, they do make a good pair." It was Alice that spoke. "Serena is very attractive, and Raphael is also handsome. If they are together, then, I'm very happy for the both of them," Alice said. Unbeknownst to Alice, after those words left her mouth, two female students who were standing close to her, glared at her furiously. It was as though they wanted to eat her alive for the word that she had just said. Alice was quick to notice the glare, and she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, seeing how Melinda and Becky were staring at her. Her eyes, however, soon went towards Eliza, and her mouth opened slightly. Oh, come on, don't fool yourself. She must want to ask him for something. I doubt the both of them have anything together. Serena is a Year 3 student, and also one of the top students in her class. There's no way, Sean exclaimed. Aiden's eyes twitched when he heard Sean. He then took a few steps closer to Sean and said, "What is that supposed to mean?" Aiden's hands were clenched into a tight fist. "I mean exactly what you think I mean," Sean responded. He didn't back away from Aiden, and instead he glared back at him. Take a look at the disparity of strength between the both of them. There's no way Raphael is capable of hitting a woman who is 10 times much stronger than him. And in case you have forgotten, she turned each of your love messages down. The both of you aren't in the same league, and Raphael also isn't in the same league with her, Sean said. The rest of the students stared at Sean and Aiden, with a rather amused look on some faces. With no doubt, they hoped a fight was going to break out between the both of them. Aiden sneered, "Cut the crap, Sean. The reason why you are this bitter is that she didn't even glance at you when you came to her. Why you?" Aiden waved his hand when Sean was about to speak. "Just because you were unable to woo Serena like those other garbages, doesn't mean someone else can't. And the whole they aren't in the same league, that's bullshit. I wasn't supposed to say this, but I will. Raphael and Serena are both in a relationship. You also know what, the both of them were together throughout the week, and I mean throughout." Aiden nodded his head afterward. Everyone was completely shocked when they heard Aiden, most especially Sean, as his mouth was left wide open. There had indeed been some speculation that Raphael and Serena have a thing together in the academy, but a lot of people on the campus chose to consider it a rumor since both of them or someone related to them never asserted the claim. However, Now that Aiden came forward, they were beginning to look at things differently. Aiden went to his former spot and sat on the chair which was close to him. A few seconds after he sat down, Bane's voice sounded. "Is Raphael really together with Serena?" Bane asked in a low voice. "Of course not. I just couldn't bear to see this Sean dude blab like he is some whiz," Aiden replied. Ha 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 ha. A few minutes had passed since both Raphael and Serena left the classroom. The both of them said nothing and continued to stroll around the school. However, after a while, Serena paused. She stared at Raphael, then took a step closer to him. "Why you?" Serena's voice rang out as the instant she took that one step closer to him. Raphael took 2 steps backward. Raphael glared at her as if telling her not to pull off any stunt again. Sigh. Suddenly, Serena heaved a deep breath. "Are you really not going to talk to me because of what happened? You can't still be pissed about it, right, Raphael?" Serena inquired. She was, however, greeted by a scornful look from Raphael, before he then said, "Is this what you want to tell me?" Raphael spoke in a displeased voice. "No." Serena folded her hand across her chest. "I heard you have been assigned your first mission, and you would be heading out very soon, so I came to wish you good luck," said Serena. "Okay," Raphael responded. He continued to stare at Serena with a nonchalant look on his face. "In case you are wondering how I know that fast, I'm also a member of the student council." As Raphael began to move, Serena hurried forward as well. "I'm also thinking of inviting you to become a member of the student council. What do you think?" Serena said. Raphael had only taken a couple of steps when he heard Serena, and then he stopped. Turning towards her, a smirk appeared on Raphael's face, and he said, "Why don't you just cut to the chase, Serena? If this is what you came here for, then I'm going to have to leave. Like I said, I have other things to do." "Fine," Serena replied. "I heard Glenn paid you a visit a few days ago." Serena paused. She seemed to be thinking that Raphael was going to speak, but when no words came from him, her voice rang out. "And I also heard that he asked you to join the murderer division. You turned him down, which is very good, but Raphael, I want you to know that Glenn isn't someone you should befriend. He isn't even someone you should familiarize yourself with, or have anything to do with," Serena said. Suddenly, a chuckle escaped Raphael's mouth. "I don't think you are the one to give me this sort of advice, Serena," Raphael exclaimed. "Raphael, listen to..." Serena was about to speak when Raphael waved his hand at her. "Even if Glenn is as bad as you say he is, so far so good. He hasn't done anything that gave me that opinion of him, and instead, he got rid of someone, you place, to haunt me, and Camille, who were a Year 1 elite division that was in the alley. They were about a handful of them." Melinda could be seen going to head with Elisa. Elisa wasn't making use of her powers, and as for Melinda, she simply didn't hold anything back. Suddenly, Melinda spat a mouthful amount of blood from her mouth. As the moment Elisa saw an opening in her body, she didn't think twice, and immediately struck that area. Wiping the blood which was oozing out of her mouth, a smile appeared on Melinda's face. "I'm going to get you next time," Melinda exclaimed, then dashing towards Elisa. "Becky now." The instant Melinda's loud voice rang out, a huge dragon appeared in the alley. The dragon's eyes were, however, fixed on Elisa, and after a second, it opened its mouth and seemed to be about to spew out flames, when Elisa disappeared. Bang! In less than a second after that sound rang out, and the dragon vanished. "Why you?" Melinda, who was close to the dragon, stuttered. She then pointed her hand at Elisa, who was holding onto the now unconscious Becky. Elisa flashed a smile at Melinda, before saying, "Did you think I wouldn't realize it? You are going to have to do better than that if the both of you want to defeat me," Elisa said. While Elisa's powers made her a force not to be reckoned with, that it was merely a tip of what Elisa was capable of. Elisa's true beauty came in her proficiency in hand-to-hand combat. Her combination of strikes and counters in the physical confrontation at close range was top-notch. It earned her the nickname the unarmed combatant queen in the academy. With moves like that, I don't think anyone would want to fight over a man with you." Suddenly, Alice appeared. Alice had a smile on her face, and her hands were folded across her chest. As she spoke, a stern look, however, appeared on Elise's face when she heard Alice. Elisa turned towards Melinda only to see her also smiling. "Sigh, are we here to talk about Raphael or to train?" Elisa exclaimed. "Raphael?" Alice paused. "How do you know it is Raphael?" "I was talking about." Ha 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 ha. Devon, who was watching the girls from afar, placed his hand on his chin. He wasn't able to hear their words very clearly, but he heard Raphael being mentioned, as Alice had raised her voice. "Lucky Raphael, it hasn't even been a month, and he has all the girls talking about him." Devon then raised his head to the sky. "God damn I am, why don't you make this also happen to me? Even if it's one, I really don't mind," Devon said. A few seconds after Devon spoke, and a dark spiraling portal appeared beside him. "Did I just hear God? I thought you don't believe in God." It was Aiden. Aiden had heard Devon's voice from where he was, and the words Devon spoke were so startling that Aiden had to leave what he was doing, and appear beside him. "I still don't believe in God," Devon responded. "Then what were you?" Before Aiden could get the rest of the words out of his mouth, Devon walked past him. Aiden chose not to chase after Devon because when it came to something like this, Devon was usually cold. With his hands placed behind his back once again, Devon continued to stare at his other classmates. Sean, who was running around the field, throwing lightning at the two twins, and Xavier, who covered himself in his own flames, while Jackson was engaging in a battle with Mason. The students continued to train in the alley for a very long time, and they only took breaks after every 2 hours. Some even went 3 hours without going for a break, but when small stars with twinkling lights began to appear, the students began moving out of the alley. A few hours later, and each student from the Year 1 Elite Division received a message from their wristwatch. "It's time to go." Raphael cracked his knuckles as he left the construction table, staring at the clothes which were placed on the bed. A smile couldn't help but appear on Raphael's face. On the bed was a black trench coat with gold buttons, a black plain top, black pants, a pair of black gloves, and black shoes. Raphael glanced at Gus, who was on its perch, and then threw the owl the cape he had just finished working on. "I can't think of a reason why you would want a cape," Raphael said as Gus caught the cape. "Raphael, hurry up, everyone is waiting for you." Raphael's voice turned cold immediately. "Not this again. Richard is dead, isn't he? Tell me what else do you want?" Serena exclaimed. "You are really going to quit talking to me because of someone who is already dead? Ain't I still talking to you?" Raphael said, then sneered at Serena. "You know what I mean." Serena frowned when she saw the look on his face. "Raphael, is what I did so wrong that you are willing to let it destroy the relationship between the both of us?" Serena inquired, and in response, Raphael shrugged his shoulder, before then saying, "For a matter of fact, it is." "Okay, Raphael, let me ask, if you were in my situation, what would you have done?" "Raphael," Serena paused, "if it was my sister who was in that position, would you have allowed someone to kill her just because the person believes she was going to come to hunt them at some point?" Raphael's eyebrows furrowed when he heard Serena. "How is this related to what happened back there?" "Yes, it's the same. Vincent is like a brother to me. He has already lost one brother. I couldn't see him lose another in the hands of the same person," Serena said. "I would have done the same thing if it was someone related to you that was in that same situation. And again, the person who started all this is already dead. I have also informed Vincent to back the hell away from you, so why don't we put an end to all this, and let's bury the hatches?" Serena said. Serena extended her hand for a handshake with a smile on her elegant face. With one of his hands placed into his pocket, Raphael stared at Serena for a few seconds before saying, "I will let you know if I'm able to bury the hatchet, Serena." Serena took her hand back. For some reason she wasn't upset that he refused her handshake, and instead a wide smile could be seen on her face. "I'm sorry. Okay, so, how was life without me?" I'm certain it was boring since I wasn't around, but, not to worry, now that I'm back, everything is going to get back on the right track." As Raphael and Serena continued to walk around the hallway, Raphael couldn't help but wonder if Serena was capable of keeping quiet. She kept going on and on about everything that happened in the past few days to her, and when Raphael couldn't bear it anymore, he stopped walking. "Is something wrong?" Seeing how Raphael had stopped abruptly, Serena also paused. "I have to go, it's already late," Raphael stated. The instant he said those words, Raphael didn't wait for Serena to respond to him, and he immediately began to walk towards the exit door. Serena had a smile on her face, but a few seconds after Raphael began walking towards the door, the smile which was on her face vanished, and instead it was replaced by an expression full of worry. "What impression could you have given Glenn that could make the Cabal want to have you become one of their members?" Serena heaved a deep breath afterward. Serena then flicked her finger and disappeared from the hallway. The both of them are gone. About a minute after Raphael and Serena left the hallway, a soft feminine voice rang out. It was after the voice rang out that three females who were putting on casual clothes appeared in the hallway. "Eliza, you should be happy with the conversation both of them had. I don't think there is anything between them, so Aiden must have been bluffing in the classroom." "That scumbag," Becky said, seemingly displeased. "Yes, Eliza, it also seems like they aren't on good terms with one another." It was Melinda that spoke, to not make the class suspicious. A couple of minutes after Raphael and Serena left the classroom, Melinda and Becky pulled Eliza out as well, and ever since then, they eavesdrop on the conversation between Raphael and Serena. "This is your best chance, Eliza. I say you go tell him how you feel." While Eliza remained quiet, Becky and Melinda continued to encourage Eliza to go shoot her shot at Raphael, but after a brief moment, Eliza's voice sounded, "When we return from the base mansion, I will give it a try," Eliza said. A look of approval appeared on the faces of Becky and Melinda. "There is no way he is going to reject you, I'm certain of that." The girls continued to discuss among themselves, and as for Raphael, whether it was coincidental or not, the moment he pushed the exit door open, he was met by the sight of Devon, Aiden, and Bane. "There you are, we have been waiting for you," Aiden exclaimed the moment Raphael stepped out. "How did it go?" Raphael glanced at Bane, who had just spoken before he then shook his head and said, "Not bad." "That's good, now let's go, it's already late," Devon said, with his eyes fixed on Aiden. Aiden flashed a light smile before he then created a portal and the four of them walked into it. As the portal appeared in Raphael and Devon's room, and the four of them stepped out of it, Devon folded his hand across his chest and glared at Bane viciously. "Come on, Devon," Bane said. He then turned towards Aiden and said, "Aiden, will you talk to him for me?" Aiden, however, shrugged his shoulder. "I'm not going to interfere, but to be fair, what you did is quite horrible," Aiden said. Bane's eyebrows furrowed. When he heard Aiden, he was about when the voice of the person beside him rang out, "Good night, guys." It was Raphael that spoke, and with that said, he walked into his room, and a few seconds after Raphael went in, Bane left the room shortly. As for Aiden, he sat comfortably on the couch reading the comic book in his hand. "But, Devon, are you really going to stay angry at him forever? The prank was weeks ago, and only a handful of students is still talking about it," Aiden muttered, with his eyes still glued to the book. Devon stared at the door before he sat on the couch. Meanwhile, Raphael stood inside his room with his hand placed inside his pocket. He stared at the room for a couple of seconds, before then raising his left hand slightly, and triple tapping the wristwatch he had on. "I have to be prepared," Raphael mumbled in a low voice. Raphael then moved towards his working area, and without any delay, he began to clear out the room, the construction table, the appliance. He moved everything away, and about 20 to 30 minutes later, it was only his bed and a couple of other things that were left. When Raphael began to clear out the room, he removed the top that he had on and was only putting on his pant. After his working area was taken care of, Raphael clenched his left hand into a fist and stretched it forward, and a few seconds after he made that movement, All sorts of equipment began to appear in the room. Staring at the workout equipment which was in the room, a smile appeared on Raphael's face, and very quickly he moved toward one of them. As he sat on the weight bench, Raphael took hold of one of the dumbbells on the floor. 1, 2, 3. In one of the rooms in the male dormitory, a teenager with brown scruffy hair lay on the weight bench in the room, lifting the adjustable weight set up and down. 176, 178, 179. With his body soaked in sweats, Raphael's soft voice rang out. Throughout last night, Raphael had been working with the training equipment. He only stopped for a few hours, when he took a nap before he then woke and continued. While it was indeed true that his ability to create gadgets made him a few steps ahead of others, Raphael didn't want the gap to merely be a few steps. Instead, he wanted it to be miles away. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Even as the just-risen sun poured through his window, and the rooster gave the wake-up call, Raphael continued to work on the lift. However, after a few minutes, Raphael placed the weight set on the bar, and he then stood from the bench. Raphael heaved a deep breath. He took hold of the bottle of water he had beside him and swallowed greedily until there was nothing left in the bottle any longer. Then, with his hand raised slightly, Raphael threw the bottle at the waste bin in the room. A smirk appeared on his face as the bottle went into the waste bin. Raphael then triple-tapped his wristwatch and stared at the numbers which were written on the watch. A not-so-friendly smile, however, appeared on his face. 36,012. Raphael murmured, "It's still not enough. I have to attain 40,000 before the mission," Raphael uttered with complete determination, and without any delay, Raphael moved towards the stationary bike which was in the room. "Here we go," Raphael said, holding the bike firmly. Most people would have been delighted with the progress which they made, but Raphael wasn't like most people. While he was overexerting, and the training marathon was going to take a toll on his body, Raphael wanted to prepare himself for any situation. There was no denying that the battle which took place in the Hellfire domain didn't play a role in how quick his improvement was. Apart from strength, speed, stamina, reflexes, and talent, experiences also played a big role in the power rank of a meta-human. The battle with the Golem gave them experiences, though the flames in the Hellfire domain didn't have the slightest effect on Raphael. The flames were still able to pull off some activity in his body. A few minutes after Raphael started working on the stationary bike, it seemed to be like the sweats all over his body tripled right away, faster, whether it was his hands, shoulder, face, or chest. Every part of his body was simply soaked in sweats, but even then, Raphael didn't stop. He kept working on the stationary bike, and he even went faster than his usual pace. Raphael soon found himself in an ecstatic state after a brief moment. One way or the other, battling in the sea of flames had helped him strengthen the bones in his body. There was also a bit of consolidation in his flesh and skin, which stemmed as a result from the environment in which he put himself in, and now that Raphael was with the stationary bike, he could feel the bones on his lower body strengthening. Raphael had always been proud of his flexibility and reflexes, and even now he could feel a quantitative difference in those two areas. Pant. Raphael's breathing suddenly became rough, and in about a few more seconds he stumbled to the ground. He was experiencing fatigue like no other, as he pushed his body to the breaking limit. 1, 2, 3. Suddenly Raphael's voice sounded, a few moments after he stumbled to the ground. As Raphael placed both palms on the ground with his feet slightly wider than his shoulder, he lowered his body until his chest was nearly touching the ground, before pushing himself back up. The sequence continued for a few more minutes until Raphael suddenly placed one of his hands on his back, and he then continued to push himself back and forth. Crack! The sounds of bones cracking resounded from Raphael's body, but he still didn't stop, regardless of the pain or the weakness he was feeling. After all, there's no rest for the wicked. 25. Raphael could feel the core muscles in his body engaging, bringing forth stabilization to his body. A smile could as well be seen on his face. which was covered in sweats, as the one-hand push-up dealt with three main aspects of the body: the upper body strength, core strength, and stability. Arg, that wasn't so bad. Raphael didn't spend much time with the one-hand push-up, as he had done with the stationary bike, and after about 30 to 45 minutes he stood. With his legs and hands of course trembling, Raphael glanced at his wristwatch once again, and he couldn't help but heave a deep breath. 37,890, Raphael mumbled in a seemingly displeased voice. Raphael wasn't displeased with his strength, but instead, he was disappointed in himself. Because he knew he could do better than this, he then wiped a bit of the sweat on his forehead, before staring at the equipment which was in the room. Let's do this next. Raphael was about to move towards the battle robe when he heard someone knocking at his room door. Who is there? Raphael asked. There was, however, no response from the door, and instead, the knock sounded once again. Raphael raised an eyebrow, and he couldn't help but be perplexed. Raphael moved towards the door, opening it, and then seeing who it was, his mouth opened slightly. It wasn't much of a surprise to see Devon standing in front of the room. Instead, it was the person who was beside him. As Raphael stepped out of his room, he chuckled before shaking his head at Devon and walking toward the person in the room. Where should I sign? Raphael asked. The reason that Devon had remained quiet was that the person who was in the room was a woman, and while she wasn't all that attractive, she sure smelled really nice. Here, the woman passed her book over to Raphael and pointed out the place that he was going to sign. Raphael could see the woman ogling at his body, but he simply kept a straight face. After all, who could blame her? I'm done. The woman's eyes twitched when she heard Raphael. Her eyes had been glued to that stronger shoulder, firm chest, abs, the well-toned alluring body, and the sweats which were all over his body made her heart beat faster. A few seconds later, and Raphael handed the book back to the woman. The woman then handed over the bag which was in her right hand to Raphael, before bowing her head slightly, and walking out of the room. Raphael opened the bag a second after the woman left the room, and pulled a carton box out of it. The carton box had the word AVA written on it, and when Raphael opened it, his mouth opened slightly, and his lips then curved into a smile. Have you gotten yours? Raphael asked Devon, who was staring at the carton in his hand. Devon nodded his head, then pointed at the bags which were on the carton and said, yes, it has been delivered. The content which was inside the bag that Raphael was holding on to was the costumes that he sent to the administrative block. Aiden and Bane's costumes were also delivered here. Staring at the two other bags that were on the couch, Raphael's voice rang out. Yes, Devon responded. Devon then leapt on the couch, switched the television on with the remote, and began to switch through channels. A few seconds after Devon lay on the couch, the door was suddenly pushed open, and three figures walked into the room. Where is it? It was none other than Bane and Aiden, and the moment they entered the room, their loud voice rang out, and once they saw the bags which were on the other couch, the both of them rushed towards it immediately. This is yours. Aiden took the bag which was in Bane's hand and gave him his. Aiden stared at the bag which had his name written on it, and a smile could be seen on his face. This was perhaps the happiest he had been in a long time. Camille, what are you still doing? Find somewhere to sit, Aiden exclaimed. Devon hadn't glanced at the people who entered into the room because he didn't think anyone apart from Aiden and Bane would enter. So, when he heard Camille was in the room, his eyes twitched for a moment. Devon sat upright immediately, with his back resting on the couch. Ha 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 ha. Devon's action had Aiden and Bane burst into laughter. As for Camille, her cheeks turned red, and a shiver ran across her spine. She tried not to look, but her eyes just kept moving to that area, and regardless of how many times she stared, the sight still left her amazed. Raphael, completely oblivious to what was going on, he rubbed his hand across his hair, before then walking into the room. I lost again, Bane exclaimed, with his eyes glued to the television. Devon, who was sitting beside him, holding onto a gamepad, flashed a light smile at Bane. He cracked his fingers, before then scooping the bucket of popcorn in front of him. A few minutes had passed since Raphael went into his room, and during that minutes, Devon was able to pardon Bane, and play video games with him. As for Camille, she had been engaging in a conversation with Aiden. Not until he went into Devon's room. The gamepad is the problem. Some buttons aren't working. Do you have any other gamepad, or if you are certain that you are really good, why don't we change the gamepad? Bane said. There was an expression of disbelief on Devon's face when he heard Bane. He then stared at the table, on which about 3 other gamepads were placed on, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Devon and Bane had played different games, and in each of them, Devon gave Bane a beatdown. Bane wasn't even able to win any of the games they played, and each time Bane lost, he would blame it on either the gamepad or come out with the excuse that he hasn't eaten yet. Bane had used the whole gamepad in the room, and yet he still suffered defeat after defeat from Devon, but this time around, he took his shamelessness to another level and demanded for Devon's gamepad. What do you say, Devon? Devon stared at Bane for a couple of seconds, before he then passed the gamepad to Bane with a rather confident look on his face. You still won't win. Camille, who had remained quiet the whole time, suddenly spoke. She was, however, greeted by an intense glare from Bane. We will see about that, Bane muttered, and then clicked the start button on the gamepad. Devon and Bane had gone through a few games before the both of them decided to stick to an arcade fighting game, and after Bane clicked the button, the game started immediately. The character which Bane was using had the upper hand. Once the game started, bringing a smile to Bane's face, he continued to deliver all sorts of combos, both hands and feet, on Aiden's character, and Bane was ecstatic. However, after a few minutes, the tables turned, and Bane's character soon found himself in a dire state. It seemed to be as though Devon had given Bane the upper hand intentionally to give him hope that he had a chance, and when the right moment came, he took the hope which Bane had away. Finish him. As that voice rang out from the television speaker, the character which Bane was controlling had his body covered in flames by the dragon that just appeared, and in merely the blink of an eye, it was only the ashes of the character that could be seen. What followed after was the "A game over" word that was displayed on the screen. Bane dropped the gamepad on the couch and moved towards the other couch. Camille's lips curved into a smile. She then moved towards the place that Bane was formerly seating and took hold of the gamepad. Let's play, Camille said. Devon's eyes twitched when he heard Camille. It was almost as if he had heard the wrong words, and he couldn't help but stare at Bane, who was just as surprised as he was. I choose this. Camille didn't wait for Devon to respond to her, and she chose the character that she was going to be using. It's your turn to choose. Devon gulped when he heard Camille. But this time around he didn't stare at Bane, and instead, he selected the character he would be using. The match was about to begin between the both of them when Devon's room door was slammed open, and Aiden stepped out. With his placed inside pocket, Aiden walked forward majestically, with a prideful look on his face. Seeing how Devon, Bane, and Camille had eyes glued to the television, and weren't staring at him, Aiden frowned deeply. He then walked over and stood in front of the television, blocking the 3 of them view. Hey, what are you? Bane suddenly paused as he stared at Aiden, who was in front of him. Whether it was Bane, Devon, or even Camille, they all had an appalled look on their faces as they stared at Aiden. Devon even went to the length of pausing the game, then seized Aiden from head to toe. The smile which was on Aiden's face after they saw how the 3 of them were staring at him widened. He turned around, allowing them to take a good look at his magnificence, before he then said, "So, what do you think?" Aiden seemed to be asking the 3 of them about their opinion, but the truth was, he didn't really care what the 3 of them thought. Because he was absolutely certain that he looked ravishing in the clothes he had on. Ha 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 ha, and about a few seconds later, the 3 of them roared out laughing. Bane laughed so hard that he fell from the couch on which he was sitting on. Despite that, he continued to laugh like a maniac. Camille and Devon were in the same situation, as they stared at the clothes which Aiden had on. It was only until after 5 minutes went by that the 3 of them stopped. Oh my God, you have got to be kidding me. Bane stood from the floor and walked towards Aiden. As Bane then pointed his hand at Aiden, he couldn't help but laugh once again. "What the hell are you putting on? This can't really be your costumes, right?" Bane jested. They had all seen Aiden walk into the room with the bag in his hand, and when he came outside, he was looking completely different. "What is wrong with my costumes?" Aiden innocently asked, staring at the clothes which he was putting on. Ha 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 ha. However, another roar of laughter erupted from Devon, Bane, and Camille's mouths when they heard him. Bane was the first to quit laughing. He placed his hand on Aiden's shoulder and said, "Everything is wrong with the costumes. To be honest, even a homeless man wouldn't pull up with something this terrible." Bane jested, staring at Aiden, who was putting on a spandex bodysuit, black loose leather jacket, black wavy shoulder-length wig, blue sunglasses, fingerless leather gloves, red shorts, and a red cowboy boot. Bane placed his hand on his mouth. "Are you sure that this is really what you asked the Academy to create for you?" Bane asked, and receiving a nod of the head from Aiden, his eyes twitched. He glanced at Devon and Camille before then saying, "Shit, you must have been high when you wrote this down." Aiden glared at Bane when he heard him. He then went back into the room, and after a short while, he came out back. This time around, he even raised his collars high. "You know what, you're just jealous," Aiden stated. It was about a second after Aiden's voice rang out, that Raphael's room door opened, and Raphael walked out of his room. Raphael had merely taken a few steps backward when he suddenly paused, raising, and seeing how they were all staring at him. Raphael raised an eyebrow. "Raphael, what do you think about my costume?" Aiden appeared in front of Raphael right away. He then turned his body around, so Raphael would have a whole look at what he was putting on, and after that was done, Aiden stood with a smile on his face. As for Raphael, he placed his hand on his chin, with his eyes moving from the gloves, the leather jacket all the way to the cowboy boot. Raphael then stared at Aiden and said, "It's not that bad, so long as you are not going out in this," Raphael said. Listening to the first part of Raphael's word, the smile which was on Aiden's face widened, but when he heard the rest of it, that smile vanished immediately. "Ha ha 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 ha, didn't I tell you?" Raphael glanced at the television screen, before then walking towards the door. He pushed the door open, and a delivery man was standing right in front of him. "Thanks." Raphael took the pizza which he ordered and shut the door closed. "The pizza is for everyone, not just for only me," Raphael exclaimed as everyone, including Aiden, was staring at the large pizza with their mouth wide open. Raphael placed the gamepads on the shelf and then dropped the pizza on the table. "Here we go." He took a slice from it and sat on the couch with a book in his hand. The others stared at Raphael for a moment, before then taking their slice. Devon and Aiden were surprised because ever since Raphael came, he was always locked in his room, and hardly came out, so it came as a surprise that he was sitting in the parlor with them. "Raphael, have you heard? You and Ali are in the same group." It was Camille that spoke. Camille didn't glance at Raphael when she spoke, and instead, her eyes were glued to the television in front of her. As for Raphael, a bewildered look appeared on his face. "Who is the third person?" Raphael asked. "Becky," Camille responded. Raphael's eyebrows furrowed. He was about to ask who arranged the team, when he decided not to any longer, and instead, he took another slice of pizza, placed one leg on top of the other, and stared at the television. As Raphael and Bane continued to watch as Devon and Camille battled it out, Aiden went back into the room, with a perplexed look on his face. "It can't be that bad, right?" Aiden mumbled in a low voice. "Game over." A couple of minutes after Devon and Camille continued with the game, she was left frustrated, just like Bane. Camille heaved a deep, and then stood from the couch. "Enough of the game, let's go," Camille exclaimed. Bane chuckled when he saw the look on Camille's face. He, however, stood from his couch. "Aiden, it's already time to leave. Where are you guys going to?" Raphael asked, with a pizza in his mouth. "We are going to the alley," Camille replied. "We will be leaving for the base mansion by midnight, so we want to go train ourselves in the alley. I say you do the same also, or why don't you come with us?" Raphael glanced at Bane and Devon, who were both staring at him before he then said, "No, I'm good." Camille nodded her head when she heard Raphael. "All right, then suit yourself," she said, and once Aiden came out of the room putting on the casual outfit he had on earlier, the four of them left. "Let me see what is so fun about these video games." The alley is one of the famous areas in the academy. It wasn't some narrow street or passageway. Instead, the alley was incredibly massive. The alley was similar to the training ground of the 7 divisions, but unlike the others, the alley could be used by all the students, regardless of the division they belonged to. "I'm going to train over there." A second after Camille and the others arrived at the alley, Camille's voice rang out, and without any delay, she moved forward. Aiden, Devon, and Bane stared at Camille, and they couldn't help but shake their head at her. I usually wonder what goes on in her head because her power is simply just insane. It was Aiden that spoke. "You speak as though it is a bad thing. She can raise the dead. That seems cool to me. If any of her loved ones die, she simply has to use her power and she would be able to bring them back." "What?" Bane exclaimed, seeing how Devon and Aiden were staring at him after he spoke. Devon shook his head before then saying, "Damus, I don't think anyone would be really glad to possess that sort of power. Of course, except if the person is a psychopath or perhaps if the person is looking to recreate the world." In Camille's own world, it's either to be hunted or to be the one leading the hunt. While not all necromancers are considered evil, the forces they manipulate are considered taboo by many in societies. Bane folded his hand across his chest. "Isn't that the reason why she put twice the effort into everything she does?" Staring at Camille, who walked into the burial ground in the alley, the three of them heaved a deep breath. Camille walked towards one of the caskets on the ground, then placed her hand on top of it, closing her eyes. Camille's lips began moving, and about a few seconds, the lid of the casket opened, and a skeletal hand appeared out of the casket. It was first the hand, then a few moments later, the body stood from the casket. After the figure stood from the casket, Camille moved over to the other casket very quickly. She repeated her earlier action and soon walked over to the next casket. There are over 200 caskets on the burial ground, corpses belonging to students, and some even teachers. As Camille woke one dead from the casket, she moved over to the next. Camille already made her intentions clear. "So are we supposed to be worried about that?" Bane asked, staring at Devon and Aiden, who were standing beside him. "You mean, what she said in the psychology class?" Aiden responded. "That is just one of her goals, according to what I've heard from her. Cam's main focus is to break the shackles of mortality. Her goal is to beat that clock that ticks for everyone." Devon's eyes twitched when he heard Aiden, and as for Bane, he simply raised an eyebrow. The both of them weren't surprised that Aiden knew about this because Aiden and Camille had become close after that walk to the dormitory. "Enough with the talk, you should also go get yourself ready." With that said, and Aiden jogged forward. "Wait for me," Bane exclaimed. Devon stared at the surrounding, before then heaving a deep breath. "What am I even doing here?" Devon said, scratching his head. The only reason why he had decided to come to the alley was that everyone said they were coming there, and now he couldn't help but regret it because he had nothing to do in this place. Devon began walking around the alley, with his hands placed behind his back. He, however, kept his distance, and only ventured towards where the Year 1 students were. "Phew, everyone wants to break past their limits," Devon exclaimed, with eyes on his classmates. While Aiden tried to increase the duration of his portal, Bane was sitting on the ground. He had insects moving all over his body, from his upper body to his lower body, and every 5 minutes, he would spread the insects all over the surrounding, then gather them around. It wasn't only Devon, Aiden, Bane,